do we take questions from the audience after I speak?
Yeah, you can speak like 10 minutes,
Yes?
11 minutes, and then, yes, take them. I
Okay.
have one.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you're ready, please go ahead and put your headsets on. That's how you'll be able to hear the microphones. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is it working? Can you all hear me? Yep. We have the distinct pleasure, this is Education Day, and we're looking forward to an amazing day of what we hope will be successes both in this room and around the COP, as well as in the ministerial education ministers meeting. Let me make sure this is working for everybody. Yep, great. It is my incredible pleasure to introduce Bertrand Piccard, who is a Swiss explorer, among other things, a psychiatrist, which at this point of the COP we all need. So we're glad you have that additional characteristic, and an environmentalist. Along with Brian Jones, he was the first person on the planet to complete a non-stop balloon flight around the globe in a balloon called the Breitling Orbiter 3. Is that correct? I really could go on and on about his extraordinary accomplishments, but we are honored to have him with us today, and I'll turn the mic over. You have one? Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Just to check, is it working? Okay, because it's quite strange experience to speak in the microphone that makes absolutely no noise. We're here to speak about education, about climate change, and I think there are so many ways to treat this topic. First thing, of course, education in general is crucial for humankind. There is no doubt about it. Now, if we believe that we will solve the problems of climate change with education, I think we will come too late. Because the IPCC is showing that we have 10 years to decarbonate half of our emissions, and that we have to be absolutely carbon neutral in 2050. Education of children who are in school today will bring them to be maybe heads of states or CEOs of big companies in 30 years, when they will be 40, and in 30 years, it's going to be too late. Which means that education is probably not what is going to save us on the short term. It's going to save us in the long term. And what do we have to do in between? Well, in between, I think we have to educate the children, educate the students, in order for them to be actors of the change even before they are elected in political level or in corporate level. So of course we have to educate them, and we need this action of the youth, as we have seen in the past when so many governments have taken measures because of the pressure of the youth. Just to give an example, in Switzerland, the climate emergency has been declared in several cantons, several states of Switzerland, because or thanks to the climate strikes. So the power of the youth is extremely important. And now comes the question of how should we educate children about the topic of climate change? Because it is not so obvious. What is climate change first? And here I believe that the education given in the different regions of the world is going to be very different, because the states or the countries who are climate deniers are going to educate their children, that's for sure, but they are not going to educate the children to understand human-caused climate change. They're going to educate them much more on the natural cause of climate change, denying the human cause of it. So I believe that the first value of education is to show all the different angles of a problem. If we educate children about all the different theories of climate change, the children are clever enough to see which parts they have to keep. And for example, I believe that even if we are convinced of the human origin of climate change, it is not a reason to say that it's the only thing that has to be taught. Why that? Because they need to understand the arguments of the opponents. And this is sometimes something that we forget. Teaching to children is not just give them a theory that they have to put in their head or their heart. We need to tell them about the opposite theories, about the people who think differently, in order for them to be able to understand what they have to reply if they're in front of a climate change denier. So this is something really important. Show all the angles of the topic. Then it's important also to speak about the solutions. How are we going to solve the crisis? And here, there are a lot of other theories. Climate change, pro or against, it's two angles. But then you have all the different solutions for climate change. You have the people who say that high tech will save the world, that we can put nanoparticles in the stratosphere to cool down the atmosphere and compensate the effect of the global warming. I believe it is crazy. I believe it's mad, because we are disturbing nature twice. We are disbalancing nature twice, once by warming it up and then by cooling it down artificially. But nevertheless, if we educate children about what is happening in the world and all the solutions, we have to teach that some people believe that it is important or possible to do it. Then you have the complete other theory that we will save the world by reducing technology, by reducing economical growth, by reducing mobility, reducing the standard of life. Of course, this is something that frightens a lot of people. I believe that economically speaking, it will bring us to a social chaos, because if you reduce the economy, you will reduce, of course, the salaries, the pension funds, the social security, and I have no idea of how such an utopic and idealistic view can be translated into quality of life for the citizens. But nevertheless, we have to explain to the children that this theory also exists, that people think like that. And the children are always able to understand the fundamental value of everything they see. And they're able to take or reject because they are smart. And I think we forget the fact that children are smart. We talk to children in a way like if they were little kids not understanding anything, and we all have a childish language for them. But let's remember when we were 10 years old, we did not accept to have a childish language speaking to us. We believed we were grown up at 10. So we have to treat children as adults, as people responsible. And the third maybe angle that we can show is between degrowth and the solutionist high-tech solving, there are maybe a lot of other ways to do. The path I prefer is the path of qualitative growth. It's the path when we create jobs and make industrial profit by replacing what is polluting by what is protecting the environment. It's what I call qualitative growth. Now, if I'm a teacher educating children, of course, I would speak about it. And maybe I would say that it is my preferred option. And I would explain why. But I would speak about the climate change deniers, and I would speak about degrowth. I would give the children everything on the table. And then there is the third part of education that I value very much. It's allowing the children to ask questions and to challenge what they have heard. And this is not enough the case. So often we tell to children, you have to believe what we say. You have to take it as it is. You are too young to contradict the teacher. And if they ask questions, say no. No questions, take it as it is. I was never educated like that. I was lucky enough to be in a family of explorers where I could ask all the questions I wanted. And sometimes I got answers, and sometimes people told me, we don't know. And this is fantastic for children, to hear that an adult does not know. Why is it fantastic? It's because it shows that there are still many things to be discovered. There is still so much to be understood. And in that way, we can create the pioneering spirit. We can create the state of mind of the explorer. We can stimulate the curiosity of children who are going to say, life is going to be interesting because there is still so much to be understood and so much to be discovered. In that sense, I believe that such an education is a huge incentive for children to act, to be taken seriously. It's a huge incentive also to get out of this climate anxiety and this climate depression that is caused by the feeling of having no power. This feeling that the problem is so big that we cannot understand it and that we cannot solve it. And this makes us paralyze us. And you have now a new psychiatric syndrome in our world, which is clearly a climate-induced anxiety and depression. To get out of it, we need to educate children in their heart and in their brain, in the way that we have discussed here. And I think this will push to action, because when they will act, they will know why to act, how to act, where to act, and with whom to act. In other ways, it will bring education again at the level where it has to be. Education is not only to transmit a knowledge, it is to transmit an experience. With this, I'm happy to share this moment with you. And if you have any questions, more than welcome to contradict me, to show other parts maybe of this topic that I might have forgotten. And I don't know if we have time, couple of minutes for discussion. Okay? So don't hesitate to jump into the discussion. Yes? Now I need also a headset, otherwise I won't understand you. Thank you.
And he'll need a microphone.
Thanks.
Okay, can you hear me?
Wonderful.
Okay. Thank you so much for your comments. My question is, what role do you think connecting children to nature emotionally plays in their climate education?
I agree fully, completely. Maybe it's something I should have added to the discussion before. Absolutely. Of course, it's easier in Scotland than to do it in Shanghai or New York City. And maybe this is why it is so important. Absolutely. Put people in nature. Yeah, I've forgotten that and I will add it for next time.
Thank you. Yes, the research shows that we don't learn what we need to know about climate change if we're not emotionally connected to nature to begin with. It's the first building block.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Absolutely.
I have my own question, which is, since Earth Day and everyone here are in the climate education business, many of our, my own community, the environmental community, which is hyper-focused, of course, on fossil fuels, are concerned that investing in education will take too long. I'm wondering what your response is.
Yes, it's exactly what I said before you put your helmet on when I started. It is absolutely true that education will, or let's say if we educate children now, it will be too late for when they come to key decision level positions in politics or in big companies. And we have to start to act much before these children are in a high position. So education will come too late. But if we educate children now, there will be a force to push the adults of today who are in key positions to act. And I gave the example of the climate strike that we had in Switzerland, which made some Swiss states, the cantons, decide and declare an official climate emergency because the children were in the street and the politicians said, well, these guys, they will be voters in a couple of years, we have to be nice to them. Which is a way to make things move.
It works in democracies anyway. Thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions?
And you know, also sometimes the governments would like to act. They know they have to act. And they are afraid of the reaction of the population if they take measures in favor of the environment that might be a little bit a constraint for the population. So they wait until they have enough support. So when the youth is going in the street and they take the parents and they take the grandparents with them, it's a huge incentive for the governments to be more courageous.
Thank you. We have one more question. Did you have? And then
Thank you very much. It's really inspirational, and I think it's, yeah, I mean, fantastic. I'm Jacob. I work with the Royal College of Psychiatry in the UK. And I think something that some of us are thinking about specifically is this idea of transitioning from models of pathogenesis to salutogenesis. And it feels like it resonates a bit with what you're saying, but I'm wondering this paradigm of thinking about looking at the environment as health promoting rather than looking at ways to increase illness. And I'm wondering about that as a different paradigm shift and if that would be helpful at all in terms of just that being a perspective shift, a subtle one, but an important one.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say because I was talking with people in the humanitarian business who try to raise money to help children in disasters from hunger or things like that. And if you show a child who is sick and sad, you don't get in as much money for the NGO as if you show a child that is smiling and in good shape, which shows the positive emotion linking us to the situation. So it's important, absolutely. We need to show that the situation is critical and urgent today to act, but we need to show what nature is, how beautiful it is, and why we have to protect it. But then I really add what I said before, it's important to do it in a way that gives the arguments of all the other people, all the different theories, put them flat on the table and tell to the children, these are the arguments of people who think differently, in order for us to understand and also to be able to counteract the sometimes crazy arguments we hear. For example, to be really practical, the climate change deniers say that they are not going to handicap their economy for the sake of the environment and for the sake of climate change that will melt the South Pole in 30 years. That's the argument. So let's use this argument. Let's tell them, forget climate change, but use renewable energies because they are cheaper, use energy efficiency because you will save money, use recyclement of waste because it's a resource and you will open a new business opportunity, and you make money. By the way, it protects the environment, but let's leave this for the others. You make better money. And you can have climate change deniers who become really active in the clean technologies for other reasons than we would do. But the result is what we want to do. And I think it's always important to see what result we want to have, and sometimes there are different paths to get to this result.
So always look for the positive story. Thank you so much.
Most welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you for your questions also.
It's fabulous.
Microphone's on, no noise. Hello? We're on, great. Okay, so hello everyone, welcome to this next session. I'm Andrew Jack, I'm the education editor at the Financial Times, and it's a great pleasure to present a wonderful panel here this morning. So over the next an hour and 10 or so, we're going to talk around this question of why climate literacy and civic skill building will solve the climate crisis. Hope we'll have some time for questions both from you here in the audience, but also others who are watching online. So welcome to all those. And I think my colleagues will try and channel any questions or comments that you might have too. So we're going to make this, please, as discursive as possible, but it would be great perhaps if we just go round first to each panelist to introduce themselves and their organization and what way you're intersecting really with climate literacy. Yeah, do you want to start, please?
Yes, and I'll pass around the microphone. My name's Kathleen Rogers. I'm president of EarthDay.org. My organization is the organization that came out of the first Earth Day in 1970. We now are working year-round on many issues, and we are also the organization that puts Earth Day together every year. From the very beginning, we're now in every country in the world, and about 1 billion people participate in Earth Day. Long ago, coming out of the first Earth Day, which brought 20 million people to the street, the first thing that happened after the first Earth Day, which was extraordinary, was A, Congress became very frightened of all those people, and B, Richard Nixon and Congress together created and passed and signed the first Environmental Education Act in the world. And unfortunately, it languished for all of these years until quite recently when all of the people on this panel, UNESCO, Education International, the universities, have now decided that it is time for climate literacy, climate education, civic skill building, and jobs. So we're incredibly pleased to be here, and let me turn over to our great partner, Education International. But for both of these organizations, we would not be where we are today.
Thank you. My name is Hulde Solst. I am Deputy General Secretary of Education International. That means I'm also a teacher, because Education International is a global union federation where we organize teacher unions around the world. If we count the numbers of who they represent, that it counts up to 32 million educators around the world. We have been engaged in quality education and also the terms and conditions for teachers since we were established as a merger more than 25 years ago. We have resolutions from all our congresses on it, but it really has increased now, and our last Congress called us for action on climate change education. So we have now launched our campaign, Teach for the Planet, and in April we also adopted a manifesto, which is a clear call to action, where we define what we believe is quality climate change education, and we also define what do the educators of the world need of support to be able to deliver quality education on the topic in the classrooms. Now pass to Stefania.
Thank you very much. I'm Stefania Giannini, Assistant Director General for Education at UNESCO, former Minister of Education, University and Research in Italy. I'm partner in crime with some friends and colleagues in this panel. About what? About developing, promoting climate education and education for sustainable development all over the world. UNESCO is the organization which actually, since the establishment and foundation through the constitution of UNESCO, promoted the idea that education is a big part of the solution to find a new agreement, a new social contract with the planet, among other dimensions. And we are now running this year a very impressive agenda through the convening power of UNESCO, through the Berlin Declaration, where more than 80 ministers of education committing themselves in May 2021 to make education for climate change not a nice to have, but, an essential component of curriculum and schooling. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alonso Aguirre, professor and department chair at Environmental Science and Policy at George Mason University, and also representing as part of the delegation of the Global Council of Science and the Environment for COP26. It is a real pleasure to tell you that the new administration of Mason is fully committed on climate, and our president, Greg Washington, just recently announced that we're going to be carbon neutral by 2040. So it's very exciting on that end. Our program teaches high school kids, elementary students, and high school professors on the thousands every year, and not only on biodiversity loss, ecosystems, ecosystem integrity, and also environmental science, but also climate as the center of this training. That's so vital. We offer master's degrees, PhD degrees in climate adaptation, climate dynamics. So indeed, the new Institute of Sustainable Earth has been just launched last year, is committed to have a center on all the programs as climate moving forward. So we have very exciting programs related to many NGOs. We are the few departments in the planet where we link science and policy, and that's the big gap that we're missing because of climate misinformation. We don't have to only do education, but the issue of misinformation is radical that we need to change. And about 75% of Americans believe that climate is going to be affecting us. So the deniers are few, but they may be very crippling in many ways. So educating the young ones is key for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Alonso. Just for completeness, I'd say the FT takes climate very seriously. It's core to our coverage, increasingly so, and also we offer free access to high schools to our content, partly as the idea of integrating high-quality news and insights into the curriculum. And I'm particularly interested in best practices around the world, from schools, from teachers, from students, what they're doing in the classroom and what they're doing outside the classroom around this issue. But so we're going to go, I think, in a minute into, we'll talk a little bit more about where we've got to and think about next steps. But could we begin maybe, and let's just start with Alonso because you touched on this and I'll go round, but, and maybe it sounds obvious to everybody here, but why is precisely the question of this panel, why is climate literacy so important? Why do we need to integrate it into our school children and our schools and society around the world? If you were making the case to, unfortunately, the significant number still of climate skeptics, or if I could put it perhaps just as climate cynics or apathetics, how would you make the case?
Education at the climate level is because not only we need to get rid of carbon and be carbon free, but also the only way moving forward relates to sustainability. We are already hitting 8 billion. We dramatically decreased our natural resources. In fact, 50% of biodiversity is going to be lost within the next decades if we don't do something about it. And that relates also, the microphone is not working. Yeah, it's okay, sorry. So also we need to understand that linking science and policy and making a change long term and tell the deniers, as the past panelist said, you're going to make money if you invest in green industries, if you recycle, if you do positive things. That's the only way forward. So it's extremely important that children, as was said earlier, will be 30 years to be leaders from now, but is the steps now to be able to adapt these frameworks moving forward.
So Stefania, so why is climate literacy so important?
I think that why is important now first. This health crisis, this COVID-19 actually highlighted the contradiction of the planet and the way we are living this planet. High-level standards and increasing inequalities and not taking care of each other, not taking care of the nature, and we are very much more aware this year than some years ago. So this is the first answer. The second point, in my opinion, is without education, without educating not only children for the future, but adult, citizens, to change through better knowledge, through science, through evidence, their attitudes, their behaviors will not have the real solution to the big issues we are discussing in this COP26. So it's something to start now. It's not a kind of, as already said, nice to have in a broad curriculum where you find a couple of hours in addition to other topics to talk about what climate change actually is, but it's really a whole school approach. So we see interesting, really good practices around the world. We have at UNESCO what we call ASPINET, UNESCO schools, so to say, which actually concretely implement the principles, the values. And about this topic, I can say they learn what they live and they live what they learn. So in the classroom, in the daily classroom, teachers are well prepared to give examples of how we have to address our own reduction of emissions. So it is not simply the cognitive side, but it's also and most importantly, the behavioral side. So it's important because if we don't change through better knowledge behaviors, and if we don't raise awareness, not only about political leadership, that of course they make decisions, but also in the way we live, all of us, I think it will be a big challenge to reach the goal in the next 20 or whatever. So I think that education for sustainable development, whose education for climate change is a part of, I think it's an essential component, and that's why, as UNESCO, we are promoting this as a core part of the curriculum, And we are talking about a green curriculum to be implemented in the coming months, starting now.
And we'll come back to some of the best practices a bit later, but Haldis, please, why? Why is it so important?
Yes, and of course Stefania and Alfonso have already pointed at very, very good reasons for it. To add a couple, and one of them is because education is for the students, and students ask for it. And I think that is sort of the core for me as a teacher. That's where your loyalty lies. And they are asking questions. They're even expressing, some young people, that they are scared. And for their future. And education's job is to make them empowered so they feel that they are in control of their future and that they actually can do something about it. And for that, they need knowledge. But of course, also it's because we educate for society. And societies are debating it. We're sitting here. So we need to make sure that our students have the knowledge and the skills and the capabilities of understanding what's going on and to take their own position and to know how to act to do it. And for us to remember that one of the great suppression techniques out there is withholding of information. So the power of trying to avoid something on an agenda is very large if you succeed. So I really hope you don't succeed in that. You need to discuss it in classrooms, you need to teach it, you need to learn it. Even if some people are skeptical, we may win them across, but at least they are informed.
Thanks. And Catherine, you've obviously been discussing and following this issue for a long time, and you've seen the evolutions. But why? Why now? Why now?
Well, I'd like to say also, it's not going to take 30 years. If we get our collective act together, we can be graduating literally hundreds of millions of educated kids who are also taught basic civic skills, another component of our campaigns, all of our campaigns. So that they're ready to take on their governments, their corporations, their local officials, to take control of their own lives. As climate change gets worse, the poor will be inflicted with climate in a way that wealthier nations would not. But on climate literacy, literally I'm a veteran of so many COPs, and it's only been in the last couple of years that we've either been acknowledged as a movement. I call us the poor stepchild of the environmental movement because we've received almost no attention, no funding for years, not just in the US, but globally. So our campaign and other campaign combine things in a way that I think are critically important. We combine not just integrated, assessed, meaning tested, climate education, but also civic skill training and jobs training, and making those connections for all of us between what the realities of climate change is. And it also, as everyone pointed out, once you begin to educate people and you give them the tools, education and civic skill building, you can begin to relieve that anxiety and point them in a direction where they can be activists. Because if one thing I know as a veteran of, I don't know how many COPs, 20, 30, whatever, plus other international meetings, is I know that the elites meet here every single time. And we're the only, Earth Day's been the only side event on education for a long time, in partnership with other people. But I also know that they've left the people behind. Survey after survey shows that the people are anxious, but they don't have the facts, they don't understand, they're subjected to misinformation. So it's time to move from non-formal education, although that's critically important, and get it in the classrooms.
So that's a barometer, at least, of the beginnings of greater focus on it, which is great. Let's now move to where we've got to. I don't know if perhaps Stefania, I think, because you've just come out with, I think, a new assessment, haven't you, of the extent in the curriculum of climate change. Very good. So tell us. Maybe you want to pass that down.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we'll come back to you as well, of course, on this. But yeah, so where have we got to? How far advanced are schools around the world, the integration of climate literacy?
Thank you for this question. We just come out with this partial 100 countries, and the commitment we have next year to have the global assessment of where we are in terms of curricular development and climate education fully included, integrated in school programs. Well, I have some good news and some bad news. Some bad news that half of the countries we assessed don't include any mention, any reference to education for environment, including climate education. And this is not enough, of course. This is a very there is very much work to do with member states, with governments, and that's why we are here, and that's why in this COP there is a little bit more language on education and events and discussion. That's good. The good news is that the country profiles we find here, it's a more qualitative analysis, says that there are some countries that already started years ago to do their job. About what? About a national level first, having an integrated approach to climate education. Let me put it simply, also based on my own experience as member of the Italian government, which Italy is one of the countries where this best practice has been developed. It's not, climate education cannot be only a topic developed at the Ministry of Education. It's not enough. You cannot do unless you see as the, nice to have 2 hours in addition. If you want to have an holistic approach, as you must have, you need to put environment ministers and education ministers. And we have at least 10 countries that are doing that. They are developing this roadmap and can be a very good practice to take as an example. And that's why also in the afternoon we are convening the very first meeting in the COP with ministers of education and ministers of environment who are supposed to commit both to this integrated agenda. And then there is another news I would like to highlight. It's leaving you to evaluate it's a good or bad one. Interestingly, countries which are more likely to include education for climate change are those who are in regions more vulnerable, and as opposed to countries which, interestingly, are more responsible for for making education, for making climate change a big issue. And this is another interesting angle to take. Then there are something related to teachers. Maybe Haldis, will take something, and it's interesting as well. Teachers we survey, actually 95% do believe that climate education is essential to educate this generation, but 40% feel comfortable to make the job. And 20% feel comfortable to explain children how they can reduce their own, to contribute personally. So when you move to the cognitive side, to the behavioral side, there is a gap. And this is about, teaching in a way which is not the way universities in the pre-service training are actually doing. So it's a complex issue, but I mean, they are interesting data. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Alonso, maybe you were talking earlier about climate integration into all sorts of levels, from K through to 12 and into higher education. Does that resonate from what you see in the US?
Absolutely. I came to Mason in 2011 as Executive Director of the Smithsonian Mason School of Conservation, whereby undergrad students spend a semester with Smithsonian scientists one-on-one learn about conservation. But we need how instill climate in there. The Smithsonian runs through the zoo, the National Zoo, before COVID anyway, used to run these camps for small kids, starting at 6, all the way till 11 years old. So those kids will always come every year. But then there was a gap between secondary school and high school. So we created 2-week modules, one in biodiversity, another one in sustainability, another one in climate change, with these kids at their 12th grade can spend 2 weeks at the school with scientists learning about this and getting credits for a university. So we began to create this pipeline moving from very young kids all the way up, and now you see some graduates already working as a master's PhDs on specific climate issues. So it is essential to create a pipeline, if you will, and not only for that, but that has to be linked to diversity, to equity, and to inclusion. And that's needs to be promoted heavily, and we give opportunities to all those kids of all colors to have access to these opportunities. So we are very aggressive in trying to recruit these young students eager to learn. And not this, very interesting what you said is the gap between knowledge, what you learn, and how you apply it, and why we change our behavior from learning that trashing is bad, but then you begin trashing after you become an adult. So it's taking me a long time to understand that, but it's going to be key to bring psychologists, to bring anthropologists, to bring scientists from all levels, break down our disciplines and work together for education, climate literacy, and of course the misinformation issue.
And you're seeing those still, even students coming in undergraduate level, for example, with big gaps in their knowledge. You think that the school system hasn't
actually,
helped?
something interesting, I was on a session here with a youth group, climate activists they call themselves, and they mentioned something very interesting called eco-anxiety. And they all claim they want to be on the table with the big kahunas here because they're the young generation to be affected. So it's their future that we are playing with. And these all white men, as they refer, decide the future of their children too. So they clearly stated that we need a positive message for those children, that there are ways that we can contribute individually, as a family, as a community, to solve the problem. If they have fun and activities that can turn things around very quickly, it's going to be a very positive way moving forward.
Sure. So Haldis, I know Education International has also done some recent surveys, haven't you, looking at climate literacy and practice around the world. What are your key findings? How are we doing?
Well, I think what Stefania said, it aligns very well both with our research, but also what we hear through the policy asks that we get from our members. You know, when you say that 90% of the teachers are positive, this is something they feel is important for education, that resonates, that is there. But it also documents that the system around them isn't there. And you need to connect the dots. You need to have the commitment from government, because that gives the mandate that you can do it, but it also gives the obligation to do it in schools. So you need to get this systematized. And also, I think that it told us that it confirms our definition of what quality climate education is. It is about knowledge, but it mustn't stop there. It is about skills, but it mustn't stop there. Because you have to build the higher level of learning, you have to build competence. Now, many countries do have curriculums that are competence-based, but not all countries do. And you have to be able to know what it means to reach that high level of learning, and you have to have the teaching methodology. For teachers to get this, of course, it has to be systematized, because that is what mandates the teacher training institutions to train teachers according to what their mandate is. And this unfortunately sometimes costs money, you need to re-educate those of the teachers out there that were educated in the era I was educated, because I don't think the word climate was mentioned once during my teacher training. But there are an awful lot of teachers out there that still have been doing it for as long as I've been a teacher. And it's about tapping into what they have been doing, further develop it, share it, systematize it, because we know that these good examples are out there, and we can't let them live in silos, because we need these to be shared so that there is enough ideas are out there for teachers to create the right learning environment given where they are. Because you can't copy paste. You need to be inspired and transform it into where you are, and also age specific. Because we need to start, you know, in kindergarten, or I would say early childhood education, which in my country starts when they're 1 year old. You know, this is a way of life. So you have to start early. So I see positives, but we need to get all the dots connected. They need to pledge here so we can make them accountable when they come home in their individual countries and start demanding the follow-up.
Stefania, do you want to come?
Yes. Thank you very much. Jump on this topic, which in my opinion is essential. The role of universities in training teachers, and the role of changing the pre-service training of teachers. I mean, there are topics where the silos, or I would say discipline-oriented approach, cannot work anymore. of course, I mean, as a background, I'm a classical philologist and a linguist. And I'm strongly convinced that if you want to teach ancient Greek, you must know what you're talking about, and you must have a very robust, solid knowledge of all the literature and the language evolution in that specific field. But if you want to approach, you know, the culture of the Homer, Iliad, Odyssey contribution to the Western civilization and culture, you have to have a broader approach to your training, and then you can teach better. And for climate change is even more, because it's a cross-interdisciplinary matter. So universities must be involved in this change. And I don't see so much higher education taking part of the discussion, being involved in this dialogue, and being ready to change the way. And of course, there are, you know, big impact. If you change the pre-service training, you have to change the faculty of education and everything that is very much related to the way universities actually work. So this is a critical point, in my opinion.
Alonso, maybe.
Just hit on the nail. So recently, our past president, about 2 years ago, established with Rockefeller Foundation funding the Global University Coalition or Network. It's not totally global yet, because mostly U.S. universities, but we're trying to involve several people. And most of the symposia that have been run they relate to the 17 rooms. We developed 17 rooms linked to the Sustainable Development Goals, right? And so each room will discuss topics across the board. And the past conference was about 2 weeks ago. Most of the attendants in the hundreds of thousands were undergrads. So it was interesting to see how effective it has been. It's a very small network yet, but in a way that we can probably have universities have more involvement in teaching the younger generations. It is happening slowly. I hope it's faster, but we're working on it.
Kathleen, maybe I'm going to go on in a second to talk about best practices, but just to finish the question of the trends, and one thing that's quite striking, so we've got this positive momentum, albeit early stages in many ways, but we also have pushback. I was looking at the US the other day. There's a new book that's just come out looking at this, hasn't there? And about, you see political and ideological influences influencing what's taught. You see certain industries putting out their own educational materials that might not be, let's say, the most balanced. How much of a counter pressure is there, or a break politically and commercially and so on greater, if I could put it, enlightened climate literacy, do you think, in schools?
Well, I don't even want to just talk about the U.S. context, but I'll start there. I mean, in every other revolution, democracy, the Industrial Revolution, the tech revolution, the wars, the U.S. government and other countries have put extraordinary amounts of money into education, but not the climate change revolution, not the green economy revolution. It's been totally ignored. And I'll give you an example. When, in 1957, I think, the Russians put the Soyuz up into space, and think about this in 1957 dollars. The United States Congress immediately appropriated $1 billion to educate American kids on science and technology. $1 billion then. We don't have that kind of money now in the United States. And yes, it depends on the country. Many countries push back for lots of different reasons. Either they don't have the money, or their political problems, or their parties switch constantly, and so there isn't a real opportunity to promote it, spend the money to develop it, work with other countries. I mean, both Education International and separately EarthDay.org, my organization, put out a report on NDCs, and not a single country really got a passing grade. Most failed. And I think in part it's because the commitments that most countries have around climate change they're wedded to and driven by an argument about fossil fuels. And so some of the other important issues, again, public participation, civic education, bringing the population along, has been ignored and underfunded. on the political grounds in the United States, as again, example, but it's everywhere in the world. Try most of the large countries, China, India. We did 29 roundtables in India where we brought teachers, administrators, and government officials to in all 29 states in India. In every case, the government said, yes, we have climate education. The principals, who were a little anxious about sitting there in front of their government officials, kind of shrugged their shoulders and said, well, and the teacher said, no, we don't. I don't care what's on the book, we don't teach it. And that's happened in all of our studies in every single country that we looked at. And obviously we need to do more in-depth research on the subject and work with true educators to analyze the curricula. So it is political in some ways, sometimes it's money. And of course, in the US, my final thing to say is we have 50 different states. Like many countries have provincial governments running education, mayors in some cases, states or provinces. But in the United States, we have, as most of you know, at least a couple of states that have banned teaching climate education. And so they've struck, for the most part, any reference to climate change out of it. I think that will change. But politics, as long as there are politics around the science and people who just can't move off the status quo, whether they're educators or government officials, it's something human beings are wedded to, the status quo. We hate change. I think we'll be, but I see here something very different. I see a lot of movement. I see the influences of international agencies, teachers' unions. In our petition, we have, through the international trade unions, we have 220 million trade union members signed on through this association. And if you can look at the bottom of our pull-up behind it, we just got Brad Smith, who's the president of Microsoft, to say, I can't move forward with my company if there's not assessed, mandatory climate education in the classroom. So we're slowly making progress, but everything's political. I guess that's the nature of human beings.
Aldis, do you want to come back on that? Is it just inertia, or do you see also pushback?
Well, I think what you just said, Kathleen, everything is political. And I think education has been political since day one, in many ways. And we have to live in this situation. And it's about trying to convince that this doesn't threaten someone. But there's always going to be some tension between people who want to achieve something or protect something and the role of education. And that's why it's so important for us to promote public education, that it's something that is to educate the children in a country for the country, not for a specific purpose or a specific religion or a specific economic growth reason. And that's to prevent, if possible, also that the content is politically controlled. And yes, in some areas, some countries, this is very threatening because it threatens the economy. It threatens people's positions. In the same way, we know there are other topics in education that are very sensitive, and you try to avoid them because they may threaten your values, your religion, your view of how people should live and be. So this is something we have to live in, but we have to get past it. We have to understand that empowering young people is not a threat to yourself. Let them be empowered and make up their own mind. And if you are scared of young people making up their own mind, in my opinion, you have a problem as a political leader.
And Stefano, I mean, you must have to step through all sorts of delicate political hoops when you're dealing with the member states of UNESCO, whether it's in your surveys or if you're trying to build consensus statements. How do you navigate that? Do you see a lot of significant pushback?
No, I honestly see a positive conspiracy because there are different enabling factors that can push this agenda. Then we'll see. Of course, it's up to all of us. It's up to political leaders as well as communities. This COP is already much more advanced about education than the previous ones, Madrid and before. UNESCO has been involved since the beginning. I think 2009 has been the very first step to build a platform for climate education, and we can measure now the progress. I already mentioned COVID-19. I think we have to realize that it's been shaking the world about a lot of things, and one of the things that we have this planet we have to preserve and to promote all the behaviors which can help to preserve. There are political leaders who are taking the floor, not only blah blah, but making action and using their incredibly powerful tools. I'm thinking of Pope Francis, who's not talking only to Catholic, but is talking to the world and other political leaders, convening a big event in Rome last month, launching a new global compact for education where the ecological education, I would say like this, just quoting from the Italian test, is at the very core and is calling leaders to take their own responsibility. And then, most importantly, young people who are taking the leadership of all these issues. I'm not thinking only of young people who are here, which is great, and criticizing, it's good. It's about democracy. It's about going ahead. All the big steps in the world has been done through an open discussion and criticism to leaders. But I'm thinking of all young people around the world who are now very much more aware of how they can change, they contribute for the common good. It's about car sharing, very small things. It's about using more public transportation where public transportation are available. It's about taking their own life oriented to this approach. Then, member states, to conclude, are critical. Without member states' ownership, we are not going anywhere. And I see a progress, but I already mentioned numbers on this topic that tell us that there is a lot of work to do.
Alonso, you talked about the enthusiasm, but do you also see pushback or inertia?
I would say at the university level, it was brought here, one of the issues is how can we break down disciplinary silos, right? And the problem of education is that from the very beginning, when you're a little kid, they're going to fit you into a discipline, into a field. And you're supposed to specialize only in biology, in math, engineering. By the time you get to university and you're trying to work together, you can't. Why? Because you become a professor, and then you have to follow the tenure process. And the tenure process puts you right in a silo. You cannot collaborate or publish in a journal that's not your science, that's your discipline. So we got it all wrong. We have to somehow, and I'm trying to work with several structures within the university and breaking down those barriers, have faculty appointments at several units that can work together in from social science, natural science, policy, and an issue that we haven't talked too much, I haven't seen at COP26, probably in past COPs, because it's my first one, is the issue of corruption and traffic of wildlife. Those are devastating our resources, and the issue of corruption goes across guns, drugs, wildlife, and everything else you want. And climate has a major role in these issues. So we need to figure out a better system starting from elementary school or from home and saying, hey kids, you gotta work together, and how can we integrate programs? You don't have to, in order to collaborate, you have to work with other scientists from different disciplines and get rewarded and not penalized. So that's the push that I see.
Maybe Haldis, so Alonso was talking about that silo issue. I mean, how best do we integrate climate into school? Should it be standalone? Should it be integrated in everything? What does best practice look like?
I have no doubt that you have to have it. You have to integrate it into everything. Now, countries have different ways of building up their curriculum, but I think we need to challenge them. That the way we always have done things may not be the way we're supposed to do them in the future. And I strongly believe that you should have a trans-cutting, transversal, cross-cutting topics that all teachers must be able to integrate into their subjects, and it's possible. Climate change education is one of them, or education for sustainable development. They have actually done it in my country, so I know it's possible on paper, and then you have to make sure that it happens in the classroom. I do see Alfonso's point that it does get more difficult as you go up the ranks of the education system. because the tradition of teaching outside the traditional academic subjects is much stronger the younger the children are. So perhaps we can learn something from the way that you teach and learn in early childhood education, or even on many primary schools that break down the subjects and they teach, project-based. They've been doing it for years. So it does exist out there. But yes, the silos are there. And if I may add, we're going to have to challenge many ways of the ways we usually did things. And we haven't even talked about the school buildings. But the policies in many countries of gigantic schools, so you have many, many children. Okay, how do they get there? Is the way that we are organizing our education climate friendly, environmentally friendly? Are our buildings fit for purpose? We need the buildings. I think the pandemic has learned that you need a meeting space. So it's both about where you meet, how you meet, and what you learn when you meet.
Yeah. Kathleen, what's your sense about this? What does best practice look like in terms of how to integrate, particularly in school level, climate change?
Well, again, in other revolutions, they did exactly that in many, many countries. Whether it was the tech revolution, they did silo it. They still teach courses in computer science to graduate from high school in the United States and other countries. But when children learn to read, they learn about what a computer is, or they learn lots of tech language. When they're forming their first impressions of language, they're learning these important words to get through everything else they're doing right from the get-go. In fact, pre-K. So it's done in other cultures and in other contexts, but I think it is critically important to begin the integration in art, music, science, whatever it is, as you're moving your way through it. I think the other side, and we brought it up, although it's not the topic of exactly today, but Haldis is completely right. The state of our global schools is extraordinarily depressing. And I'll start in the United States, where a new study came out where just the deferred maintenance, meaning the light bulbs, the doors, the windows, was, in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And it wasn't just a one-year thing. That's what it was every single year. And so when the U.S. is appropriating money now to green schools for low-income communities, and some people in this room have been in schools. I've been in schools in Oakland, California in the dead of winter, and it's California, but it's freezing, where there was no heating or air conditioning unit at all. They were sitting there with hats and gloves on, trying to learn. In other schools, the water coming out of the tap is polluted, is full of lead, and this is the United States, and in other countries, it's much, much worse, if that's even believable. So, and the schools can be the learning experience. It can be the building can teach you, and we engage with maintenance workers and other people because truthfully, they're some of the most valuable people in a school because they keep it running. So this has to be, as Haldis said, totally holistic because it impacts the health of our kids, their inability to learn, their depression and view of the planet, and then they leave without understanding the opportunities, because we haven't talked about that here at all. Although I'm an education for education's sake person, the opportunities for the green economy are extraordinary. And if we don't do this globally, then a handful of companies will own it. And that's the pathway I can see forward, where all these big companies are forming, but they're drawing on people from other countries. They're not going to spread the wealth. And in fact, there's no reason why Panama or Botswana can't make their own solar panels. I could do it looking at the internet. So we have to be able to teach people, we have to inspire them, we have to make them entrepreneurs. And it isn't just education for education's sake, it is to transform the planet. And so we have to make the schools healthy, incubators for entrepreneurs and scientists, and then educate the general public so we can create a green consumer movement that will buy the stuff we need to sell in order to keep development moving forward.
Stefano, what are you seeing from your surveys about what best practice looks like then?
I think that to have national best practices, already mentioned Italy, I can mention Indonesia, I can mention Korea, South Korea, where there is a legal framework which can really be developed with local good and funding, which is the other important dimension. We have also local good practices. I mentioned this UNESCO network of schools which are committed to make the whole process running. It's not simply how climate education has been taught, but it's about the school environment and all these dimensions that are critical, in my opinion. Of course, to scale up, that's the problem. To scale up, I think we need actually two different important dimensions that we are trying to push for. One is a global roadmap. I mentioned the Berlin Declaration, and now we have more than 80 countries committed to about two things. Green curriculum, that means including in a cross-cutting manner this topic, and green schools. About the first, I feel more optimistic, honestly, for the reasons already mentioned. About the second, it's about, allocating big money to do that, and also in the north of the world. And then we have to see the developing countries, which of course are in a totally different context. But the main objectives we have is from now to 2030 to really fill the gap about green curriculum and green schools. And then a last word, if I may, about the transforming power of education. When we talk about, SDG 4, the added value of 2030 agenda in comparison with the Millennium Goals is really very much about that. It's about having education as the number 4 at the very core in order to reach all the other objectives. And I think this is very much part of this discussion.
And you mentioned earlier, just interesting, that some of the countries that seem to be going further were those that were on the front line of the climate crisis. Any good examples you want to cite there?
I think a good example of
what some of those countries on the front line are doing to integrate climate more.
They are actually Japan, just to mention one, where education for sustainable development is a big priority. And that means that from national to regional to local practices, there is a clear roadmap. And of course, it's about also allocating funds and promoting at global level the same.
Sure. Alonso, so what are you seeing that seems to work, that's most compelling as a style of pedagogy, as an approach, integration?
Yeah, no, I think that's an important question. In fact, there are some universities globally, like Earth University in Costa Rica, that works sustainable development, climate, biodiversity, and other sciences all integrated. So all students and faculty live there and have an experience, as I want to call it, transdisciplinary. We have to apply transdisciplinarity across the board. And it's going to take a whole howl out of all the programs and begin restructuring really concepts, institutes, schools. Arizona State University, Michael Crow, the president, has received many awards because the way he just came in, took colleges and departments down, and he built these integrative institutes and schools that are fabulous, and we should follow up with. And I'm sure in Europe are many other models, in Norway or Sweden, that are applying that. How are we going to multiply and expand to developing or low-income countries? That's going to be the challenge. But it is happening. Brazil has a couple of Instituto de Pesquisas Ecológicas, or the Institute for Ecological Research, has developed it's an NGO, but developed a master's degree approved by the public education program in Brazil that works in that way. So we're moving in the right direction, but we need to multiply it quite a bit.
And because I'll just raise the question of infrastructure though for a second. I mean, obviously, universities as well. I mean, they might say, our carbon footprint is nothing compared to the others. But I mean, how important is it to demonstrate through your own operation?
So Mason has a problem of infrastructure because we grew from, when I came in 2011, we were 24,000 students. Now it's 38,000. There's no we're hiring faculty. They don't have a lab. They don't have an office. If we continue with the current disciplinary silos that I'm telling you about, they want their own office, they want their own space, they want their own lab, and they don't want to share. And so I think I see the lack of space and opportunity, and Mason has quite a bit of money to reduce many buildings into green buildings now. gold certified by several sustainability groups. And that's where many universities are moving to. But they want to develop these open spaces for faculty. If you're a young faculty, they're developing these cubicles that are dividers where you can have 4 or 6 faculty from different disciplines. And they're totally open. So that way you begin interacting, maybe creating new ideas. We're creating what we call faculty clusters, where we hire faculty on specific topic, like urban design, urban ecology, and urban health. So you get those 3 groups with different scientists of different disciplines begin to work together in a specific. So the lack of space, I think, is giving us an opportunity to develop green spaces a lot faster than we wanted.
Kathleen, maybe let's come back to you. Let's start to think about what next steps could look like, whether it's in terms of policy, resources, new initiatives and alliances. What's the way forward, do you think? What do we need next that would really mobilize, build momentum for greater integration of effective climate literacy?
Well, we look at it sort of as 3 levels, and one is multilaterals, UNFCCC, and this process, and all of the multilaterals, whether it's UNEP, UNDP, whatever it is. We're also at that same multilateral effort looking at funding agencies, so the GEF and other agencies that put hundreds of millions of dollars for conservation or wildlife protection, but don't integrate climate literacy or other forms of environmental education into what they fund, even though they're tremendously influencing local communities, often poor. So we're trying to reform those at the same. So that's at the global, international level. And then for Earth Day, and in partnership with lots of amazing people, we're now moving into the national level, depending on what happens here, country by country, working with education ministries, foreign ministries, environmental ministries, to see if we can't convince them with local staff, local people, not us from Washington, to see if we can't make inroads. And we have a list of 35 to 40 countries we're starting with because they think they're sort of domino countries. They can knock them off one at a time. They'll bring other people with them. And then lastly, we really need to do something in the United States and with corporations, both things. While I'm always suspicious of the corporate word, on Earth Day after all, and we started mostly the modern environmental movement and have had nothing but struggles. There are really important companies that if they speak up and say, we need this to create the jobs of the future, they may actually help us. And then the last thing, of course, is just money, is bringing money into this. So the NGOs that are working on it and other people, teachers, have the funding that they need to transform the classroom and ultimately transform the world on climate change.
Haldis, what would you like to see?
Well, I think, like Kathleen said, that it's top down and bottom up. Our first goal here is that we get the pledges. Because if we don't get the pledges for climate literacy to be integrated into the curriculum, then we have nothing to keep them accountable for. And but we know that's not a quick fix. Most of the countries did commit to the Sustainable Development Goal 4, including 4.7, and you can say that in a way they've already committed. But they need to understand that they can't work in silos. One ministry needs to talk to the other, and they need to do that when they do their budgets too. So we need that, and then we need to do the bottom-up work at home. So we need to mobilize our member organizations, given where they are, to have their action plan, how to make their governments responsible, but also what they can contribute to. And that's going to be different from country to country. Then we have to do the small stuff. We've already started, like collecting the good examples, like having them out there where they can share across borders, across countries, teachers, levels, everything. We started building up that, building up training, what we can do. It can only complement. And I would like to comment on funding. Because yes, we need funding for everything. But I think we also must be careful that we don't create the narrative that climate literacy is more expensive to teach than other items in education. Because if we put the bar so high that the mere talk about cost makes the governments that they find that an excuse to not act, then we're making a mistake. You need funding, yes, but you can do a lot with what you have. And at least you must do that. We also heard the minister from Sierra Leone here yesterday saying that he was going to include now, go home, climate change education in education sector plan. Then he's putting himself on the agenda for global funding. We know through the Global Partnership for Education. So the possibilities here. Last warning. Every time something's new on the agenda, a new market appears. We do not want this to become a market where a lot of people are running in each other's way to make money off education materials on climate change. We want them to do, like you said, Andrew, Financial Times does. You provide it for free. And it needs to be quality assured, and let the teachers use their professional knowledge, what fits in my classroom for my students, and have the opportunity to have access to it for free. We have to work on that.
Stefania.
Well, thank you, Aldis. This is the UNESCO approach, as you know, leading at global level this movement, step by step. Madrid, there was a small, interesting debate on climate education. Glasgow, we are here, and today there is the very first meeting and commitment from Ministers of Education and Ministers of Environment, and we hope the next COP will be something even bigger. So this is the global agenda. Youth being involved in Milan, September this year. We joined forces on this, on this important common shared vision. And the second point, in my opinion, is this at national level, having member states taking the ownership, not only between different ministries, but let me say very clearly, we'll see the change when this topic will be discussed, addressed, and leader in the plenary session, and where heads of state and heads of government will commit themselves to education being a big part of the solution. And this has all the other implications we mentioned, not creating a new market, absolutely, but putting education as a pillar of transitional, ecological transition as well as digital transition. This is our message, and this is our action to make the change.
Alonso.
So, National Science Foundation and other funders have put an emphasis on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And climate has been kind of left on the side. And so what we're trying to do at Mason, and we added an A, that's for arts, and one of our faculty who created the term STEM in Texas, actually, working when he was a faculty there, Padu, he added an R for stream, because now we stream everything for reading. The R is for reading. So we're pushing out stream, and we're creating all these high school programs for the summer on streaming. And that climate is now part of those, not only with environment, biodiversity, and health. Health is the other component we didn't touch here too much, but I think health is also first for COP26. They even have a booth here for that goal. And so I think that's very important to link environment, health, climate, and the sciences, and both social and natural sciences. And so 4 things that I wish is transdisciplinarity, meaning, and I tell my students, leave your ego at home and learn to listen. Number 2, capacity building at the local level with not only students, but with communities. It's extremely important to involve your community in the process. Also, integrative science. Science is knowledge, knowledge is power, as we say. And so having that apply integrative scientists, meaning many disciplines coming across, will be fantastic. And finally, what many organizations are pushing is transformative change, from nature-based solutions to changing the way we do business moving forward. And even the non-believers will get in the ball rolling, believe me.
Fantastic. So we've got just a couple of minutes left. Who would like to come? We've got a question here, please.
Thank you, everyone. That was a really great discussion. I want to build on what Alonso was saying related to multidisciplinary work and the community. And so I wanted to ask how your work connects with non-formal education, because cultural institutions, museums, after-school programs. They provide teacher trainings, support educators. They can be more multidisciplinary. We can include the arts. We're not limited sometimes by teaching for the test. I'm from the United States, so I'm hearing a lot of these connections about teachers who are really struggling to communicate climate change. You know, and I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Western PA. Like the fossil fuel industry is huge there, and teachers have students who are have kids who are from that community, and fossil fuels, how built up the community. So anyway, my point is non-formal institutions can also be really trusted sources of science. So how are you connecting with non-formal education?
Okay, who'd like to give a go? Whoever. Oh, sorry, we need the mic.
I can start, of course. I represent mostly people that work in the formal education system, but I think you raise a very important point, because the issue around climate literacy or climate education is an issue that we believe should have not only a whole school approach, but a whole community approach. And that's where you connect both to institutions like museums, NGOs, clubs, but also workplaces. Because this is about starting the dialogue between students and workplaces, how they also can be transformed. So I think that is the main entrance point. You're not going to solve this alone in the formal education system. Very good point.
Maybe one other?
Please, please. No, just complementary comments from UNESCO perspective. Non-formal education is one of the main missions we have, especially in developing countries. That means working with communities directly. In Africa first, but not exclusively there. So we have a lot of examples we can discuss maybe later. And another important added value is to have a culture as a strong dimension in our approach to education. And when you talk about you talk to communities, you have to really take into account the cultural diversity and the approach they have at local level. So this is something which is regularly part of the work we are doing on the ground. And the second point, the lifelong learning dimension. We discussed very much about schooling children, of course, is the main priority somehow, or the most visible one. But what we are talking about, what you're trying to push about this agenda is also the lifelong learning perspective.
Maybe we've got time for just...
Can I just answer that? Can I just answer that? I'm 100% agreement, and in the U.S. and abroad we have a big non-formal education coalitions. I would say that the only caveat to that is that non-formal education should turn its focus to low-income communities worldwide, because I have kids. They went through school, they had a PTA, which raised $1 million, and all this extracurricular stuff they were able to access. The other side of the river in D.C., while they do a good job, I mean, they try, and D.C. probably isn't the world's best example, but there aren't any PTAs raising $1 million. They aren't able to, and this is true across the United States, provide equitable access to non-formal education. So I guess my only caveat to that, and I've seen it over and over again, and I travel all over the world, I've been in 100 countries doing this stuff for a really long time, is that access to non-formal education, turn your attention to poor people, to developing countries, and don't waste your time on the rich kids.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the passionate conversation. You mentioned Brazil, and I actually I've worked with Instituto de Pesquisas Ecológicas. I wanted to highlight something else that happened this week. There's this young woman, a girl from Fridays for Future Brazil, which actually on her own initiative made this document and went to the state governor of the state of Sao Paulo and got him to sign a term of compromise, a pledge actually to include, I think it's 1 hour or 2 hours per week of climate education. Of course, it's not a holistic approach yet of including climate into the curriculum, but it's a good step. I want to know what are your views on initiatives like this, really bottom up from students, and how much they can promote climate education throughout the world.
No, I already mentioned before the two game changers, in my opinion, and that's why it's so important now and here, is the health crisis and the youth taking the leadership. So we see we very much favor these initiatives. And they can be the first step.
And if I may say to go for it. Go for it wherever you want, and I would say contact the broader, contact the teachers union. Okay, we'll back you. We won't take over. But I think it's fantastic when youth put forward demands like that.
Several groups here of youth, they're already organized. In fact, there are several groups already rewriting the policy for the next COPs, asking what they really want to see in the agenda. So the young generation is taking over.
Catherine, do you want to buy it?
Yeah, just quickly, absolutely. Earth Day is working with all of the youth groups here, trying to, provide office space, do all sorts of things to facilitate their own rewriting of their pledges and commitments. Around Earth Day this year, many of the groups, Fridays for the Future, Earth Uprising, lots of other groups, came out with various manifestos. And the one thing I noticed, because I'm focused on the issue that ran through everything, was seeking commitment of governments to climate literacy in a real way, and civic skill building, which for them is critical. They want access to information, they want to know how to operate, and they don't want to be excluded from meetings like the COP anymore.
Yeah, and what a perfect way to end. The voice of youth should be driving this. So thank you very much.
Fabulous.
Well, what we learned from the OECD, well, you know, the most tempting
Well, hello. Good afternoon. If I can. Well, now we can start. Hello and welcome to COP26 for Teaching for Climate Action in Schools Shaping the Future. This event is organized by the OECD, Education International, and UNESCO, who have together been gathering insights and expertise from teachers around the world on how they teach to empower young people to act and lead on climate. My name is Rodolfo Lassi. I am the Environment Director at the OECD. Welcome, everyone. It is my pleasure to moderate today's conversation with a cast of passionate and dedicated speakers who are here with me. And of course, they have a lot of experience across the education sector, and this event is recorded and live streamed. So we will have the opportunity to share some questions and answers with the audience here physically, but also virtually. Education's essential role in addressing climate change is too often overlooked, you know that. But schools have a key role to play for a sustainable future. Our future societies, our future habitats and behaviors, and ways of living, they all take root in the classrooms of today. Teachers have the capacity to be key agents of change in the fight against this climate change crisis. This is what led the OECD, UNESCO, and IEI to launch this campaign to gather teachers in initiatives and on teaching for climate action, because teachers from across the globe have been sharing how they empower their students for climate action through short videos and discussing key challenges on how to overcome with their peers this crisis, as I was explaining. This campaign is about capturing the tacit expertise of teachers when teaching for climate action and trying to provide more teachers and schools around the world with access to this expertise. It is also about empowering teachers and elevating their voice. Only teachers can share their expertise. You can find teachers' videos on the Global Teaching Insights platform that will be shared with you in the chat, and we will also get to watch some today together in these big screens, I suppose. Well, without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Aldis Holst, who is Deputy Secretary General of Education International and a teacher by trade too. Well, your organization is the Global Federation of Education Unions, which represents 32.5 million teachers, amazing number of teachers, and of course, education support staff in 170 different countries. So welcome, all this. We're also joined here today by Stephanie Giannini, Assistant Director General for Education at UNESCO. The United Nations lead agency on education, we all know that. Before being appointed in 2018, Stefania was the Italian Minister of Education, and prior to that spent 8 years as director of the University for Forense in Perugia. No, that's very nice. No, it's a very nice place. I'm also delighted to welcome Larry Flanagan, General Secretary of the Educational Institute of Scotland and President of ETUCE, the European Region of Education International. Larry has also had a very long career in the classroom itself and has always maintained a close connection with this space of education. Finally, in our panel, we will be joined by my colleague, Andreas Schleicher, Director for Education and Skills at the OECD, who unfortunately could not be present with us today, as you can see, but who will join us via video during this event. Nevertheless, this event is not only about our speakers today, but it is also about all the teachers around the world who have contributed to the Teachers for Climate Action campaign, from sharing insightful videos to joining our series of online conversations. Sadly, we cannot have all these teachers join us here in this space. We have some restrictions, of course, but can still draw upon their ideas and hear their voices by playing some short extracts of their videos throughout our discussion. Remember that you can watch all the videos in the Global Teaching Insight site, the platform that was created for this specific task. I therefore like to start by hearing what some teachers have to say about teaching for climate action in their classrooms and in schools. So we will see a short video.
By teaching about an issue as multifaceted as climate change, we show students that problems and systems are interrelated. And to solve them effectively, it requires competencies across all disciplines.
We all know that our schools and classrooms are busy places, in particular in the past year, and sometimes struggle to figure out how to engage in the complex topics around sustainability. And while they want to include these global issues in their content, they're also conscious of ensuring that they reference and include the information appropriately, and not just as another thing to learn. I was conscious of that curriculum overload, but also the potential to develop something practical for teachers and schools, which would start where they were at.
Ces élèves ont tous participé, lorsqu'ils étaient en classe de 5e, à un enseignement pratique interdisciplinaire sur le thème de l'alimentation durable, dans lequel de nombreuses disciplines étaient impliquées et sont toujours impliquées, puisque ce projet est reconduit tous les ans. Parmi les disciplines, il y a les sciences de la vie et de la terre, géographie, français, maths, physique et arts plastiques. Dans le cadre de ce projet, le chef de cuisine de la restauration scolaire et l'infirmière scolaire interviennent aussi, ainsi que des personnes extérieures à l'établissement, ce qui en fait un projet vraiment très complet. À la fin du projet, les élèves proposent un menu par classe qui prend en compte différents critères, dont l'impact sur le climat. Et ce menu est ensuite réalisé par l'équipe de la restauration scolaire et servi à la cantine.
Our initiatives revolve around an overarching theme called sustainable living, whereby climate action, conservation of flora and fauna, and sustainability are infused into the curriculum. They are also sharing by the experts in the field, hands-on activities, competitions, and projects organized, providing knowledge, generating awareness, and allowing students to participate. Besides acquiring knowledge, students are more mindful about waste and generation of waste. They are enthusiastic to lead climate action activities in class, rally their family members and friends to do so, and even extend their activities during the school holidays.
Surgió el gran problema que estamos teniendo, y es que las mascarillas se están acumulando y no se sabe qué hacer con ellas. Investigamos, porque una de las cosas principales en mi módulo es que los niños aprendan a investigar y a buscar soluciones, y la composición de las mascarillas, como bien sabéis, es básicamente plástico. Esto había que acabarlo, estuvimos haciendo un montón de pruebas, por eso que algo muy importante que hay que transmitir a nuestros alumnos es que las cosas no se consiguen a la primera, todo lleva su tiempo, pero con el método científico y siendo rigurosos podemos encontrar soluciones. Y así lo hicimos.
An educator like me who is keen to teach environmental education and to influence or to empower students to take climate action, I say first start with finding like-minded educators and teachers around you or within your school community to help you pursue this together.
自然に対して何をしてどのように協力していくか子どもたちは見ています。数年後には力を合わせるかどうか一人一人が判断していきます。自然を身近な大切なものと捉え働きかける積極性を持ちいろいろな人と連携していくことができると自信を持つ子に育てることが私の考える気候変動教育です。
Okay, these short extracts showcase the potential of education. Aldis, I wonder if you could tell us what you see as the potential of education when it comes to the climate crisis, and whether you think the crucial role of teachers is fully understood.
No, it's not fully understood. That is the short answer. But to go back, I'm so inspired by these videos. And I would encourage everyone to go in and watch them. They really speak to my teacher's heart. And just some of the things that we heard here, they make it very clear that, teaching about climate change is not just about knowledge. It's not transferring knowledge. I think it was Nita that said it in the first video. It's about competence. And to get to the level of competence, you need to also know how to act on the knowledge that you receive. And you saw all these videos, they were doing. They were not just listening or reading, they were doing. And that is part of finding out what can I do with the knowledge, how can I act? And the beautiful one from Anna from Spain, where you're using the new kind of waste we now have during the pandemic, the face masks, and transforming it, recycling it, transforming it into something new. I'd love to be in that classroom with those students, the conversations they've had, the process they've had to come there, because it's not just making something, it's the whole learning process that goes on. So this shows us that you need to trust the professional autonomy of teachers and their knowledge to transform a curriculum that needs to be there, that mandates you to teach it, that they, in dialogue with students, are the experts of transforming this from a sentence in a curriculum to real life learning and empowering of students on the ground, bottom up. So yes, they are important, and I wish everyone would watch them because you can't deny it when you've watched those videos.
Yes, indeed. Well, we are not simply talking about knowledge here. We also talk about the behaviors and skills, as you were explaining, Aldis. And I'd like to share here the thoughts of Andreas Schleiner, who is my colleague, and I feel this is an important point.
Well, what we learned from the OECD Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, is that students' environmental awareness often goes hand in hand with their depths of scientific understanding. We started to look at students' understanding of climate issues back in 2006 now. And at that time, fewer than 1 in 5 15-year-olds in the OECD area could properly explain issues around climate change or the environment. Just, 1 in 10 could, make use of evidence to compare and differentiate among competing scientific explanations. But what was actually most striking was that students with poorer knowledge and skills around environmental science, they often had an almost naive optimism that the climate challenge is going to go away sort of magically in the future. Stronger knowledge strengthened our trust in a common, shared and objective reality and enabled students to realistically assess the magnitude of the climate agenda ahead of us. That's why a solid, education and science is one of the best investments the society can make into the future of the planet. But it's not just about supporting a generation of climate-literate citizens. It is also becoming increasingly clear that the future demands that we substantially change individual and also collective behavior. And that we find a better balance between situational values, I will do whatever a situation allows me to do, and sustainable values. that help people see both the present and the future, and that generate trust, hope, social bonds. That's why cultivating healthy, green mindsets and also ways of living very early on is so important. We must focus on fostering that student agency. As we saw in the video with Benny and Anna just now, in which students recycled waste, and the classrooms can be places where students don't just, absorb knowledge around, climate change, but they can become spaces that transform how students live and interact with those issues. And keep in mind that the demands on education will keep evolving. Let's hope that today's school graduates will aim for green jobs to build the technologies that will drive down carbon dioxide emissions. And let's hope that today's children in kindergarten will grow up in a world with electric cars and carbon capture technologies. And by the time these kindergarten children are adults, we should have reached net zero. But assuming we do, these children will face entirely new challenges. Throughout their lives, they'll need to adapt to extreme weather conditions and natural events, and they need the knowledge, the skills, the attitudes and values to be ready for that. The point is, we need to educate students for their future, not our past.
Well, thank you, Andreas. And in our conversation on teaching, 80% of attendees felt that teaching for climate action is important for all subjects and teachers. There are some great examples that you can see in our Global Teaching Insights platform. And we are now sharing the website that you can see perhaps in the chat. If not, later we can provide more information about this platform. But Stefania, why do we need to further support these interdisciplinary and whole school approaches? And furthermore, what do schools need to drive this further?
Good afternoon, first of all. Great to see you and to be here in person. I think we start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And great to have also Andreas connected and leveraging technology in order to, valorize this movement we are building, because it's about that. This is the second side event at COP26, which is focusing on the importance of education, the importance now of teaching and teachers in order to make the change, the big change, the dramatic change we need possible. And I think the whole school approach that UNESCO is promoting is very much part of the solution. As these teachers, I join Haldis in feeling really very much touched by their live, telling us what they are doing, not only what they are teaching about, are really very much important for us to understand that it's not climate education, climate literacy, a nice to have, in addition to all the other topics that schools and teachers in the school are teaching. And it's not about simply the knowledge that children must have, but it's a whole process to run. And it starts with content, of course, pedagogies, and climate education, we do believe, must be included as a core part of the curriculum. We have some good news and some bad news from the survey that UNESCO just released this week. Out of 100 countries, almost half of them don't include education for climate in their curriculum. So there is a huge work to do. On the other side, from the teacher's perspective, we already discussed with colleagues before, it's very nice to see, it's very important to see that 90% of teachers we survey say, yes, it's crucial, it's essential to teach, to include climate education and these topics in the school programs. However, only 20% feel feel comfortable and ready to go when it's about teaching and transmitting to children the way they must have to their own contribution to change to address climate change. And this is about behaviors. It's not about simply transmission of knowledge. So teachers are critical. Some keywords I remember from Valerie maybe from Ireland: respect, care. This is the century where care is the key word. We have to see that taking care is the title of what we are discussing here in this COP26, and this the title of our joint program about education for sustainable development. And we see teachers are very much on top of that. Then, of course, it's not only about that. It's not only promoting a roadmap globally. It's not only giving guidance to governments, which is an important part of the job you are doing as international organization and UNESCO, leading this process. But it's very much about teachers giving the tools, starting with the pre-service teaching and in-service training. It's about organizing the school process, the schooling in a different way. It has to do with facilities. It has to do with the governance of the school. It has to do with involving communities and having an open school in addressing these topics. So it's about managing complexity, but of course what we are discussing here is a big change, which has to do. Let me conclude this first round recalling the chain of values that Education for Sustainable Development is bringing out. Knowledge, awareness, action. And this is about changing behaviors. Changing behaviors is not simply and crucially a collective responsibility. It's also an individual different approach to the small things that every day we are doing. And about that, of course, a good teacher, a well-prepared teacher in the classroom is a very, very first important step. So we are very happy to join and be in partner in crime with Education International and OECD about that. Thank you.
No, thank you, Stefania. One thing that is emerging here is the role of collaboration. I'd love to hear from you, Larry. You have worked very closely with a range of communities of teachers. What does professional collaboration around climate education look like for you?
I think, well, firstly, colleagues, welcome to Glasgow, my home city. The school I taught in is a short walk from here, so this is a very real connection with the classroom. I think collaboration is critical to how we actually engage young people nowadays. And not just in climate education, but across all curriculum subjects. And it is a big change. In 1979, when I became a teacher, you walked into your classroom, you closed the door, and you were on your own. And you only saw colleagues at the breaks. Now the pattern has changed. We collaborate because we know that this is more effective in nurturing young people and having a whole school approach. And I think in terms of climate education, it's perhaps even more critical. And just to build on the point, that what we don't want is one or two people who are active on climate education. We have in Scottish schools often what's called a climate champion, so a kind of designated teacher who takes the lead. But we don't need individual superheroes. We need all teachers to be engaged so that climate education is not 1 hour a week. We're doing climate education, but actually all the time in the classroom, all the subjects we have embedded. And young people see the connection. They see the connection between science and home economics. They see the connection between English and geography. And I think collaborative practice It's what enables that joining up, that connection. And all of that means that young people develop the inquisitiveness, they develop the interrogation skills, and they can arrive at their own conclusions because we have empowered them to think through the topic, and collaboration, I think, is the key to that.
Thank you very much, Larry. Yes, it's a cross-cutting topic, and we have to have a comprehensive view of the topic. Otherwise, we will not be able to understand what's going on in the planet. Okay, I think it is time to hear from the audience. We are asking you out to tell us in the chat, if you were a world leader, how would you change education to empower climate action? That is the question. But I'd like to stay with this theme of the future, and where we go now, if we are remained, how teaching and learning can be future ready. What are the concrete next steps that education ministers should consider in your opinion? I'm going to invite you to hear from Andreas Schleicher, who can't join us directly, but who I spoke to previously. So, can you put Andreas' video, please?
Well, you know, the most tempting thing for ministers to do is to redesign and adjust the school curriculum, because that's the easiest thing to do. And of course, it's very important. But according to PISA, 9 out of 10 school leaders say that climate change is already covered in their curriculum. And when we surveyed students, also here, the vast majority of students told us how important and urgent the climate agenda is for them. The real challenge is that many students feel they can't do anything about this. Our school systems do a good job in building student awareness, but they often fail when it comes to helping students develop their agency through which they can, mobilize their cognitive, social, emotional resources to take action. So I would start at the other end, the learning experiences, the learning environments, the classroom practices. The most important thing is often not to push a new curriculum top-down into schools, but to start with finding the best practices in today's classrooms and see how to leverage and scale them to make them systemic across schools, across school systems. And this campaign here shows so many really inspiring classrooms. What policy can do is to build a supportive ecosystem around them, like our OECD Global Teaching Insights initiative does. We need environments where teachers can safely, effectively, and collaboratively innovate pedagogy. Teaching for climate action must be agile and evolving, and that relies on a strong teaching profession that can grow and develop, always in step with rapidly changing demands. And it's equally important to codify this expertise as it surfaces, to build well-organized, teacher-led repositories of what works, where teachers can find ideas and inspiration. So back to your question of what ministers can do. Well, to achieve transformative change, don't ask yourself how many of your staff support your new curriculum. Ask yourself how well your teachers and school leaders can collaborate around innovative and effective classroom practice. What matters is to be transparent with teachers and school leaders about where change in education is heading and what that actually means for them. To be acutely aware how organizational policies and practices can either facilitate or inhibit that transformation. To tackle the institutional structures that are too often built around the interests and habits of adults rather than those of learners. And to use power and influence to build alliances and coalitions that are needed to help, rules become good practice and good practice to become culture. I know none of this is easy and none of this will be done overnight, but real change often happens in deep crisis. So let's use this moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andreas, for those insights and joining us remotely. Let me turn to you, Stefania, with the same question. What do you see as the next concrete steps for the education ministers looking to spur action? You have the experience.
Yeah. I have the experience. I can tell you something about, but I do agree with Andreas about, looking at this process as a step by step. So first step, and most importantly, what we are keeping in the global roadmap, greening curriculum, so to say. So we have to call governments, not only ministers of education, I underscore this point, governments, to take their own ownership, their own responsibility to include climate education and education for sustainable development at the core of their programs. Since the very, very first step, the early childhood to university level. I already mentioned numbers we had from this last recently released survey. There is a lot of work to do about that. Andrea said it's the easiest step. I mean, it's almost right. I mean, it's not so easy to change curriculum, I can tell you, but you can do that. It's maybe something that ministers of education can start to design within their ministries. The second, more complex but very much needed step, in my opinion, is greening schools. I mean, this whole school approach is about that. It's about changing the learning environment. It's about involving communities. It's about changing the governance of schools. And this is a more complicated discussion. It's possible to do, but it requires a permanent strategic dialogue, first of all, between the two critical ministries involved on this topic, education and environment. That's why at this COP at 4 p.m. we'll have the very first meeting of Ministers of Education and Ministers of Environment convened by UNESCO, co-organized with the UK presidency of COP26 and the Italian presidency of G20 and partner in this COP. And they will commit to make this job together. Because I can tell you that if you don't have a joint action on this issue, I mean, it will be simply 2 hours more in the school schedule, and it's not enough. Then the last point, it's about mobilizing funds and political will on this issue. Let me say in a very simple way, I think we'll get it when in the plenary of COP20 something, 27 or maybe later, I don't know, we'll have education for sustainable development as a main topic. And when we'll hear from leaders of the world to address climate change through education, in education. It didn't happen, I suppose. I heard some of the main speeches in the plenary, and I think that nobody mentioned education. So, education for climate change is not a side event topic, and we are very happy to organize side events on that. But once we'll have education as part of the solution to address climate change in a very structural way, I think we can say, well, the last step will be done, and we are very much keen to promote this big change needed.
Thank you very much, Stefania. I remember in Rio de Janeiro in 1992 that one of the conclusions of that summit was to teach young girls how the environment works, to give them the freedom to know, to understand, and to act. That was one of the conclusions in Rio de Janeiro. It is true that we have to have some conclusions or some recommendations or some really resolutions about the climate education here.
So back to the future to have
of course we have to. Now let me turn to Aldis, because you came here with the voices of educators, with the experience from educators, and also the feelings from educators, so, and demands. What are the next steps for you that are priority steps?
Well, in many ways, the next steps for us are the same as Andreas has talked about and Stefania has talked about, because we first need the political commitment. We need the pledge from governments, and that has to be real. It can't just be a pledge that you do while you're at a meeting and then you go home and forget about it. And then, of course, the next step is, if you haven't started on it, you have to start on mobilizing the experts on curriculum to revise your curriculum. And yes, I think I agree with Andreas that in comparison, that's the easy part, because that can be done when the go-ahead has been given. But nothing is going to happen until you take the third step. And that is about the practitioners, those that are actually going to put this reform into life in the classroom. And that's where we most often go wrong on all informs. It's about focusing on implementation, implementation, implementation. And implementation here is about the teachers. So you need to make sure that your teachers are able to implement, all the teachers. Here I very much agree with Larry. Yes, you can train specialized teachers that can be sort of the go-to or a mentor or something like that, but it's never going to be a cross-cutting subject or transversal if you don't make sure that you educate all teachers, because it is a way of thinking, it is a way of acting, it underlies all the other subjects that you're going to teach. So you have to reform your teacher training programs. And you have to have a massive professional development program for those that already are in practice. But you can't do this top-down either. So my major point is that you have to do this in cooperation with those that you're going to train, with the teachers and with their unions. Do it in dialogue. They actually have a lot to bring to the table. Look at the videos. They're not incompetent. They know what they're talking about, and they can bring something to the table to revise it.
Yeah, indeed. Larry, do you have the last participation here?
Thank you. And I was really intrigued by your question, if you were a world leader. So I don't know what's in the chat, and I'm not a world leader, but if I was, I would trust teachers. I would put teachers in charge, because I think then the practitioners would realise the ambition around climate education. And if we wanted to look at more practical steps, then I think we have to ensure that climate education is embedded in our curriculum structures, so there is a green light there for practitioners in terms of taking this agenda forward. I think we have to invest in teachers so that they have the knowledge and skills to empower young people. In Scotland, most teachers have degree qualifications and then a postgraduate qualification. But I'll guarantee you, the degree content of their courses says very little about climate education. So let's not assume that teachers have all of the knowledge. We have to enable that knowledge to be gained in order for it to impact in the classroom. And then my last point is to reiterate my first point. We have to empower teachers. We have to give them agency so that they can then give young people the same agency and empowerment, develop the skills that are needed to go forward. And I think if we can do that, if we look at our curriculum, if we invest in our teachers, and if we give teacher agency a free rein, then we are looking at a brighter future.
Indeed, yes. Well, now it is time to open the floor to the audience. Yes, please. Do you have a question? I can take one question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shantanu. I come from India, and I represent the Brahma Kumaris Spiritual University. My question is to Stefania especially. I like the word you said, care is the word for the century. With the growing climate anxiety amongst young people, old people, everyone, is there a way that you see to incorporate well-being, to incorporate the wisdom and power of indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge into the curriculum, because it has been always subsided? And the world is now coming back to that point where they are starting recognizing that it is important. Because if it is empty inside, no matter how much knowledge you gain from your books, it doesn't help. We have been having the knowledge, the science, the money, the power, but still we couldn't move because there wasn't will, which comes from ethics. which comes from values. So do you think you have a plan to incorporate such programs in the education system that helps to build and prepare people to fight and become independent towards anxiety and issues like that?
We have enough time to take another question, and later the answers from the panel.
Thank you. My name is Lucy Alderslow. I'm a permaculture educator and representing children in permaculture. I also really liked the care statement there. Care is the key word this century. My book that I wrote is Earth Care, People Care, and Fair Share in Education. Yeah. So I was really heartened by that. I would redesign the whole education system around earth care at its heart, and keeping like nature connection embedded in everything that we're doing. With the younger children talking about climate change like under 10 is too much. It's too abstract, it's too difficult, but they can understand to love a squirrel or a tree. And starting with that and the ethics, you know, that love and that care is essential. So grounds, in my ideal world, would be full of biodiversity, rather than that small nature garden in the corner. Buildings would demonstrate what a low carbon environment is. So every school would have renewable energy generation that the children would be reading and monitoring all the time. The pedagogy is really essential as well, and is about valuing nature at its core. Of course, the curriculum as well, which you've already talked about, and educating all teachers. And I'm working with teachers at the moment, and as you say, they are experts in their field. In Scotland, it's coming to a question.
Please.
In Scotland, we have a unique opportunity at the moment, because we're merging the Scottish Qualifications Authority. And we could reimagine how young people spend their final years in school. At the moment, there is such a focus on individualism, on competition, on each child getting the qualification that will get them into university better than their colleagues, their classmates, their friends. And this is, this is the question, is how do we accredit cooperation and earth care through the reimagining of the SQA?
It is evident that we have teachers here because they explain the background of their questions. Please, the reaction from the panelists. Stefania?
So thank you. Thanks for recalling this word. I really care so much by definition. I mean, playing on words. And well, yes, I do believe it's possible. I joined UNESCO, by the way, because of that, because you know, it's the organization that since the establishment 75 years ago, actually this year, we are celebrating the anniversary next week in Paris, is about that. It's about making cultural diversity as the very, very core principle to implement all the agenda. And then, of course, there are different steps in the history. So it's about a tireless effort of advocacy on this perspective. It's about promoting and discussing with member states, I mean governments, leaders, but not only in a top-down approach. You mentioned indigenous knowledge. I mean, at UNESCO, I want to refer to a topic I was dealing with before taking this position in my career as a linguist. The notion of language as a human right and the notion of linguistic diversity as an important tool to also about learning and teaching, but generally speaking, is a UNESCO achievement, so to say, in the global debate. So as as there is a movement around these values. Of course, I mentioned UNESCO leading this platform, this agenda, but with all partners. No, we are here today, and we are very much keen to make things happen on the ground. I think it's possible. I also see, honestly, some obstacles, for sure. I already mentioned before. I mean, it's a bit surprising that, as you recall, Rodolfo, in 1992. The conclusion of Rio summit was about, putting teaching education and education at the very core. And in Glasgow, I mean, we are developing a nice conversation, and we are doing things on education, but still the plenary was focusing on something else. So I think there is a lot of work to do still. And then the second question was about, sorry,
I'll try to address some of it, and I'm sure Larry can also comment on it. If I may say 2 words about Indigenous peoples, I'm so happy that you raised it, because I think we now have a golden opportunity. And if we look at the positives, there are so many Indigenous peoples around the world that have been told that their knowledge isn't valuable, and that have not had it integrated in the education of their children. Now is the time that we actually can say that they are the experts and tap into that knowledge. And every country that's so lucky that they have Indigenous peoples and communities have that opportunity to tap into it bottom up, and I really hope they do. Thank you for raising it, very important. I cannot comment on Scotland. I'll let Larry do that. But I think you've made very many points on approaching. And yes, maybe someplace you need to totally reform your schools and systems, but there are also good practices to build on that are already there. I've myself taught in a school where we had an outdoor classroom every week, 1 day a week. We were outdoors all day. Early childhood institutions that spend 90% of their time outdoors. And it's about letting children experience the world and planet they're living on, and that's how they build knowledge from the reality around them. So I think there does also exist good practice. I don't know if there's any on the Insights videos, but maybe we should have some of them.
Yeah, thank you. I think 2 really good questions. So on the values issue, so not just looking at Indigenous people, but I think all education systems have to be based upon values. And here in Scotland, I'm a registered teacher, and my professional standards begin not with reference to my competency, but to the values that as a teacher I subscribe to. And learning for sustainability is profiled there. So I think values are absolutely critical for any education system. And on the specifics of Scotland, just to broaden out the answer, one of the things we learned during the pandemic was the important role of outdoor education, teaching in the outdoors. And I think Scotland has much to learn there. We have a natural landscape for doing it. But if you look at the Scandinavian countries, they are much further down that road. So I think we do need to look at how we think beyond the classroom in terms of the learning environment of young people, because that does inculcate, a sense of nature, a sense of wonder, a sense of inquiry. And on your last point, I'll not deal specifically with the SQA because nobody will know what we're talking about. But you made the point about the upper end of secondary school being about competition, and it kind of echoes the values point. We need to have, we need to have cooperation rather than competition. We need to have collegiality rather than conflict, and all of that is about how we nurture the young citizens that we want our teenagers to be, and education cannot simply be about qualifications for university. It has to have a much broader agenda, and climate education and the values that young people, in Glasgow today there are thousands of young people marching to the city centre demonstrating that they care passionately about this, that they have a sense of value, and I think it's our duty as educators to nurture that in the best way possible for a better future.
Thank you very much, Larry. Well, we have to conclude. And if you are a teacher or school leader, we invite you really to share with us your initiatives and perhaps also your experiences. You can send us an email, you can send us a video, and we have this Global Teaching Insights platform. I'm seeing one of the teachers here raising their hand insistently. Let me go with him and ask you what is perhaps your question to, your answer, not your question, to these questions that I would like to pose to for all of you here and in the platform. What can you do to support teachers and schools in teaching for climate action and ultimately for a future and better future? If you can give us a quick answer, perhaps you can stimulate others to give us some answers in the platform.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Javed Gilani. I'm from Pakistan. So I'm a social scientist actually, and I work with the school children, the deprived, the poorest of the poor. The first thing I would say, according to that, we need to treat the teacher, the student, and the parents heart of this. Okay, one thing is that, and the second thing is, we already discussed. If knowledge is there, and if awareness is not there created for these main stakeholders, so you are going to get nothing. The last thing is I would touch with the action planning. So one thing is the commitment you see from the government, single national curricula, integrated the environmental issues and the motivation for the students and the teachers and all the stakeholders and the parents. And the second thing, which the schools and the public sector and private sector can do, within their yearly planning. You see the co-curricular activities, which the exposure that the students can learn more and take it to the communities, to their parents, and across to create more awareness. So within the yearly activities, you can embed a lot of things, taking environment as a key, okay, and creating. And one thing which I would see, this faith. Faith is a big incentive. If we bring in and integrate different faiths, if you study all the faith, they see environment at the top. Only in Islam you see, they say, in Islam only they say 50% of the religion is environment, is the cleanliness, is to protect yourself and others. Thank you.
No, thank you. There is another intervention here. We have 1 minute, in less than 1 minute, please,
Okay.
because we need to conclude.
No problems. So I help teachers. I come from the Climate Frisk NGO.
Oh, yes, I know you.
And we help teachers by providing them with a very accessible, scalable tool to teach climate change in schools, in universities. And I've personally trained teachers. They absolutely love this tool. And it's really, really accessible. It's based on IPCC reports. We've already reached over 240,000 people all over the world. The workshop, the game, is translated into 35 languages, and we're really looking to reach the whole world. And I know that this really works with teachers. The teachers absolutely love it. So I invite you to come and discover the Climate Frisk.
And thank you for coming here. Well, share your experience, your expertise with your peers, because if there is one thing that stands out today, is that education has an enormous role to play beyond COP26, 27, 28. So it is our duty to do that. But fulfilling this potential relies on the work of all of us, really. That means teachers around the world, but also the school leaders, support staff and teacher educators that support them, the organizations and partners that seek to empower and support them, and the communities, the parents, like one of our colleagues here said, which can orientate themselves around school and its work. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences and your thoughts and your feelings. And well, we are expecting a very good outcomes from COP26, and education must be part of them. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Can you all hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Awesome. Hi, my name's Kathleen Rogers. I'm president of EarthDay.org, the organization that started in 1970 with the first Earth Day that brought 20 million people out onto the streets. And we developed a global set of environmental laws, thanks to many of you. We're here at this important COP event after a long hiatus because of COVID and what it's done to our economy and our people is extraordinary. But we're here with a message of hope, thanks to the group in this room. I am incredibly honored to have at our pavilion such incredible people, the ministers of multiple African countries and the youth representatives. I'm going to turn it over to our incredible staff member, Jean Bertrand, to introduce everyone, and we welcome you for this hastily put together event, but agreed because we have such honorable people in this room, and I'm incredibly pleased to have you all here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you, distinguished delegates. We, as young people from Africa, we're very pleased. It's an honor. It's the first time, so we consider it a historic event. So now, please allow me to introduce our panelists that we have today. And I think we have such, you can tell that the panelists that we have, or the group of panelists that we have, they are really, really important guests. So just bear with me and join me as I welcome. We have Honorable Lawrence Songa Viaka from the Ministry of Water and Environment, Uganda. Join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister. We also have Mr. Kariwoko Tobiko, the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Kenya. We have my also proud minister from Zimbabwe, the Honorable Minister Ngobizita Mangaliso Ndlovu, from the Ministry of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry in Zimbabwe. Thank you for joining us, Honorable Minister. And then we also have youth panelists that we have. We have one of our own Earth Day youth from Africa, Brenda Nwale from Malawi, who is joining us. And then we have also Elizabeth Kulukulu Machache, who's also my colleague. We work very, very closely with African Youth Initiative on Climate Change. Elizabeth? Okay, that said, because of the tight schedule, I know we're all busy. A lot of things are going on right now. I'm not taking anything from this event, being important as it is. Allow us to delve, into the discussion, the order of today, so that we can have a just and brief conversation that will take our planet to the next level. So without wasting much of your time, I'm very glad, Honorable Ministers, that you are here. So as probably requested from the African youth, would like to have a dialogue with you regarding, issues that are concerning young people engaging, given that our continent has the largest, demography of young people, and we intend to be working hand in hand. We have felt the support, but we want to take it to the next level. So I'll start with you, Honorable Minister Lawrence. I think the first question that I'll pose to you, and I'm sure part of my young people here want to hear, is probably how involved are the youth in national programs, projects, climate change, and their rights? Are they rights holders or participants? Are young people really being activated to address externalities of climate change? So this is a mouthful, I know, but then it's something that young people really want to know as we engage in the dialogues and conversations going forward. So maybe if you can have that one.
Thank you very much. My name is B. Kaloren Songa. I'm actually a member of Parliament in Uganda, but I chair the Climate Change Committee in Parliament of Uganda. And I have come here with my colleagues. They can raise their hands. These are honorable members of Parliament from Uganda. As far as climate change is concerned, we know very well that this climate change is affecting everybody. But the degree to which people are suffering vary from one person to another. And women and children and young people are the most vulnerable. as a result of this, in Uganda, we have created the environment of interaction with all stakeholders, government, civil society, private sector, academia. And with the civil society, there are many youth, young people, civil society organizations that we are working with. Recently, we completed the climate change law. Now we have a climate change act in Uganda, and the youth was seriously involved. So we are really involving this youth, and we are also encouraging the young people to do environmental entrepreneurship, especially the green jobs. And this will help so that the youth are not observers, but they become participants in addressing climate change issues in Uganda. And you are aware that we have to conserve the natural resources. All our economies, the one of Uganda, is natural resource based, and the population is growing. As a result of this, we need to conserve, we need to wisely use these natural resources for our development in a cost-benefit analysis, but also leave more for the bigger population. And that population will be under the management of these current young people. So that involvement is very important, but also skilling this youth so that they can have some entrepreneurship, especially in line with the green jobs, will be very, very key. But also in schools, we have in the law integrated climate change education and research, right from primary up to universities in the current law. So we want to see that the young people are involved, because it is very difficult to correct an older person. But if we start early, these young people will grow, the children, the young people will grow with this idea of addressing climate change. That's what we are doing in Uganda. And we call upon all stakeholders, development partners who are willing to support these young people, whether in the environmental entrepreneurship or some initiatives at the local, national level, or even regional level, to come in so that they can guide the efforts to address climate change in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Profound indeed. Seems like there's a lot happening in Uganda. I always work with my colleague Derek, and he's always talking about the amazing work that you're doing. But it's good to hear the work that you're doing. I feel bad imposing this question again to our Honorable Minister, given that I work with him nearly almost every day. But of course, it's good to hear what events, or to also share with other young people so that they get inspired and also engaged in the ultimate work that we are doing. You know, our young people also, young Africans, being activated to address climate externality, externalities of climate change. So maybe you can also talk about the plans that we have in pipeline to upscale such initiatives. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First, for the invitation for Zimbabwe to be part of this very important platform. And thanking you for a very important question. I have tried to look around, and I'm seeing that it is truly composed mainly of young people. I've recently just transitioned from the tech youth. So we always say that anything intended for young people without young people is not for young people. So I'm happy that young people are here and actively participating in such important discussions. So from Zimbabwe, I want to acknowledge that we have come a long way. And I remember when we were in COP25 in Madrid, meeting young people and discussing a way in which we can mainstream young people in climate change issues. And I must say, in the last 2 years, despite the limitations of COVID, I have seen a massive increase in the involvement of young people in climate change programs. We submitted our NDCs with increased ambition, and I'm proud to say that young people played a pivotal role in formulating a youth position paper, which position paper came from massive wide consultations by young people consulting their young counterparts across the country, urban, rural areas. When you talk of externalities of climate change, we are looking at how climate change is affecting the young people. Young people in Zimbabwe, mainly in rural areas, depend on agriculture for livelihoods. We have seen increased uncertainties in rainfall patterns, and we are a rain-dependent country in terms of agriculture. So who is then bearing this burden? It is the young person. It is very important, therefore, that in policy formulation, young people take center stage. And we have, as the ministry, been working closely with young people, facilitating capacitation, facilitating skills development, facilitating dialogue among young people so that they are heavily involved. I must also highlight that the position paper that young people came up with quite clearly speaks to the ambitions of young people, what government ought to play and what they ought to play, because they are not there just to beg. They are there, they want to participate, they want to be recognized. And we have been working closely with them in that regard. And going forward again, issues of making sure that they access finance to implement their projects is part of what we will be working on. And I'm happy that as I see these young people, they are the ones that are leading in the dialogue that includes young people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. I think that's a mouthful from Zimbabwe as well. So I'll move on to you, the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Tobiko. I'm sorry, I hope I got that correct. You know, with pronunciation, of course, we are one home, but then at times we get to differ in terms of, you know, how we pronounce our language. We are a very, very huge continent. Anyways, with you, Honorable Minister, I will take it forward, given that, you know, proceeding from this COP26, we are going forward to COP27 and Africa. We normally say best lessons learned from Africa when we talk about conservation and climate action, because we haven't been, you know, the highest polluters. We have been more on the receiving end of the impacts. What is Africa ready for COP27, and are we building momentum for COP27, and what's going to be our position as Africa, maybe?
Well, thank you very much. Just before I speak about COP27, why don't we speak about this COP? Because the outcome of this COP very much will depend and will determine the trajectory that we will take going forward to COP27. And firstly, let me ask my colleagues, the team of negotiators, because the youth are not just to be seen to populate delegations. They're not numbers. They're not statistics. They're thinkers. They're intellectuals. They're experts. And I have in my delegation, in the team of negotiators, 7 of them, some of them are here, who are leading in the various negotiation streams. And may I ask them just to stand up so that they can be seen? Some of the Kenyan delegation youth. Now, please be seated. This is not just to say that delegations are not important. And they are here by right. Okay? And I can tell you, in the streams they have been participating, they bring new ideas. They challenge the old thinking. And that is what we require. That's the first point. The second point is here. Kenya has a population, the youth population of 75% below 35, 75%. That tells you how massive, a powerhouse. This is a group that has the technology. This is a group that has the numbers. This is a group that has ideas. They are citizens of the world. They don't care about which tribe you belong in. Not at all. We call them the digital warriors. So you harness them, they produce positive results, right? Now, thirdly, our president, as you know, was in 2018 and 2019 appointed as the UN champion on youth agenda for good reason, because Kenya has mainstreamed the participation, decision-making of youth in development and more so in environmental and climate change action. 7 of our deputy ministers, deputy ministers, fall within the bracket of what we call youth in Kenya. Not to mention the numbers of those who head and members of parastatals. So in terms of leadership, this is not just about ceremony, formality. It is have the youth at the center. They have the largest stake in this. Now, moving to COP27. COP27 is already settled, well, we hope, because they are still, that it will be in Africa. It will be the African COP, to be hosted by Egypt. But we are having serious challenges here in COP26. The first item on the agenda that was dropped from the agenda, and there's still a fight about it, is to drop the issue of the special needs and circumstances for Africa. That's the first agenda that has been dropped. And we are asking our colleagues, and it's still now at the ministerial negotiation, we're asking them that how do you proceed to Africa in COP20 next year if in this COP you have dropped the African special needs agenda? Now, the youth, without the youth, there is no future. I mean, we keep on always saying leaders of tomorrow. They are not leaders of tomorrow. They are leaders of now. And the youth, please don't wait for us to hand over the mantle to you. Take it, because we ourselves have messed up. There is a saying, actually it's true, that we do not borrow, we have not inherited the world from our forefathers. We have borrowed it from our children. We have messed it up. Take it up, run with it. It is your future, not ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I feel so empowered right now. He has just told me to do whatever it takes. And I hope we're all hearing this to all the ministers across the continent, even globally, because we're having some youth from other parts, of the world that are inactive and having it a hard time to participate. I feel like at times Africa is more engaged. But I really acknowledge, such remarks. They empower us as young people. And also young people, let's not wait for them to, to knock by our doors, but we also go to them. This is a challenge for us, to approach them with the much needed action. So before I hand over to Jabril, to also engage our two young amazing ladies here in the discussion, I think I have because you talked about the issue to do with, downstreaming the knowledge and also being at the pivot or at the center of engagement. But then that is a process whereby you have to capacitate, you have to educate so that they know how to be involved in that aspect, given that climate change is a giant that has fallen on us. No one was prepared for it, so there is need for engagement. So just, back to you, Honorable Minister, as we also, try to have the young people come into the discussion as well. What, extent is the government prioritizing in climate education and the plans post, this COP26? I've been told not to engage much about post COP26, but now in terms of engagement, how can we capacitate these young people in terms of climate education?
Before even we talk about our government, this COP26 should prioritize the agenda for the young people. In Warsaw, I made a remark, even in Marrakech, that if the trend continues, where they keep dropping our priorities as the G77 and China, one day we shall organize our own COP in Africa. I don't know whether that is the reason why they are coming to Africa, but we need the agenda of the young people put on top. But of course, in our country, we give priority to this so that the young people who are the leaders of now will be able to shape the development pathway of the country. As a result of this, Uganda has really given that position very strongly, and over 40% of the population is actually young people. Therefore, as Uganda, we really see that after this COP, the resolutions made here should really focus to see that efforts put in place, initiatives put in place by the young people are supported with resources, with technology, with capacity building. I think that will be very important. After all, I've already said in the law we have integrated climate change education and research. And most of these people, whether in the high school or universities, are young people who are doing research that can help a lot to create awareness so that we can be at par to the different audiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you know, I think, Honorable Minister, you can also add on to that. In terms of, you know, we talk of it as, you know, just transition, the process whereby we are transforming our way of livelihood. But how best can we get young people capacitated to be, you know, active change makers in this climate, you know, action discourse that we embark on right now?
Thank you so much. The reality is that Africa, as we are standing here, we are disproportionately affected by this. It's a problem we did not create. It's a problem that we face either way. And my colleagues have highlighted the demographics in Africa. By 2050, our populations would have almost doubled. When you look at the current youth proportion, in most countries, it's 60% and upwards. What does this tell you? If we are talking of transitioning, it means there will be structural changes in how economies are structured. It means there will be changes in employment. It means that we need to start talking of the jobs of the future. And this affects young people. If young people are not at the front table, who will then discuss on their behalf? That's why it is very important, and I'm happy that from what I'm hearing, African governments are already mainstreaming youth initiatives. They are already putting youths at the forefront. They are not just participants, they are right holders, as it were. When we look at the Zimbabwean situation, for starters, we want to make sure that when we implement our development trajectories for our national development strategy, which runs for 5 years, climate is critical, it is central, it is mainstreamed, and young people are at the center of that. We have universities in all our provinces. We have developed curriculum that universities are now using to make sure that climate change is part of the education processes. A lot more still needs to be done. Africa needs to rise to the occasion. Africa cannot afford to come here and emerge as if the world needs them. The world needs Africa. We should not come here as if we are begging to be on the table. Look at the emissions ratios that are there globally. We are the sinks of the world. They should be coming to us to acknowledge what we are doing right and supporting what we are doing so that we continue to scale up those activities. And these have to cascade to young people. They are the ones who will run with technologies, with innovation, with smart solutions, smart agriculture, as it were. So I believe that as a country, we have begun that process of making sure that we give young people the platform, we give young people the room to show their innovation. All our universities now, they have innovation hubs. In the last 24 months, we have patented more than 72 innovations. And this speaks to the youth dividend. This speaks to the potential of young people if we give them the platform. And I believe that we will not be able to achieve our climate goals unless they are led by young people.
Okay, thank you so much. We are running out of time, but yes, Honorable Minister, how can we ride on this climate education initiative to make sure that we get
climate education, climate learning, environmental for sustainable development, public awareness are absolutely important. You cannot have behavioral change individually, household, and collectively unless there is awareness. Kenya has integrated climate change education and awareness into our school curriculum. Secondly, we have produced special documents, including some of them that we have here. We will put them for those who may wish to have copies about them, others that you can access digitally. Very, very important to have these instruments, the Climate Change Learning National Strategy, the Youth Climate Action Strategy, Education for Sustainable Development, and so on and so on. So this education is absolutely important. In terms of empowerment, that should be the last point. In law, in our constitution, in our law, 30% of the entire public procurement is reserved for women, youth, and those under disability. So the youth have, in terms of participation in public procurement, are preserved. Their role is preserved. And we have a national youth enterprise fund that provides startup capital as in terms of grants for the youth who are starting in those. And we must empower the youth because they have the skills, they have the passion, they have the knowledge, but they need support. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Honorable Ministers, for sharing this. This is quite interactive and eye-opening. Having you, at our disposal as young people, we feel very proud. Now we have something, to leverage on as we go back home and implement our project. So I'll introduce Jabril so that he can just get our young people also to share with you, so that you see the ambition that is within them and they can share what they are also working on or what their ambitions are.
Thank you so much, Jean Paul. My name is Jabri Ibrahim, and I work for the UN Climate Champions, and I'm from Kenya. CS nimeshukuru kuona habari yako. So I'm just going to, I think the beauty of COP26 and convenings like this is that you can run into your minister just in the hallway, and you can you can grab them and you can tell them, we have youth here, you should come. And we've gotten 3 countries, and so I'm really happy to see we have 3 countries represented here. We are going to, and I'm just going to also introduce our 2 youth speakers. Brenda here is from Malawi, and this morning she presented the Global Youth Statement to the head of delegation, and Patricia Espinosa, the executive secretary of the UNFCCC. And at the end, we have Elizabeth Gulugulu, who is one of the executive board members of the Africa Youth Initiative on Climate Change, IUCN, which we all know about. And I also want to just say that youth should hold each other accountable as well. So I'm also going to ask them questions. And the last thing I want to say is the former AU Youth Envoy used to speak about this concept called intergenerational co-leadership. Because of how our demographic in our countries are, it's so skewed, 80% are youth, but more leaders are not technically youth. So, and now that we have a new AU Youth Envoy, we hope will be heard more on a continental level. Now, I just want to pass now to Elizabeth Gulugulu and ask your question. So, Liz, are you ready? So, on the road to COP27, what role do you think African youth should play, and what do you think they should advocate for at COP27? I know we have agenda items for COP26, so if you also want to speak about those, please do. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the platform, and thank you to the ministers who accepted our invitations. So, right, COP27. It's always about climate finance. Accessing climate finance as young people, it has always been a problem. Most of the times we have climate finance available, but it's not youth-friendly. We face a lot of barriers as young people. If we are talking about meaningful youth engagement, it's not only about having the resources available, but it's about making sure that those resources, the beneficiaries, they do not face any stumbling block in accessing them. So this is what we're expecting when we are on the road to COP27. Right now, most countries, they've submitted their nationally determined contributions. We are now looking at implementing them. How are we going to implement the nationally determined contributions if from the beginning we are facing challenges in accessing climate finance? So we should start advocating for this. I mean, the protests that young people are doing, they are not bad. Let's channel that energy that young people have in the right direction, okay? From protest to proposals. It only makes sense because we'll protest, I don't know, the protests, they've been happening for the past 20 years. We cannot keep on protesting now. I mean, we now need to channel it in the right direction. Let's come up with the bankable proposals, and to the ministries, you need to be accountable. Make sure that us as young people, when we come, your doors are always open. I'm not supposed to be afraid to reach to your office. I'm not supposed to be afraid to pass my concerns to your office, because I feel like you are the bigger person, I'm the older person, but together, if we are combined, we can come up with greater things. So your doors should always be open to us. If we knock, please, we are not even supposed to knock. Remove the doors, okay? Remove the doors. We are not even supposed to knock, okay? So this is our expectations. People are I mean, people, they will just say, okay, COP27 is happening in Africa and we're going to expect a lot of challenges because these are Africans. Let's prove them wrong because we have the numbers as young people. The huge population of Africa, they're young people. We have the energy, we are innovative. So let's take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could we have a round of applause, please? Yeah, before we go on to Brenda, I just want to say that Elizabeth Kulugulu is running to be the global South focal point of Yango, and Yango is the official youth body under UNFCCC. So I hope if you are under the age of 35, because those are just the legal terms there, I will let you know and you can vote for her and she'll represent us at COP27. From protest to proposals. So Brenda, I also have to just also ask you a question. And I know you presented the Global Youth Statement today to Patricia Espinosa and a lot of other leaders. So what are some of the challenges you face as a change maker when trying to engage with African policymakers back in your home country? And because I feel like African youth often complain that it's easier to access foreign ambassadors in their own countries than their own ministers and executives and stuff like that. So I just really keen to hear about your reflections on that. You can use mine.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. So for me, I feel like there's so much that needs to be done. First of all, we need to build relationships that are beyond corporate relationships. We don't want our leaders to be approachable when they are, like, we meet them at COP. We also want them, like, when we're back home, we should be able to go to them, approach them. Because it's very easy to approach like an international ambassador than to meet our own leaders, which is something that, you know, if anything, every time we want to talk to our leaders, they should be open. They shouldn't see us as threats because we are not threats. We're fighting the same battle, you know. Everyone is being, like, affected with climate change in one way or the other. And then we as youth, we're coming up with so many innovations that are there, just so that we can be able, like, should also be in the forefront in like tackling climate action, you know. So there are so many visions that different countries are coming up with. For example, like Malawi right now has launched Agenda 2063. And for that to happen, I mean, for that to happen needs the young people, the children, to be in the forefront so that we can be able to make that vision sustainable. If we have to have generational success, then it has to start with involving children and young people also to own the vision so that they can be able to keep that vision alive. So we don't want tokenistic approach. We want meaningful youth engagement. We don't want cherry picking of youth representatives. We want diverse engagement, you know. Everybody has to be there. We want to learn from you. How do we keep that vision alive? How do we make sure that the agendas that are being implemented, the commitments that you're making, they should be able to be fulfilled? So we're not there, like, we're not enemies. We're fighting the same battle. We're facing the same challenges, and we want to keep that dream alive. So if anything, we really want, like, some of the problems is the fact that our leaders are not approachable. As Elizabeth has already said, remove the doors. We're not there to fight with anybody. If anything, we want to learn from you. We want to be there, like, we are there. We're not going anywhere. Africa is our continent, and we want to create the better Africa just like the way you want it to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brenda, for all that you do and all that you say. Before I pass back to John Paul, I just want to reiterate one point that Liz said about youth being involved in the implementation of all these submissions we are doing to the UNFCCC, be it the NDCs, the National Adaptation Plan, the long-term strategies. Because I don't know if you guys heard, but the states recently established something called the Climate Core, which just means that you can put youth to work to address the externalities of climate change. They are there. And Kenya recently did something of that sort where our National Youth Council were trained to go address the locust invasion in some of our regions. So if that can be scaled across the continent, I just feel like that will be a good way to engage youth going forward. Thank you so much, and I'll pass back to my co-moderator, John.
Thank you so much. Amazing work, amazing panel, amazing engagement. Thank you guys all. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but this is the beginning of a new pathway for us as Africa, as a continent. We will have plenty of these conversations. We have seen that it's something that can be done, and we're very grateful for the time that our ministers have made for us. We really appreciate our panels, the youths, the engagement. Let's continue with it. I have seen we have prepared the youth position paper. We are working on declarations. Let's give them to them. They will listen to us as they have declared here in front of everyone. So I'd like to thank you, everyone, for taking your time, for coming. The youth here, let's remain united. The leaders, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Everyone, if you could just please.
So welcome everybody to this panel discussion. Our title is going to be discussing young climate activists, why climate education and civic skill building are key to climate justice and equity. My name is Derek and I'll be the moderator for this panel discussion. I work with earthday.org as the Regional Director Africa. So today I'm joined by very inspiring young activists. They're really inspirational. You'll tell from their conversation. And from the start, I'll just say we have Guria Pina, who's the Secretary General of Hague, International Model, United Nations, Qatar. We have Alexandria, who's the founder of Earth Uprising International. And then we have Johnny Dubrovsky, who's the co-founder of the Climate Education Team, Fridays for Future. So welcome to this panel. Just before I give each one of you a minute, to say yourselves, I'll just set the stage for this conversation. We know climate literacy is key to solving climate change. We've been calling on governments to commit to taking bold action on climate and environmental literacy. But there has been a very long decade failure to provide quality and meaningful climate and environmental education and civic skills to primary schools. For those, like in Africa, we have primary schools and secondary school. We haven't seen the quality education that they deserve. But also it has been independent efforts to teach citizens the civic skills that they need to fully participate. So we don't know, is it about the fear? Is it the fear that if we empower the citizens with this kind of knowledge and ability, then they will become a problem to our leaders? So it's what we are here to discuss, and we want to see how can we leverage this citizen participation, but also we want to raise a community of citizens who know about the issues that are happening in their communities, but also who can do something about it. So this is what we're here to discuss today. So I'll give each one of you a minute. I think I'll start with Pina.
Okay, hello everyone. So as you introduced me, I'm Julia. I'm the head of Thymen Qatar, and I also run my own Model United Nations program within my own school. I'm 17 years old and I study in Doha, Qatar, but I'm Italian. And so we in Qatar use Model United Nations as a platform to express our anger and our voice. Unfortunately, we don't especially have the right to protest, but this is our way to express ourselves and to make sure that our voices are heard on all the issues, not just climate issues. And so I'm really pleased to be here with you all. And yeah, I hope this panel goes great and we get loads out of this discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm really excited to be here with an amazing group of young people. My name is Alexandra Villasenor. I'm a 16-year-old climate activist and the founder of Earth Uprising International. And so Earth Uprising focuses on climate education, but from a peer-to-peer lens. And the reason why we were inspired to do that was because after organizing for the climate strike movement and seeing how young people were inspired by each other, I noticed just how much young people were educated so much more by their peers. So we focus on peer-to-peer climate education to empower young people to take direct action.
Thank you. Johnny?
And I'm Johnny Dubrovsky from Poland. I'm from Fridays for Future, but I work internationally. I'm co-founder of Fridays for Future Climate Education Team, which consists of Fridays for Future activists from around Europe who focus directly on climate education. And our aim is to lobby our governments to implement climate education into our countries. Complex climate education inserted into many subjects. So we came here to encourage world leaders to introduce climate education to their curricula because, as previously said, we really do believe it is one of the keys to solve the problem we're all in, which is climate change. And we all know that we won't solve any crisis without awareness. So this is why we are here. And to make this forgotten subject of climate education, this forgotten point of the COP agenda, to make it viral, and to finally get it on the agenda of COP26.
Yeah. So Johnny, from that point where you've ended on, you're saying we are here at COP to set an agenda. But then first, give us a look on how things are in your country, and also like what you've been advocating for around there. Like, how are things moving there?
All right. So in my country, we don't have climate education. any country has climate education. But we have strived to encourage our government to implement climate education into the curricula. And last June, we met with our Minister of Education as Fridays for Future Poland, together with other youth groups from Poland. And Minister accepted to introduce climate education to the curricula. And now we are working with the Ministry of Education on implementing climate education to the curricula. And we started with the subject of climate anxiety and how to face and how to cope with climate anxiety at schools. So this is the first thing we took care about. And from the executive point of view, there was a team of youth leaders which are working with the government. It was formed, and now this team is working with the government on introducing climate education together with scientists. I do hope it goes well. We will see, time will see. But we once got there, and we won't stop, and we will get climate education in Poland. I hope as fast as possible.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. I think Alexandra can also react on it. Johnny is really pushing to see that it's in Poland as well. So what's your take on the same?
Yeah, so growing up, I never really learned climate education, and I grew up in Northern California, and the most that I ever learned in school was reduce, reuse, recycle. And that's a very common theme in the United States. A lot of people don't really learn that much about climate change, except the very basics. And that is not enough. We need so much more climate education out there. And so there's only one place that has mandatory climate education, which is Italy. And we need to follow Italy in that. I think the United States, we have to focus on getting more climate education there, but also all around the world. And we also need to focus on climate education that doesn't just follow the basic effects of the greenhouse effect, but then also going much further into that. I think we need to start teaching young people about climate versus environmental science, teaching them about intersectionality and historical movements that brought change. And that's what Earth Uprising really focuses on too, is teaching all of those different aspects of it. So kind of like climate education 2.0. And so we really want to make sure that we reach so many young people. And there's a lot of teachers who are interested in teaching young people, but sometimes they just don't have the curriculums, and sometimes they just don't know what to be teaching young people. And so focusing on reaching out to people, to teachers, to school districts, to get them the information that they need so that they can also take it into their own hands. Because right now, where I'm from, we can't wait for climate education to become mandatory, because to get it mandatory in curriculums could take years. So that's why we have to take it into our own hands and educate each other ourselves.
Thanks. Pina, do you think, I think I will also pose the same to you. I want to understand the current look of things from your perspective and what you've seen in your country and also the work you've been doing. What do you think also needs to be done? I think, after giving the way things are in your country, I think you can go ahead and also add on to what do you think needs to be done, and also what do you think about why we are failing? Because I think we all agree at some point that there is no clear plan from countries about climate literacy, and literally it's never said anywhere. If you looked at the NDCs, why do you think we are failing? But also can react on that.
Well, yeah, absolutely. The situation in Qatar is very similar to the ones that Johnny and Alexandra described. We also don't have any formal education on the climate issues, and that's why we work within Model United Nations and in all the student-led organizations in our community. We really push from students for students, and so we ensure that the action and the education comes from us, and so all of our projects are centered around this. Yeah, and as you said, so the issue is that our governments do not listen to us, and as Johnny said, we are also working towards writing our own curriculums, and I think this is key. I think that I was on a panel yesterday actually, and one of the panelists said that we should treat education as a living, breathing thing, and I think this is so important, and I would add to this that this should be done by youth, so we should have an active role in crafting our own educational curriculums and in telling the people in charge what we want to see in our education in our schools. And so, yeah, this is what I think youth should be doing. We should be banding together and ensuring that we work together to focus on the local impacts of climate issues to form our curriculums and then take this into global action. So, yeah, local to global is really key.
Okay, I think local to global is going to be key, and I think Alexander also bring you on this as well. I think we all agree governments are failing. Like they literally have no clear plan. But I will take your take on that as well. What do you think governments are failing to make this that we think it's something that decides our future? Because every young child, when they're growing up, they need to have knowledge as they're growing up. They need to have skills given to them and their ability as well to make sure that they can do amazing things. Like we have seen young people do a lot of nice, good innovations. They're out there getting awards. They're very celebrated. They're really inspiring their communities. But why do you think governments are not taking this really serious and they're still failing?
Yeah, well, actually, I was talking with someone the other day about the Arctic, actually, and education around the Arctic, because I'm here with the Arctic Angels as my delegation for the first week. And so I was talking with people, and they were saying that really we should be educating world leaders because on some of these issues around climate change, we as civil society know more about climate change than some of our world leaders do. And so I think that there needs to be more education of those in power. But then I also think that it's important that we start educating because in school we're basically being taught up how to live in the same society that we've always lived in, how to be good consumers, how to continue on the same path that we've always continued. And so it's almost like we've been lied to. And by our world leaders not doing anything and by not educating us and implementing ways for young people to know what's happening, they're in a way setting us up for a future of failure because we are just being taught the same things. And in the future, those things of the way that our society works won't be possible with climate change. And that's why we have to educate people on adaptation too, because we're already seeing the effects of the climate crisis, but we also have to focus on adaptation going into the future. And so our world leaders have definitely failed in the action that they're in teaching us, and then also they're setting us up for a future right now that isn't going to be what young people want to see. And so that's why we have to really take it into our own hands.
Thank you. I think I can pass on to Johnny. I think you will agree with me. You have been following the negotiations with the SCE, and literally there is still nothing as of today that is coming out from there. And why do you think this keeps going on each and every year? Because every year there is COP, and they will give us the same promises. They will promise things they have not done. They're even not implementing or even setting the funding. So why do you think they're still failing to make all these things possible?
Well, from my point of view, if I were a politician, I don't really know why they're not introducing climate education to the curricula. It doesn't cost so much money, like it's not closing a coal mine. And it's not a hard thing to do, it doesn't take a lot of time. So I look at this way, that climate education is education where you've got the same goal. So it's uniting people. What I feel is that governments, most of the governments, want to divide us. So this is the first thing, that maybe they are scared of climate education. There's a fear of it because it will unite people, and by people I mean also nations that are divided. That would unite regions, because we all know that fight for climate is beyond division, or it should be. The second point is election. We all know they think in 4 years, perspective. And if we educate people and we educate them in context of climate change and coping with it, well, people are intelligent if you educate them. So they will naturally see which politicians are more progressive in context of climate change and which are not. So climate education is it also affects political choices, of course, and I think this is what politicians worry about. But we've got a world to save. If you don't want to do it, just get out of here. Don't be a politician. Don't be our leader. We've got a goal for the century. Our generation has it, and well, we need to do it anyway. And I think that just not introducing climate education to the curricula is stopping the progress. It's making the pace of energy transformation lower. So I think that if you're ignorant towards climate literacy, climate education in schools, I think that is a crime, because you are not letting people be aware about what is their future, about where they're going. It's like sending a soldier to war without a weapon, you know?
Yeah, so I will start from there again from you, Johnny. So we know where they're supposed to take the action, they have not done it. For example, if you look at the NDCs that countries submitted, there was literally nothing. There is nothing. Everyone can check. There is literally nothing that countries have put there as a commitment or something they really want to achieve as well. But also, if you go deep into countries and you ask the concerned people that, hey, what's happening? You're not putting all these things. You're not setting up the pace for this. Is it what you're not interested in educating us as young people? But also, is it that you do not have the financing? Is it that you don't just want to do it? At times, they don't give us answers to it. At times, I also feel like maybe they don't know what they're supposed to do. So, as very young, inspiring leaders, it's time maybe you start giving us solutions about what you think can be done. And I'll start with you, Johnny. What do you think would be the most viable thing you would want to see happen, and something to happen now, because the action we're asking for is now. We can't wait for another COP to put our asks as young people. All we're asking for is now. So what do you think countries can now do so that they do not have anything? I know you're pushing a declaration as well. And I also give you 2 minutes or 3 minutes to share what this declaration looks like and why is it important, So just give us everything you know about the declaration.
All right, so I'll combine those two questions with one answer, because Fridays for Future, together with ACE Yango Working Group, we're making a climate education conference on Monday at 1 p.m. in the main hall next to the Climate Education Gallery, which UNICEF created. And one of the documents that will be proposed on this conference is a document that was started by Fridays for Future Climate Education, which is a declaration on climate education. It is a document for the governments, which specifically explains how climate education should look like. So first of all, climate education should be in many subjects. It should be part of subjects, not as one separate subject. Second thing is that schools need to have tools to cope with climate anxiety. Third point is that teachers need to be trained. Because, of course, there are many teachers who inspire us to fight with climate change, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, because I can't hear myself. All right. The third point is that most teachers I know, they're not prepared to teach about climate. Not only what to teach, but also how to teach, not to cause additional climate anxiety, right? The next point is not only teaching about climate, but giving example. So we would like every schools, which are buildings, to be climate neutral. And we would like it to have it by 2030, and all newly built schools to be climate neutral when they are built already. Our next point is to have a platform for climate education online, an international platform best case scenario created by IPCC with cooperation with governments, so that teachers, students, and also adults, they have a source of knowledge. If they don't have books, if they can afford them, they have a free source of knowledge online. So basically, this is our idea for climate education. So summarizing, climate education not as one subject, but as part of many subjects to make it interdisciplinary, because climate change is interdisciplinary. Second point is to teach the teachers how they should teach us, because from the conversations yesterday which we had with the teachers' unions, even the teachers' unions say, we don't know how to. So we need preparation to, to also inspire to be responsible, to inspire about values. This is not only knowledge about facts. For me, climate education should be mostly about values, because values are those attitudes that survive. Facts may diminish, but values stay. And I think that values and knowing why we do it, why we have a change right now, this is the core. This should be the core of climate education, because this is the way you get and involve society. So, in summary, we have planned for climate education. Of course, climate education should be adequately introduced in every nation, because education systems are different. But I think that the main goal of climate education, which is to just not only inspire, but to finally have an engaged society which, besides different attitudes, has one goal, which is, well, basically to get our planet net zero by 2050. And this is what I consider the goal of climate education, and also what we'll present on Monday.
Yeah, Alexandria, I think I'll also bring you on this. AFDA has been pushing a petition out, so we have like millions of signatories to our petition, and these are voices of people in communities. We didn't force them to sign on to this petition, and all of them agree with us. Like, this is what we need. Like, climate literacy should not be something of the past. This is something of the present. And if we are to rapidly solve all these crises that we have, and the loss and damage that's happening, I was just seeing a video a couple of hours ago where in Karamoja, it's deep in northern Uganda, a farmer lost the cows through a flood, and then they literally don't know what to do, and they even don't know. I think they might be seeing what's happening, but they might not be knowing how to stop it. So, like, from your activism, the work you've been doing, how do you think young people can come into, try to pressure their governments, maybe trying to make sure governments are working to make sure climate literacy is, because I've seen you push most of these agendas and have worked. You continuously trying to make sure that we're on track to net zero, maybe, or solutions are there in communities. So, from your work, what can we do as young people? Show us how. I know that young people watching online, watching you, and they're ready to hear your answers about this. What can they do to make sure that governments really do what they're supposed to do?
Well, I think that there's so many different ways that people can make their voices heard. And I think that especially it's important that young people are, first of all, in the conversation. And so it's important that young people actually have a presence at COP because, A, we're going to be the most affected generation by the climate crisis. Every aspect of our lives, from where we live, from where we go to school, a lot of young people are having conversations about whether or not they want to have children. And that's because of climate change. And so it's important that they are having a conversation and they're in these decision-making rooms. So that way they can tell world leaders and those in power what they want to see. And a lot of young people, we want to see climate education. And so when we have these conversations with world leaders to their face, it's a way to tell them, well, this is exactly what we want. But then again, if they don't do that, then we can just pressure them from outside. And so even today, there's a protest happening outside. Two of our panelists are coming from that protest right now. And there's 100,000 young people out there protesting here in Glasgow to hold our world leaders accountable and make them take action. And so protesting is one of the best ways to make your voices heard outside of the system. And so I think that we need action from every area we can, whether you're in these rooms or whether you're outside. Both are very impactful and both are very needed.
I'll also bring on this. I'm sure that young people who are really interested to know what they can do. Because at times, I used to be that young person who had so many ideas. But whenever you could go to these ministers and tell them, there are things we have, these are asks as young people. They just leave the documents for you, I think you've all gone through where leaders don't even want to listen. They'll just leave a quote in the office and leave.
So what do you think? There's that young person watching you, and even there are so many young people here, or even actors or development partners that might be thinking, how can they be engaged in this kind of struggle to see that countries can really make this mandatory, can make it assessed, can make it accessible to everyone in their communities?
Well, first of all, I'd like to come back to something that Johnny said about ending the cycle of empty promises. This is, at the end of the day, what youth want. And the documents that we are drafting, the things that we are putting out there are already there. The manifestos have been created by youth and are out there. The problem is that they're hearing us but not acknowledging us. And so to empower youth, I think that we need to band together and form groups, as we are already doing, but continue to put pressure on government so that they listen to us. At the end of the day, we are such a powerful group, and if we stick together, we do a magnifying effect. So essentially, a magnifying glass and the sun. We are focusing the light, we are centering the action, and we are starting a fire on climate action, and we are ensuring that governments listen to us and act. And so I think the most powerful thing we can do is to stick together, to continue to do what we have been doing. And the marches and everything that we take part in, everything that is student-led and student-run, is essential in putting the pressure on governments and ensuring that our voices are heard and that action is taken so that our generation won't have to deal with the effects that you have been talking about, that our homes and our countries will be safe, and that this issue will be resolved in time.
Let's talk about the opportunities. Because I want to imagine they're going to do it because they have failed before. But I want to imagine they are going to do it because they're hearing the young people voices. But if they are to do it, or if they do it now, like we're asking them to do it, what are the opportunities you think young people will benefit if they, if climate literacy is made available to them, if environmental education is really made accessible. But also there are gaps like information, like access to information, because literally like there are young people out there where even access to data is really expensive, access to information is expensive. So like what do you think are the opportunities if we make this a reality? Because that's what we are all working to achieve. If we make it what are the opportunities out there?
Well, I think, as you mentioned, we are living in a sea of disinformation at the moment. And so focusing climate education in curriculums and in formal education is central. And this ensures that more people are in the same position as us right now. So we are the lucky few that are able to voice our opinions and voice our ideas, but there is so much more volume and so many more ideas. And I think that if you just speak to a couple of young activists, they will come up with initiatives and things that no one else has come up with before, that world leaders will open their mouth at in surprise because we have so many ideas that just aren't shared and we don't have the platform to do so. And so by ensuring that we're educated, we understand the issue, we can take this further and provide the solutions that are much needed in the world right now.
Alexandria as well.
Yeah, I kind of want to bring a different point to this. So who here has a climate story? Do any of you have a climate story? I have one. I feel like all of us have one, whether you know it or not. And so my climate story is I was in my hometown in Northern California in 2018 when the Camp Fire happened in Paradise, California. And at the time, that was the worst wildfire in California's history and the most destructive one. And so I lived so close to it that it ended up blanketing the entire area in this thick, unbreathable smoke. I had to roll up wet towels, put them under windows and doors to keep the smoke from coming in. And of course, since then, California has seen our first ever gigafire, and more fires have surpassed that destruction that happened. But at the time, that was a very scary experience because I have asthma and I didn't really know what was happening or why California was on fire so much more. And I started to research and I started to see the connection between California's wildfires and climate change. And the thing is there are so many people out there who have a climate story like that, who are being impacted by the climate crisis, but they don't necessarily know that it's climate change. And that's another reason why climate education is so important, is that young people can see what's happening in their community and connect it to climate change. And then once you are educated and you see that connection, then you can go out there and decide what sort of actions you want to do, because young people, it's important that we have community and grassroots activists in the conversation because they're the ones who know what solutions their communities need. And that's why it's important that they're here at these conferences too. And so education, when you're educating young people, it empowers them. They have the solutions like you were talking about. They know what actions they want to see. And so educating young people is one of the best ways to get solutions to the climate crisis. So it's all interconnected. Once you see what's happening in your community, you're educated on it, you're empowered, and you know what's happening with the science, then you're out there and you're taking action and you know the solutions.
Johnny, you can also come on this as well.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to go back to the point which you mentioned, that youth is making a lot of propositions. They are bringing a lot of solutions. Not only our declaration on climate education, but this year there were at least global youth declarations. For example, Youth for Climate Declaration from Youth for Climate Conference in Milan. Today, Global Youth Statement from COI, from Conference of Youth held by Youngo, was presented to the First Minister of Scotland, to President of COP. So my point is that absolutely youth has, I think I can say it for 100%, that we've got better ideas than the politicians have. But what I wanted to say is that these ideas are brought by a percent of youth. I don't know how much of my generation are climate activists, but what I mean is that to bring world to net zero by 2050, even a percent is not enough. We need everybody involved, simply saying. That is why we need climate education, because yes, there are a lot of leaders between us, and this is what we need. This is what our planet needs for transformation. Leaders, not one, not couple, but thousands of leaders. But we need more, and we need more people engaged, because there's never been such a goal in the history of the civilization, like getting like a total transformation in 50 years. Well, 30, right? So this is my point. So I absolutely agree that there are leaders, there are groups which bring professional documents to the agenda, also on this conference. Global Youth Statement, for example, which I've mentioned. But what I mean is that not we need more documents like this. No, what we need is these documents be implemented. This is what we need. But I really lose hope in this, that they will be implemented by our politicians. So my point is that we need to have an educated society, so that when in few years we come to power, and then the generations behind us, there will be no objective about it if we make it happen or not. We'll just turn these documents, these proposals, these solutions into reality. That we will make this energy transformation, but towards that, we cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. We cannot condemn. So if we condemn the mistakes of the past, we'll repeat them. And this is the goal of climate education, not to repeat them, basically.
Yeah, we don't want to repeat the same mistakes we have made in the past. And I think, there are still issues of intergenerational equity. You find that young people are pushing such agendas, maybe on climate literacy and environmental education, but they're not hard. And before I bring in the audience to share your experience, on how the state of climate education is in your countries, I just want to have another quick go through. Then we can invite the audience in this. Could this kind of crisis on education, of course, it has been hit by the pandemic as well. But could you think the challenge could be because we don't have priority on climate education and and environmental education as well? Is it that countries do not have priority? Is that they do not see the benefits? Is that they do not know? Because I'm sure even leaders who have also been part of education systems, that have reached there because they went through education systems that try to do, educate them, give them the skills. But maybe why they're not acting is because no one taught them about, the climate crisis or the other issues on how we can end them. So is it an issue of priority? I'll start with you.
I think it definitely is. I think you reach the point where you become a minister and you forget you were ever a child and you were ever in the education system. And so you forget to prioritize the people that are the youth now and the people who need to be educated, unlike you were when you were in education. And so, yes, I absolutely think it's an issue of priority. I think it would be stressed even more if we had a seat at the table, if we had advisory panels in every country, not just a couple, but in every single one. If we had a voice at the table, this wouldn't be an issue. We would be able to prioritize it ourselves, even if ministers didn't.
Alexandria as well.
I definitely think it's a lack of priority. I think that there's so much that needs to be done, and I think that education sometimes falls to the very bottom of the list, even though it's one of the most important things. And actually, one thing that I've never really understood is sometimes for climate education in the US, you have to go major in it in college. You don't learn it in high school and elementary school and middle school. You have to go actually study it to learn about the environment, which I've always thought is so interesting because we should all be learning about the environment and about climate change. And so I think that it's a responsibility of governments to be the ones who bring this to us, because climate education and what's happening to the environment is the most important thing, because the environment is what nurtures us, and we're supposed to be good stewards of the environment too. And so if we're not teaching others about what's happening, then we're not being very good stewards if we're ignoring the issue and not being taught it.
Johnny as well.
Well, I agree. What could I add?
Okay, the kind of education we're asking, it's not just education like sitting in school. This is civic education, whereby we need to give citizens an opportunity to be able to, challenge the kind of inaction that has been there. But at times also see that their voices are heard, and also we have so many green jobs as well. Because countries are talking about green economy, transition into, clean energy and stuff. But there are individuals in our communities, in our rural communities, who have never stepped in school. Like, they've never been in a classroom. They've never seen a blackboard. But also still have issues where a girl child, they're still not given an opportunity to also go for school. From where I come from in Africa, these are the issues that are even stopping young people to even access the basic education you could have. So it remains that we are not just asking for education. Because education, some countries have, some areas have. We're asking for civic education. This is where I'm going to bring in the audience, because the panelists were discussing, what they need to see happen, the issues in their community, and I'm going to give each one of you an opportunity to also tell us what's happening in your community, the status of climate education and environment education, but also what you think can be done. So you can just put up your hand, then the microphone will come to you. Anyone who feels like sharing? Or you can ask a question to any of the panelists as well. Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3. So we can start with him.
I had my question, I just wrote it down. So, John, I remember you were talking about how climate education should be introduced in every classroom and in every curriculum. So you asked for teaching teachers how to teach it, creating carbon neutral school facilities, and creating online platforms for climate education. And I quoted you here, adequately introduced in every nation. So what about the nations and the places where it's harder to introduce, where funding is harder to receive for this? The Minister of Climate in Kenya was just here talking about how sometimes it's difficult to gather these fundings for these programs when there are more necessary things in the country going on. So how do you think the climate education falls on the ladder of importance? And how do you think that these less economically developed countries can afford climate education?
Okay, I think we shall take, David, we shall take a round of 3, then we shall come back to the audience. Yes?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My question is not so far from his. I think the effect of climate change, like you've all articulated, it seems to be affecting more the younger generation and the children because they are yet to live longer. Alexander, you talked about the question of priority. Somehow I tend to think it may not be a priority for our leaders now because they have already lived. They have other priority. So it's a priority for our generation. And since it's a priority, I'm very much impressed with what you're already doing. But the question of the indigenous community, the less privileged, like you talked about. I come from a very small village in northern Uganda, but now here I'm representing an international Catholic youth organization. How can we reach these indigenous people? How can we pass this message of climate change? Very few months ago, I was back home and I was speaking to my primary school teacher about climate change. He didn't really have any idea about all these kind of things, but it's just saying there is no more rain during the rainy season, there is sun during the sunny season, there is rain, but he cannot explain. If that primary school teacher cannot explain that, how can they explain this to the students if it is included in our curriculum? So maybe the question is now, how can the teachers in the most local kind of community also be reached to pass this whole idea about climate change? Thank you.
Thank you. We had the last hand behind. Please, if you could say your name and organization, that will be very, very important to us as well.
Hello. Oh, hey, I'm Krista Poppleton. I'm with Climate Generation, an NGO in Minnesota in the U.S. And gosh, there's just so many things I had in my head. But I guess one question I would have is, when we were talking about the need for education, that being the source there, I'm wondering if you all have been working at all with talking with the folks working also on loss and damage or climate financing. Because what we know is when we've got education aligned with those things, or ACE, with Action for Climate Empowerment, which is actually where it shows up in the UN, Article 6, Article 12, that is actually what's going to accelerate that kind of Article 6, loss and damage, 1.5, the stuff we're working on here. So I don't know if you've been in the room with any of those or thought about aligning with that, but they need youth in there doing that. So.
Thank you. So I think there was a question for you, Alexandria, and then there was a question for Johnny. But also, I want to introduce Aisha, who's the co-founder of Polluters Out. She has been busy today, so I'll give you the opportunity after they've answered the questions. Then, okay.
So to answer your question, Earth Uprising, we focus on peer-to-peer climate education. So we're kind of going around the entire system. And so I think that one of the reasons why peer-to-peer education is so important is because it's more accessible. If you have the resources and the information out there, then more communities can be able to take this information and just educate each other. And then when it comes to indigenous communities, I think that there's a lot more that we can learn from them than we can teach them. And so I think that we should be listening more to indigenous people and what they have to say about climate change than us going into their communities with the information. And especially in California, one of the things with wildfires, a solution there is actually going back to indigenous practices when it comes to controlled fire burns. And right now, California does not have that great forest management and infrastructure, outdated infrastructure. And so indigenous wisdom is one of the best solutions that we have.
Yes, Jean, you also had a question directed to you?
Yeah, so this question is very true, that I personally look from the European perspective, where climate education is not a big cost, but we know that for many countries, especially MAPA countries, it is a big cost. So, it's all about money here. And I wouldn't count for governments of the global north to fund climate education, because even if they can't fund vaccines for the MAPA countries, they won't fund you climate education. So, well, the source I will look for is the private sector of the global north. The big companies, maybe the big tech companies, which maybe even if they use it as greenwashing, they can bring you climate education, to be absolutely honest with you. Of course, there could be also informal education in MAPA countries, which maybe doesn't require such big sources of money, but what we need is formal education. And yes, we need money for it. And where I would search for it, as I've said, is the private sector of the global north. And to be honest, I'm wondering if personally not to take care of it in the future, because I'm on the 8 sessions, as one of you mentioned. And I'm just so disappointed after I leave the room because, like, it's no difference if they have this session or not. Basically, nothing comes out of it. It's just on paper, to have it on paper that they've done something, and it's just a waste of their time because they're not doing anything. So, in funding for climate education, I would really search for the private sector and not ask the governments.
All right. We shall now bring in Aisha. If you would, if you could introduce yourself, and then you can tell us the status of climate education and environmental education in the community.
So hi everybody, I'm Aisha. I was late because I was at the youth strike today, speaking and also organizing with everybody about climate education. Before I start that, I actually wanted to make a point about the question that was previously asked about indigenous communities not knowing about climate. I think that's actually an assessment that is limited because of our vocabulary and understanding. Nomadic people know there's something up. Their bodies know that there's something up with the planet. They might not be able to articulate it in the languages of carbon dioxide and methane, but people of the earth right now, those who are born from it, are raised by it, and give back to it, know that there's something wrong. And I think it's quite a patronizing thing to assume that we will go into their communities and teach them about climate from a perspective of precipitation and Arctic ice when their relationship to the land has different vocabulary in communicating it. So the crops are failing, the animals are dying. It is harder in the summer to maintain your house, especially if you have a mud house, because it's so hot. So if we want to approach communities where our languages or our kind of understanding the world is different, we have to do it in a manner that is not only respectful, but has their vocabulary involved. And that's something I wanted to talk about because I've been here for the past 6 days and I hear the word indigenous in everybody's mouth. It keeps coming out again and again. I was at a panel with BBC. One of the representatives for oil companies called herself indigenous. So I think people are constantly using it and doing a disservice to the word and what it means because it's become terminology that is accessible to everybody. And we've taken away from the wisdom and kind of respect we need to come into it. And especially if we're speaking about indigenous communities. In nomadic communities, you can't represent your entire people without getting a blessing of the elders first. So that's just something that I felt like I needed to get out of my system because it's day 6 for me. And it's something that I'm seeing again and again and again, and it's rather frustrating. I'm not indigenous. I'm nomadic to Pakistan. My family lives a few hours underneath the Himalayan mountains. We grew up by the Chenab River. That's our main water source. Pakistan does not have indigenous peoples because the government doesn't recognize them. So you need the government to recognize them before you can even claim it on paper. But it's something that I'm seeing here again and again. I just had to say it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and maybe tell us what's happening in your community in terms of climate literacy.
Sure. So I came to the United States at age 6 and then went back and came again. I'm getting my education in the U.S. There's a few things I would like to share on this panel here with you guys today. 2020 was the hottest year for Pakistan. We are part desert, part forest, part industrialized city. Our desert was the hottest place on planet Earth. It reached 145 degrees Fahrenheit. At 120 degrees Fahrenheit, your body, your internal organs, start collapsing. At 135, you go into complete shock and they start bursting, depleting, because your body can't maintain equilibrium. At 145 degrees, it's hotter outside than inside the mother's womb. So babies, when they come out, they're dying in the houses because it's so hot. The other thing that is occurring in Pakistan is we have a very, very huge energy deficit. We can't afford oil. We can't afford coal. I know in the first world we talk about stepping away from oil. The global south is still trying to catch up in terms of like energy. So we don't have air conditioning when it gets 145 degrees. We don't have fans when it gets 145 degrees. It is so hot, people are dying from heat wave. Kids are dying from heat waves. And that's just from the desert part of my country. It has multiple topographies. Where I'm from, the ice is melting massively. So what that means is our livestock, our sheep, our goats are dying because it's too hot. It's too hot, and you can't constantly shave them. So we don't have mountain goats anymore in mass parts of the area that I'm from. We depend a lot on this kind of mud to build our homes, and it stays put together because the cold keeps it together. You need that temperature. It is getting so hot that our houses are collapsing, and people are left. My family no longer resides there. Both sides of my family, both grandparents are dead, and my aunts and uncles have moved away because it is physically impossible to live there anymore. So that's what's happening in Pakistan, and that's kind of why I'm involved in the climate crisis. It hits very, very close to home.
So are they educating in terms of, are there plans by Pakistan or government to educate young people or trying to mainstream climate education throughout
I think
the
that's
structures?
a very Western way to put that. The reason I say that is because people know that there's something wrong. Like I said before, it's not like you can't go into a community where you don't have water, like your water's polluted, it is so hot, your animals are dying, and be like, do you guys know about climate change? Do you know what's happening? Of course they do. They have evidence. They can tell you and show you climate change is affecting them. The way you I guess education is perhaps bridging the link between the way that we in the global north articulate it and the people who are experiencing it have their stories to share. I think that would be appropriate linking in the education. But like, I think it's kind of a weird question to go to them and be like, there's a climate crisis happening. And then when they ask you why, the answer is fossil fuels. And most nomadic communities are not producing fossil fuels. They're being hurt by fossil fuels.
Okay, so before you came in, I'm just giving you like the last question.
Yeah, sure.
We were trying to discuss what we can do because we have seen governments have failed in terms of the commitments. There's even nothing in the text like John before you came in was telling us. Youth have a declaration they're trying to put together for countries. Maybe if they failed to do something, so youth have a plan in terms of how countries can come and maybe commit to something, but also invest in it because we need the funding to make sure climate literacy is real. It's happening. Because the local communities could be, they know it's happening, but now, we don't want to leave them behind. We want to move with everyone in terms of education, in terms of how we know it, in terms of the same language. So we're asking what can be done?
At the international level.
At the international level, but also in your country.
In my country.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a very simple answer for the international level. This is what my group does, and this is Polluters Out, and it's a demand. The United Nations, the UNFCCC, the countries that make up the UN, need to sign a conflict of interest policy with fossil fuel. I think it is absolutely ridiculous that this conference is being sponsored by the same people who are causing the crisis. I think it's ridiculous that when I'm walking around these panels, half of the countries, their sponsors are Unilever and Iberdrola and Scottish Power and Nestle and Microsoft. How can you talk about solving the climate crisis when you're colluding with the people causing the climate crisis? And this goes to every single nation here because Pakistan is right there. And they have had panels for the past 5 days and they have sponsors. And in the back, you can see the polluting companies sponsoring the talks. So my simple demand at the international level, and it's not a pipe dream, it has happened in the past. The precedent was set by the World Health Organization when they banned big tobacco from the World Health conferences. And what that did was that it put taxes on tobacco, it put warning labels on cigarettes, and it changed our culture of how we see the product, and that's just tobacco. Fossil fuel is killing us all. We're all screwed when temperatures get really high. So, and then in terms of my community, I know my president at the current time is talking a lot about planting trees, and that's a pitch he's selling to the rest of the world too. We're planting lots of trees, millions of trees. Amazing, guy. Like, that's thumbs up for that. Meanwhile, they're still allowing Canadian and Australian dams to be built. They're still allowing Canadian and Australian coal mines to be built, and they're taking money from them. So as much as I want to put pressure on the international level, I also want to put pressure on my government, who is hurting its own people for the sake of capital.
Okay, we shall go back to the audience. If you have any more questions, or if you want to, Alexandra wants to share something, then we shall come back to you. Thank you.
So a lot of people on this panel are working on getting climate education mandatory from the government level. And so when we're talking about the causes of the climate crisis, do you think that we should be calling out the governments who are the ones who are, and not the governments, calling out the companies and the businesses who are the ones who created this problem? Do you think that that should be in the curriculums?
Yes, I've reached to the point where I'm not even afraid anymore. So India saying that 2070 is when they're going to reduce their carbon emissions is absolutely pathetic. I think the United States focusing on methane reductions while there are people sitting in front of the White House on a hunger strike demanding more money be put into the Build Back Better plan, and our president is here parading around methane reductions is ridiculous. I think Australia doing the same thing while killing its own indigenous peoples and then talking about how much they are wonderfully trying to create solar panels and green and like reduce plastic is also mind-boggling to me. And then the other thing, and I know this is dangerous to say, but I'm not going to have this opportunity again. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of these wealthy Gulf countries also having panels and sponsors up there while actively causing the people in Yemen to starve and actively preventing water from getting there and actively causing mass death, which is related to the climate crisis, but pitching that they're going to try to create green energy in their own corporations which produce fossil fuels is ridiculous. So yes, we need to name and shame because these polluters have names and addresses, and if we keep being ambiguous, they get away with also being ambiguous.
Okay, there was a question there. Please, if you could, yeah?
Hello, okay. I want to recall the question from my comrade here to add something to the answer, because you mentioned that the government doesn't act on climate education because there are more important things on their agenda. I think there's nothing more important, because if people is dying for starvation, it's because climate change is depleting the resources. If people doesn't have water, it's because climate change is also doing that. So I think climate change permeates in all the crises that we have now, and if the government doesn't understand that, and other people from our generation doesn't understand that either, we have to use the power we have for the connections of our friends, of the social networks, to let people know and realize about this, bring more people into the discussion, that everyone knows about it, and everyone urge the politicians and the people in the power now to act responsibly. And sometimes we spend a lot of energy trying to convince politicians to act honestly. It's not that they're stupid, it's just that they don't want to do it because they have political and economic interests. So maybe we can, I don't know, use those energies to prepare for the next election, so people is really knowing for whom to vote, who is going to be allowed to be in the power, and it has to be people that really has the climate agenda on their head and that really has the good intentions and the knowledge that we are going to be checking them what they are doing and that we are not going to just let them escape as if nothing is happening.
Oh, wow. There was another question this side. I want to lose it. Okay, you can come in.
So can I just to respond, quick response. In some countries like Lebanon, climate change isn't the most pressing issue because they have no government. So like in other situations, it's different. So climate change might not be number one, and not all their problems might be caused by climate change in some countries. And a question, sorry, we didn't get your name.
Aisha.
Aisha, do you not believe that people who have caused climate change, who've caused emissions, who have caused some problems, first of all, you mentioned that the wealthy Gulf nations who are causing like people to starve in Yemen and not having access to water. Like, first of all, it's not all Gulf nations, wealthy Gulf nations that are doing that. And second of all, there are a lot of wealthy Gulf nations who use the wealth they've accumulated from fossil fuels to actually produce green energy. Like in the booth over there, if you visit Qatar, they're actually building power plants. They're building hydrogen. They're actually actively lowering the money and their income from fossil fuels and diversifying into other sectors. And do you not think by like shaming them, saying why are they here, is counterproductive, because they're coming here to express their ideas and getting new ideas and getting support from other people to produce more green energy and make the environment around in their country and around the world better. So do you not think that shaming them for their participation in these events is actually, like I said, the opposite of what we're trying to do, because they're involved in negotiations and they're pro reduction of fossil fuels and pro things that's saving the environment, and they're also locally doing several projects to help the environment. So
Okay.
do you not
Okay.
think that their efforts are enough?
Okay, we can have, I think the question was to Aisha. Yes.
So just to recap, the question was, do you not think that they're doing enough, or was it, like, what was the question? Yeah. 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 Well, I'm not promoting climate change. Climate change is bad, like, just to clarify. But let's step back for a second. How many COPs have occurred since we're here?
This is the 26th.
26, okay, just clarify. Most people don't know this. They're not here just lobbying with their ads stuck on the walls. They're making edits, line edits to the Paris Climate Agreement. They've changed. Do you know the word fossil fuels is not even inside the Paris Climate Agreement? So these companies that are trying to be green are actively preventing progress. They're lying. And it's not just communication. Do you know how many millions of dollars were spent to host this conference? Do you know how many of them came from fossil fuel companies? If you have the villain writing the end of the story, how will we have a good ending? It's like saying the person who stabbed you in the back should be the surgeon for your pain. So I think, and this is my opinion, and you can disagree with this, but if Qatar and Lebanon and the Gulf countries really, really wanted to transition into green energy, they would have done it 26 years ago because they had the evidence. It's like, it's a case that they keep pushing and pushing because there's money in fossil fuels. And also, I agree with the question that was asked here. They're not incompetent. World leaders aren't incompetent. They know. The thing is, we're reaching our threshold, and we're reaching our threshold of how much we can take out. And so they want to take out as much as they can, as soon as they can, before governments start putting limits on them. So I think now is a time where we need naming and shaming. It's necessary. We have less than 6 years before we reach 1.5 degrees. And what that means is 40 to 160 million people will die. That's 160 million dead bodies. That is more important than any amount of oil you can extract. because that's life. Those are families, those are people. And we keep forgetting that. And that's why I think I'm not doing the opposite by naming and shaming. I'm acting like this is an emergency. And I think we all, governments included, need to get on that same page, because how will you deal with those dead bodies when they're on your land? What will you do then? No amount of policy can stop rising tides. No amount of policy can stop typhoons. No amount of policy can stop hurricanes. You can't do anything by then. We are powerless against nature, and we keep pushing it.
Wow, those are really, I don't know. I'll just go to Johnny. So the question I will pose to you, and then we come back here, is what's the way forward? Where do we go from here? Now that we have all these ideas, we know what's happening, we have the status. What's the way forward onto this? Like, what's the way forward after this kind of conversation? Because now we have had the status of climate education, we have had the solutions. So what do we do after when you leave this discussion?
So personally, okay, I'll be honest with you. When I come back to Poland, I'll study 2 exams so that I can get to university and study environmental engineering, because I don't believe those people will do something about it, so I want to do something about it. That's what I will do.
Yes, Alexandria? Way forward?
I think that there's that's like a loaded question if you have a whole bunch of things you want to do.
Yeah.
But I think that one of the main things is Earth Uprising is going to be getting our curriculum out, and we're going to continue to educate people in any capacity we can so that we can bring them into this movement, because there's still so many people that we need to bring in. And specifically, one thing that I'm also working on and while I'm here is talking about children's rights. So I'm a part of the Children versus Climate Crisis petition, where myself, Greta Thunberg, and 13 other children filed a complaint to the Committee on the Rights of the Child, stating that Argentina, Brazil, Germany, Turkey, and France were violating our rights by their inaction on the climate crisis. And so the reason why it's those 5 countries is because they ratified the rights of the child, but they also ratified the 6th protocol, which basically means that we could hold them accountable if they don't uphold their commitments. And so that's exactly what we're doing. And we filed this in 2019, and we waited over 2 years to get a response. And then finally, 2 weeks ago, they responded, and they said that our complaint was inadmissible, and it wasn't going to be going any further. And so that basically set a precedent that they do not care about children's rights. And now we're going to have to continue pushing and holding them accountable to make sure that we get them to reconsider, and also make sure that we continue to hold them accountable, because right now children's rights are being violated all around the world because of the climate crisis. So that's one thing that I'm also working on.
Yeah, Spina as well.
Johnny, I'm going to one-up you. I have 4 exams to sit when I get back to Qatar, and that is so that I can then take part and ensure that my actions will be much better than those of the people currently in charge. But the issue is that by the time I'm in a position of power, it will be too late. So as well as going back and studying, I'm going to be ensuring that the people around me are educated. As Alexandra mentioned, peer-to-peer education is key in Qatar as well. And I'm going to be ensuring that with a group of peers, we will be writing the educational curricula that we want to see in our community. So the action that we take now as youth might not be enough, and so we need to go above and beyond.
Aisha?
Yeah, mine is just to tell the truth. Yeah, that's my role, and I think that's what I'm going to keep doing until I am stopped.
Let's get one last round from the audience. If you have any question, anything you want to, add on, you can also give your submission. Like, this is an open discussion. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Bian E. Harris. I'm from Liberia. I'm part of the Liberian delegation. But I'm also a founder and executive director for the Center for Youth Civic Leadership and Environmental Studies. The issue of climate education is quite important. In my country, where I come from, and I want to just dash a little bit into the moderator when he was talking about in our country in Africa, you have bulk of our people are uneducated and never been to school. So when I listened to Aisha, she spoke about there are signs in the community that the community people can see and they know that it has to do with climate change. But the issue is seeing the impact and not knowing what is causing it are two different things. So there where the issue of climate education comes in. So over the period, like my country, the issue of climate change is a new phenomenon, with the exception of the Environmental Protection Agency, which is a government entity. A lot of the people in my country are unaware about what is impacting their community. They don't know whether it's climate change. Some of them will maybe think about maybe it's a deity stuff or it's maybe a curse or something.
Is it God?
Yeah, it's God or something like that. So there where we have to step in. And quite recently, in June of this year, I thought it wise from my institution standpoint to bring young people together to have a platform where we can now start to engage policymakers, because even our leaders, our legislators, or people in our parliament, some of them are not educated about the issue of climate change. They don't know anything about the issue of climate change. And so when they are passing budget, they don't put in a lot of money to be able to handle this kind of a crisis. I've volunteered in a community along the coastline, a slum community, where there were a lot of projects. One of the biggest slum communities in my country called West Point. If you go to that community, you'll find out that thousands of people have lost their homes to sea erosion as a result of sea level rise. So, but they don't know that it is the effect of climate change. So we have to educate them, but in a different way. In your country, you may develop a curriculum. In my country, I can develop a curriculum for people who do not know how to read and write. I have to go to them and talk to them and speak to them in their languages so that they are able to understand. And so this is my first COP, and I've learned a lot from a lot of young people. I attended the Conference of Youth also, and I listened to the arguments, to the advocacies from a lot of young people, and it helped me a lot. So when I get back to my country, I'm just going to step up my game, work with a lot of other young people, and continue to engage our different communities, because it's actually something that needs to be handled. Like for Liberia, we control 45% of the Upper Guinea forest. And the indigenous that live in those forests survive on the forest. They cut the forest down for their sustainability, for fuel, to power their homes and all that. Now, you talk about the green economy. What can we do as young people to see how we can find alternative livelihood sources for these people around there to be able to maintain the forest? Because when this forest is standing, we stand to benefit a lot. When the forest is gone, we tend to lose a lot. So these are things that, for me and other young people back home, we're going to start to engage when we get back. So I'm very happy to listen to all of you, and there are a lot I'm able to learn from you guys. And these are things that we're going to take back home to our own country to see how we can help solve the issue of the climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another question. This is the opportunity, guys, you have. Ask anything. If you want to know anything about organizing to make sure we have climate literacy really mandatory, it's also something you can ask. How do they do it? Yes, there is a question.
I came in kind of late, but I just wanted to thank all of you for being honest. Can you hear me? Okay, I got like nods and shakes, but I'm 16. I'm from Northern California. I'm Indigenous Yurok from Northern California, and also from Aotearoa or New Zealand. And I want to thank you for your honesty, because I show up to these panels and it's like plugs for random nonprofits. It's a lot of people talking, like beating around the bush, talking about things, and I'm like, we need to be direct. I'm so sick of these people not being honest. Sorry. So thank you for your honesty. And I admire everybody's organizing skills. I just wanted to know, as a youth, COP is like such a exhaustive space, just like I expressed. And I just wanted to know, like, what keeps you motivated in this space? I know for me, it's like watching panels like these where it's people who are talking about issues that I care about and talking about them honestly and calling out the companies that are exploiting us. And I just want to know, like, what helps you in these spaces where, like, I'm literally surrounded by adults and you're the only 16-year-old I know that is, like, in this room right now. You know what I mean? Thank you. Sorry.
Actually, that was my last question. Among the questions, I wanted to ask all of them, what keeps them motivated? And I think we shall do this as the last round, as you're giving your last remarks. I think we shall start with Johnny. There's a question, what keeps you motivated? But also if you can give your closing remarks.
All right, what keeps me motivated, like the most, are like, if I were to do this alone, I think I wouldn't be motivated. So what gives me motivations are the other people who do it, who share the aim, and I also feel motivated because, especially from what I could hear from you today, I feel that we are gonna be a better generation than the generation which is now in power. And I really feel motivated by this, that if we strive every day for a better world, something may come out of it. So our fight is just, not for vain. And what particularly motivates me as a leader of a small team is when I hope when I come after this COP, and when maybe something, even little law about climate education is gonna be passed, we will see. That would be a small success for my team, and that always motivates me. If my team, as a team, if we have success, even how small or how big it is. Yep.
Okay, Alexandria.
Yeah, I think what keeps me motivated is like these people right here and all of the people I've been able to see after such a long time, because there's so many people I know online that I've connected with and I've organized with, and I get to finally meet them in person here. And I think that community is what keeps me motivated. And then kind of for my closing remarks, since Aisha has pulled out all the stops here, I guess I'll also say that I also think that after this COP, there's going to have to be so much work that needs to be done, because as you probably tell that this COP has been a complete mess, in the fact that there's not as many communities represented here, and there's so many people who have been left out of the conversation, and there's not as much access and inclusivity as there has to be when there's conferences that are this important. And so I think after this COP, there's going to be a lot more organizing. And I think after every COP, there's always a wave of people who get involved, because there's so many people who are always so upset and angry by the inaction. And so I think that there's going to be a lot of action that happens after this COP, not from governments, but from activists and from civil society.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think apart from the wonderful people who sit near me, who have done so much and show me that there's so much more than can be done, it's the people back at home who don't have the chance to be here. And so I'm motivated by them because I know that I'm here representing them, their ideas, and their action. And so I see that if I'm not here, our voices they're not heard. But beyond that, it's everyone in the audiences for all of the panels that I've been in. And whenever it comes to question time, I always learn so much about different communities. Coming from a privileged background, that's not something that I'm exposed to. And so I learn from everyone who shares their experiences. And that's something that motivates me to keep going and go further.
Aisha.
Yeah, so I wanted to actually answer what you said and then motivation. I think you're so absolutely right that we need to bring the vocabulary we associate with sea level rising and climate change and global warming to the communities who are experiencing, in a way that it's like an exchange, and in a way that it's no longer attributed to like random things, but they know that there are people behind this that are causing them to suffer, and not just people, but companies and corporations. Because my family, I resonate with that. My grandparents both died, and I lost cousins to water pollution because our water is so toxic. And nobody in my community for a long time had the vocabulary to even articulate who was causing it, but because our just water was constantly polluted. So it was just a matter of fact, and they accepted it. So, like, having these discussions is absolutely vital, but in a manner that is both respectful and also bridges, as opposed to imports knowledge or forces it upon communities. What motivates me? I think I have a dual answer to that. Pain. A lot of my fellow youth and also a lot of the people who have witnessed the effects of climate damage are in pain. And it is existential. We can feel it in our bodies that the earth is suffering. I can feel it in my throat when I'm here talking to you in these panels. And for the people who carry mass amount of their dead with them, there's a lot of pain. But at the same time, love. If we think about extinction, there is so much at stake. So much that we love is at stake. Like from your favorite brand of candy to your family, to the memories that make you you, like your entire family's history is at stake. Mankind, every creation that we've created, who will be there to lament us when we're gone? So extreme, extreme love for humanity, which is kind of naive and it's irrational at times, is what motivates me, because I cannot allow myself to imagine otherwise.
All right, thank you. I'll say this. It is time for governments to show leadership by agreeing to ambitious plans that will equip primary and secondary students everywhere with knowledge and skills they need in a rapidly changing environment. In doing so, a new generation will be able to make the best and most environmentally informed choices on the way they live, work and participate in government while providing a climate literate workforce needed to build new, strong and sustainable economy that is vital in the 21st century. In doing so, leaders can help ensure that the first generation of truly climate literate and civically active citizens will be able to hold governments, states, regions, cities, businesses accountable for their actions, meaning they are denying us that. I want to urge governments at COP26 to deliver an outcome at least that gives climate literacy the same importance as any other key subject, by strengthening the aims and ambitions and aspirations of the Action for Climate Empowerment, Article 12 of the Paris Agreement, because this is something that you committed to. So we hope you can do this. And also we request you to make climate education compulsory, at least assessed and linked to civic engagement. So I want to thank the panelists. If you could give them a very round of applause. They have really been so inspiring. It has been a very good session. I've personally been touched, and I look forward to seeing you to so many other events that we have here. Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day, and we are broadcasting live to the world. Welcome. My name's Kathleen Rogers. I'm president of Earth Day. Unfortunately, two of our speakers, Sharon Burrow in particular, and our representative from ILO could not be here. They're in the middle of lots of union work. But Sharon Burrow represents 220 million union workers and has become an instrumental and critically important partner of the global campaign that Earth Day and many others together are running around climate literacy, civic skill building, and jobs creation. I'm going to turn this over to Vicky from the Glasgow Herald, who will be our moderator today. But thank you all for coming, and we're really pleased to have you.
Thanks so much, Catherine. Yes, and well, luckily we do, in actual fact, have Mustafa from the ILO, which is brilliant. And I'm from the Herald newspaper here in Glasgow, and I'm going to be asking some questions to these wonderful people here today. And I thought I'd just start by introducing them. So first of all, we've got Joy Jin, and Joy is founder and executive director of the Youth Leader Fund. And maybe you could just say a little bit about who you are.
Hey, hello everyone. I'm Joy. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Leader Fund under China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation. And I'm also served as Deputy Secretary General of G20 Young Entrepreneur Alliance China Council. So our main audience is about the tech innovators and as well as the entrepreneur leaders.
Hello everyone. I'm Ramon Cruz. I'm president of the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club is the oldest and largest environmental organization in the United States. So we cover a lot of different issues, in terms of environmental policy and advocacy.
Hi, nice to be here. Thank you very much for to Earth Day to invite Iberdrola to be in this panel. We are really glad to be here. I'm Lucia Muñoz. I'm based in Madrid, in Iberdrola, and I'm responsible of climate action and analysis area. I mean, everything concerning awareness, to increase awareness externally and internally in the company. And we are really happy to be here in the COP26 this year again. We've been in many COPs before, and we are here to take action and continue action, accelerating our ways. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Mustafa Kamal. I'm the Global Coordinator for Green Jobs at the International Labour Organization. As you may know, the ILO is the only tripartite organization in the United Nations system. So it is unfortunate that Sharon Burrow from the International Trade Union Confederation is not here, but the ITUC carries the voice of the workers' organizations in the ILO, and the International Organization of Employers represents the employers, the business part of the ILO. So I very much look forward to our exchange today.
Thanks, Kamal. So I think we're all aware that we're at a huge turning point in which in order to fight this climate crisis, to meet the targets that we have, that we're setting, that we are going to have to change so many things about the way we do things, the way we create energy, the way we operate with each other. And one of the things that, in order to do that, we are going to have to re-educate ourselves, and we're going to have to think about how we're educating the young. And so I thought, because the title of this talk is The Crucial Role Climate Literacy Plays in Building a Just, Green Global Economy, I just ask our speakers, what do you think climate literacy is? You know, what do we include within that concept of climate literacy? What is it we need to tackle there? So maybe, Kamal, if you could start and then pass along.
Well, thank you very much, Vicky. From an ILO perspective, climate literacy is about educating and informing our tripartite constituents on the possible impacts that climate change and the policy responses to climate and environmental change in general has on the world of work. They need to understand the nature and scale of changes that are likely to occur in terms of possibilities for employment creation, in terms of possibilities of displacement of jobs, and the way we work will change, whatever occupations that one is involved in. So that is our starting point for them, workers, employers, and governments to engage on this debate. So we do that through a number of global and country level assessments and metrics. What we get from most of our analysis today is that if the world is going to implement the Paris goals, the Paris Agreement itself, but at the same time pursue a transition to a circular economy. And I'm saying this because before I went to the IO, I was at the UN Environment at the time of Achim Steiner when we had the Green Economy Initiative. And we used to say that a green economy has two pillars. It has to be a low carbon economy on the one hand, and it has to be a resource efficient economy. So that's why in our metrics, we are looking at these two dimensions. And what we find is that a move to a low carbon, like a net zero and circular economy could deliver up to 100 million jobs by 2030. But at the same time, some 80 million jobs are likely to be displaced unless we have reskilling, upskilling, and changes in education systems so that we prepare for the employment and the jobs of the future. So therefore, there is a very positive narrative that at the end of the day, we see more jobs and possibly better jobs in the ecological transition. But it is highly conditional to having education systems, skilling, training programs in place, not only to capture the potential for new employment, but also to enable the transition in the workforce of redundant workers, where we're phasing out from fossil fuels and the carbon-intensive industry. So therefore, this is an important part of our work, starting with understanding that nature and scale of changes, and that is the basis for education. So I would like to go a little more into what kinds of skills are we speaking about, what levels of skills in the various sectors, but we can get into that as we proceed.
Should we? Yes, we'll move on to that shortly. Lucia, what do you feel climate literacy means to you and why it's important?
Okay, for me, I mean, for Iberdrola, I think this is climate literacy is really a very powerful tool for change. I mean, it's really key for the green transition. For us, it's also like a bridge, intergenerational bridge. I mean, because we have to teach our young. We have to inspire the young to change, really to change the world, to green the world. So it's difficult for us, and I think that is really important. It's really key to go through there and to make climate literacy in all education as a core of the education. And also it's a language. I mean, it's very difficult to reach, sometimes to reach children, to reach the young with the climate action. I mean, we were thinking how many young people, how many children have been talking or know about the COP. I'm sure there are not many. But, and I think this is the most important thing now. This is the future. So climate literacy is the future for them. So it's really key for us. And from Iberdrola, we are trying to make this an important thing. I mean, we have an important project in schools for teachers, providing them many resources to work with climate change and sustainability in the classrooms, because it's also important to give the teachers this toolbox. Sometimes the teachers don't have the time, don't have resources, don't have the knowledge, sometimes the motivation too, but it's so we have to everybody work that the education, the climate literacy and environmental education reach all the children, all the students, all the young. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, yes, it's interesting what you say about it not reaching the kids or it being difficult to understand, because I think that also that's the case for adults too. And I saw this shocking figure that only 1 in 10 people in the UK were aware of what COP26 was, and about a quarter knew what a carbon footprint was. So adult education, obviously a key thing as well. Ramon.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to be here. When it comes to climate literacy, so I agree with the previous speakers. And of course, classroom is very important. I would say that in terms of the Sierra Club and what we're doing, I think the experiencing nature is extremely important, and learning, for example, from many of the indigenous people, indigenous community, and their relation with nature is something to really emulate and model after. And that's why we have a very successful campaign called the Outdoors for All campaign, where we basically take people to experience nature. And the earlier you start with that, the more you grow with that sensitivity and with the knowledge and with the awareness to work for the preservation of it. So in that regard, we have, we're mostly an environmental organization based in the United States, but we have offices and groups in all the major cities. There's more than 100 groups and 64 chapters. So all of them every weekend have several excursions, and environmental education is a very important component of that. So that's one way to approach it, and also it's something that it's ageless in terms of there's not a time when it's too early or too late to start with that connection with nature. Thank you.
Yes, so it's a reminder that education doesn't just happen at school, isn't it? So Joy, yes, tell us a bit about what you think climate literacy is and why you think it's important.
Yeah, so compared with the rest of 3 panelists, I think I'm considered as less experienced one. I'm just 25, not just, I'm already 25. And the point is that I think environment literacy or education for me, I think I would like to put it in more concrete level. I would like to know what is the cause and effects of the climate change, and then what is the future ahead of us in terms of those cause and effects. And when I think this is such a broad term, so I would like to say the climate change literacy basically is about establishing the relationship between human being and then the nature and the climate, which has stay as the humanitarian level. And the second level is about the social and economic development, which you mentioned about the green jobs. You mentioned about the innovation idea, technology development. But for young people, I would like to know what is already like the methodology has been in place, and why is work and why is not work, what we can do in further, and basically to learn how to turn challenges become opportunities. And then the third level is about like individual level. You have your own roles as your kids, you're a father, you're a mother, or you have your role in your companies. You are sales or you are a CEOs. So you have different social roles, you have different positions. That means you have to get educated in the way that you need it. So I think this is 3 levels of climate change literacy and education.
Yeah, thanks, Joy. Actually, I just wonder if just now, actually, since you've just spoken, if you could tell us a little bit about what you did when you created the Youth Leader Fund, because I think that's a really interesting story in itself, and it's good to know a little bit about why you did it.
So I was graduated from Sweden, and then I studied environment policy in Sweden. I graduated. I went back to China, and I realized due to my program, I learned a lot about climate change and environment issues. And I went back to China. I feel like I can do more there. So I generated some private funds and then go talk with the government organization. Said I want to set up this fund. I wanted to engage more young leaders to be in this field and then to educate them like what is the challenges behind why we have to do that, where is the opportunity lies. So our main audience is the tech developers and as well as the content creator that like science fictions writer, because the reason why I choose developers it is because they're working most of them work in the tech industry, and tech industry usually attract more funds, capital flow. That means that it will be easier for them to do things. And the second though, the why we have to have the content creator is because sometimes the climate change effects or causes sometimes is invisible for us, and the content like media, the arts, and then the fictions can make it visible. And I can even tell the future stories by fictions. We're working with very famous Chinese science fiction writers, and to let them to combine the AI with future climate change and the environment. And then even you say something horrible, but you have the deniabilities, which in the reality, right? So it's a really good way to educate the young people. You have to use the tools that they like. You have to use the direction they're looking at to use our tools to make your stories work. Because I feel like it's very hard to standardize the motivation of entering the climate change field. You have to diversify the motivations, let it happen in the right direction, positive directions.
Thanks. So Kamal, I'm just thinking maybe you could give us a little bit of an overview of when we look at green jobs globally, what are the range of jobs that we're looking at, and what are the kind of policies that we're going to need to make the transition to that green workforce? Sorry. Oh yeah.
Well, I think we have been a lot promoting this agenda through the concept of green jobs. But in fact, what we're really looking into is the greening of jobs. Because when we are working with countries to look at the potential for employment creation through environmental policies, one way is to confine to job creation in specific environmental sectors. One typical example is the work of the International Renewable Energy Agency. IRENA publishes this annual review on renewables and jobs. So it tells us, like in the latest review, that there were 12 million people working in renewables last year. But if you look at that, we call it in our metrics direct employment creation. Now, if you go beyond individual jobs in renewables, we know this is an industry with value chains, with back-forth and upward linkages with the rest of the economy, with suppliers, etc. And that creates a lot of indirect employment in other sectors outside of renewables. And the third level of job creation is what we consider as induced employment. A typical example is when there is a program of electrification through biogas or solar energy in an area that did not have access to electricity. The mere fact of having that access to electricity will trigger a number of other businesses. People will earn more money, and the more they earn, the more they spend, the more you stimulate the economy, the more you create some jobs elsewhere. So therefore, what we're doing is to look at that whole range of direct, indirect, and induced employment, and that gives you the big picture of jobs. Now, the other important dimension is about greening jobs. We want to avoid this notion that within labor markets there is a segment of green, good, and cool jobs, and then there are other jobs that are like brown, dirty, and bad jobs. Because unless we work with the entire economy and help greening, whether you are in textile, in manufacturing, in transport, there is that potential for improving energy and material efficiency across the board. So you're greening occupations all over the labor market. So then that creates that much bigger opportunity for employment creation. So that is why we've been working with organizations like LinkedIn. They are going to release this report on skills for green jobs because we could use that massive data set that they have. Most of us have a LinkedIn account. But with our updating of our profiles, they're able to track patterns of change in education and to what extent literacy in climate, in environmental field is being a driver for career moves. In what industries, in what countries, and that gives us an overview of where is the workforce moving around in a bigger picture. So therefore, I mentioned these numbers of 100 million jobs possible, but I just wanted to go beyond that just number to look at the narrative and the bigger agenda. And again, that brings us to literacy because it tells us that we are in a sort of lifelong learning. People, even in professional careers like us, keep educating ourselves, and that makes it possible to move around, careers and change occupations. And so I want us to keep that notion of greening jobs and greening skills, because we acquire new skills through literacy education, and that's a kind of what we're trying to do with LinkedIn, to see if there's a big picture around the world on trends in career pathways and changes with education and climate literacy.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say about climate education effectively throughout everyone's lives, and whatever work we're doing. Perhaps it needs to be rolled out for all of us in some ways. And the big question is how we do that. And I was thinking about Joy, something you said to me earlier about how, once China gets behind the idea of climate education, it's just going to work its way all the way through. Yes, is that right?
Yeah. So I think China got its own special circumstance in a way that it's a very bottom-up, top-down country. So when President Xi mentioned that we're gonna go ecological civilization, we're gonna put the whole country at one union to do the new ecological urban planning, and we have to achieve our neutrality goals by a certain of time. That means when the central government announces policy, different level governments will have their own action plan. They're gonna engage the schools, engage the enterprise, corporates, and all different sectors to make efforts in these areas. But the problem is nobody knows how to do it, right? At the very beginning. So people starting to try to do the training program, trying to create new jobs, new platforms to make the information, make the people can flow within different sectors. Then there's a new job came out. And then also, as I always mention, that when you talk about challenges, there always means that there's nobody filling the gaps, or nobody can solve some certain kind of problems, especially if we narrow it down to a specific industry. That means there are going to be more experts come out. The experts I mentioned about is usually cross-disciplinary. That means that you have to climate plus, or you are sales plus with climate change. So they're emerging something new in different sectors.
Thanks, Joy. I wondered if anyone else had any sort of reflections on where climate education is at in their own countries. Obviously, we're not in school at the moment. Joy's the only person who's relatively recently out of school. So, what are your thoughts on where in the United States or Spain things are?
Well, something that I wanted to, I already talked about our Outdoors for All campaign, but something related to green jobs and the youth as well, that it's going right now. Actually, today the Congress of the United States is voting on the Build Back Better agenda from President Biden, and something that we have been very excited about. It's something called the Civilian Climate Corps. And the Civilian Climate Corps, it's inspired on something from the 1930s and 40s, from the time of the Great Depression, where the government came up with this Civilian Conservation Corps. And it was a way basically to employ young people, from very young age all the way to, however you define youth these days. It's certainly changed over the decades. But it was putting all these masses of young people to build trails in the protected areas, to basically, upgrade the national park system. And so right now, with the President Biden agenda, it's putting all these young people, in a way to deal with unemployment, but also it's a way to invest in education as well, to do everything from urban parks to national parks and national protected areas, to understanding how buildings work and building retrofit. So it becomes part of their employment, part of their education, and also dealing with climate change and climate literacy. So it is a way of having green jobs, but also contributing greatly to climate literacy.
I mean, just thinking about the United States, because I'm just recalling what Catherine mentioned to me earlier, which was there was an education meeting earlier at which there were, I think you said no US representatives, is that right? I don't know if you're happy to say something.
And by the way, I brought that from United States, but it's something that, relatively speaking, it's something that it's low budget, but has a great impact in both education and youth unemployment, that it's a very big issue in so many countries.
Yeah, so many of us are signed on to a campaign to promote formal education. We've been doing non-formal education since the first Earth Day created the modern environmental movement. Non-formal education is something Earth Day does, Sierra Club does, but our goal here is to create formal education, K through 12, fully integrated, assessed climate literacy in every school in the world. And we're doing it for a couple of reasons. One is that we believe in equity and justice. And there's no reason why Zimbabwe or any other country can't make their own solar panels, but they won't be able to. And the North will own every green job on the planet unless we educate our kids formally in schools. That's what we have to do. We have to integrate it from the beginning to the end. We've all been working very, very hard to promote that for the last couple of years in particular, and that's why our campaign took off when the unions joined us, through both the ILO as a supporter, Sharon Burrows, 220 million trade unions, people from trade unions joined this campaign. Education International, with 32 million union teachers joined this campaign. Why? Because they know non-formal education isn't going to cut it. It's not going to work to really build the workforce of tomorrow. So we've been pushing the government. We just went to the Education and Environmental Ministers meeting, and the U.S. was a no-show. There might be some other reasons, but it was there that we expected commitments from country, and they followed one after the other, recognizing that formal education in their K through 12 schools, assuming they can afford it, may save them from the same situation they're engaged in tech, which is they don't own any of it. So rather than have the Googles, the Facebooks, et al., owning the green economy in the 21st, 22nd century, we want the Global South to have a piece of the action. And the only way you can do that is educate people, train them for jobs, and most important, this is very, very important to Sierra Club and Earth Day, which is teach them civic skills so they can fight back against coal. And behind you, there's an interesting sign about our campaign, but more important, probably at the bottom, is that Brad Smith, the CEO of Microsoft, said, we need formal education in every K through 12 school, or we're not going to make it as a company. So we're really, really excited about that. So it's a combination of non-formal, formal, and other. But if we want the jobs of the future to belong to all of us in an equitable fashion, we have to educate our kids, whether it's art, music, science, reading, history, whatever it is, just like we did in the tech industry. And I think it's really important. So my comment, that was a long speech, was really about how do we get the U.S. to pay attention? How do we get all countries to pay attention and bring that together? And I'd love your reaction to that.
Well, I don't know if you've got a response to that. Like, how do we do it? Well, I mean, I just can fully agree with what Catherine has said, and I think that is why part of our work now within the UN system, there are many organizations. There's UNESCO, UNICEF. We at the ILO are more at the interface between education and the professional work. So what we have been doing in the past few years was to understand the kinds of skills that would be needed in a green economy. Where do we see those skills now present? Where are the gaps, and how to anticipate those gaps? So we published at the COP in Madrid a global study, Skills for a Greener Future, which looked at 32 country studies. It includes the United States, includes Bangladesh, South Africa, with specific country assessment on where they stand in the skills they have today and the skills that they would need for the future. Now, building on that global review on skills for green jobs, we have a sense of the kinds of occupations that would be required, from low skill to medium skill to high skill occupations. And what we find is that the largest demand will be in the low, medium skills occupations. Just in back to my circular economy scenario, we find 52 million jobs would require that kind of medium skill education and retraining. Now, that is why we're working with a number of partners on a guide to green TVET systems, like vocational training and education systems, so that skills that would be required for energy efficiency, for solar panel installation, deployment, maintenance, etc. And if you have those specific curriculum for vocational training in Bangladesh, in Uganda, in South Africa, that would make it possible for those countries to capture the jobs that will come in the solar energy deployment, in bioenergy, in the hydrogen economy, etc. So that's the kind of work we're doing, but I just agree with that. If we don't build that capacity in the countries, then the potential for job would be captured elsewhere.
Yeah, maybe just before you pass it on, does anyone have any reflections on how we fund that, or how different countries are already looking at funding it? How do we fund the training?
Well, education is a public goods. Now, in most countries, it is government spending. But if I look at my own country, I'm originally from Senegal. Most good schools now have been privatized. And so you need to have that demand to stimulate investment from the private sector. But we must do our effort to push education systems like public funding to integrate that environmental element. And I just want to end by saying that part of what we do is to set up training hubs in universities. We have something called the Green Jobs Assessment Institution Network, which is a network of policy research institutions developing to develop metrics like I was talking about. And we have set up a regional training hub for English-speaking Africa, hosted by the University of Pretoria in South Africa. At the end of November, we are starting a new hub in French-speaking Africa with universities of Dakar and Abidjan. And we deliberately engage in partnerships with academic institutions so that you get this training be embedded in formal education systems, so that we have people able to use statistical measurement, input-output models to help their countries conduct the kinds of studies that we now do with PERI, the Political Economy Research Institute in the US, or GWS in Germany. We partner with those organizations, but the goal is that Dakar, Abidjan, Pretoria be able to offer those courses so that you have people equally trained in those countries to do the same.
Great. And Lucia, I'm just thinking, maybe you could talk a little bit about why Iberdrola decided it wanted to create these, or you decided, I don't know if it was you pushed it, these resources for teachers.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I think in Iberdrola we see climate change, the awareness is really key for all the society. And one of our focus is young children and young people and children in the schools. So we try to facilitate talking about always climate change and sustainability resources. I mean, we are not talking about technological skills in this case. So we made this project. It's called EducaClima, which is a platform. It's an open platform for everybody. And you can find resources mainly for teachers to try to work with water and with energy, with the different technologies in energy, with climate change, the causes, the evidences, the consequences, different for all ages, from 3 years until 18. And so we can go with the teacher to try to work together in this in the school with climate change. But it's true that it's very difficult in Spain. I mean, it's very depending on the regions. How they cope with the education on climate change and sustainability, and there are regions that are accelerating, and it's all the platforms they are using them, and they have also their own platforms. And there are other regions that are much more not using for the moment this kind of resources, no? I think the teachers, they don't have, sometimes they don't have time to use the resources. But it has been really interesting also during the crisis. We made a new part of the platform called Do It at Home. So the children and the young people could do it also with only very simple questions from their teachers to work around climate change and sustainability with these resources. And we are trying to also to amplify and giving them also in Portuguese, in English, and all around the countries where Iberdrola is present.
Thanks, Lucia. I'm just thinking about, I saw the UK climate education plan that was announced today, and of course it included science, as we might expect. There's a science curriculum, but one of the other aspects was to encourage children to go out and get involved in biodiversity projects in their neighborhood. And I'm thinking that really relates to the connection with nature that is obviously at the heart of what you do, Ramon. And you were talking about outdoors for all, but are you thinking that actually it should be more beyond that? Really, there should be a sort of that connection for every single child through the education system in the States?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's our experience, and you know, from the campaign, it shouldn't be something that it's added, no? That when they get to us, or when we try to reach them, it should be something that everybody gets the access to, no? And for that, it's very important then the equity question, because for us, who has access to nature, it's very important. When the Sierra Club started 130 years ago, it was a club to enjoy the outdoors, and it was a force also that advocated for the preservation of specific areas. But I must say, our revisions of history also points towards there was a lot of exclusion in that and a lot of harm caused, because certainly the areas that are preserved today, they were also inhabited by communities that were relocated, indigenous communities. Also, ultimately was the wealthier. In the case of the U.S., often white communities that were the ones that were enjoying nature. So we cannot separate the concept of enjoying nature and having that consciousness from the question of equity and access, and inclusion. So that is very relevant, for in terms of when it comes to education, because something that we see is that traditionally the ones that have that can enjoy that are usually the wealthier communities. And for that, so we have been approaching this question of equity and inclusion, I would say in the last 10 years, much more aggressively. Even our internships for young people, now we have a policy. We cannot accept, free internships. We have to pay, because ultimately, what we were seeing is that, well, the ones that could afford to have internships with us traditionally, well, then wealthier communities coming from wealthier institutions, no? So we have a policy now for that. So that's key for when thinking what kind of educations we want for all.
Yeah, and I think also just maybe to take it on even from there, that when we talk about climate literacy, maybe we're also talking about not just the actual knowledge about biodiversity or about climate itself, because obviously climate literacy is about climate, but also about all the other things around it, which are history and how we relate to each other. And, there's a civic element there that...
Well,
yeah,
no, certainly, and also, important to bring, the intersectionality of, of causes that, in the progressive movement, for us, we can no longer think of environmentalism as in a silo, but environmental issues are racial issues, environmental issues are gender issues, environmental issues are equity, and economic justice. So in that regard, we're convinced, especially this last year after the murder of George Floyd in Minnesota, that there has been this reckoning, and dealing with systemic racism in the United States, but it has certainly spread out to other places. But how we're convinced that we cannot solve the climate crisis, unless we also bring down systems of exclusion and system of supremacy. In the case of the United States, of white supremacy, because ultimately, the notion that we can let a whole watershed, be polluted, and the communities within there, we allow that, we say sometimes, for the betterment of society as a whole, but certainly, for the communities that are within those areas that are being sacrificed, those communities become disposable, in that dynamic, and we cannot have, a notion of disposable people unless we are operating under an ideology based on supremacy, and so that's why, we have to approach environmentalism and literacy, I think, not only thinking on biodiversity and the natural environment, but as a society as a whole.
Yes, thank you. I'm just thinking, obviously, because we're touching on the justice aspect of things there, maybe Kamal could talk a little bit about how we look at just transition for former fossil fuel workers and people in industries who, that we're going to have to move on from.
Well, thank you. This is a very important point, and I'm happy to talk about it, because just today at the International Labour Organization, we have at this very moment the governing body of the ILO taking place. And one of the points the governing body is discussing is the future agendas of the International Labour Conference, which is the highest authoritative body of the ILO. And one of the agenda items they are considering is whether or not the ILO would want to have a labor standard on just transition. So the discussion started today, but the decision will be taken next week. And so we're hoping that the ILO would move towards a standard setting on just transition, because that would be very helpful. Right now, what exists is a set of guidelines that have a very long name, but I'll say it all. It says Guidelines for a Just Transition Towards Environmentally Sustainable Economies and Societies for All. So these are guidelines that were adopted in 2015, just right before the Paris Conference on Climate Change. But what is important about those guidelines is that they come from a tripartite meeting of experts where the workers, like Sharon Barrow and her organization, the employees and governments came together on a consensus. It defines a number of principles around the just transition, and it identifies active and passive labor market policies that would need to go hand in hand with climate and environmental policies so that no one is left behind. It speaks of skills policies, because as we talked about, there will be opportunities for jobs, but we need to skill the workforce for that. There will be unavoidable loss of employment and income. We know it from the fossil fuel industry, and that is why it is important to think of social security and social protection together with climate change mitigation and adaptation policies. I can give an example. In my country, tourism is a second source of foreign exchange, but with coastal erosion, the part of the country that is most prominent for sea-based tourism has lost almost a third of businesses and the workers in those tourist resorts. Now, what climate change adaptation is about is putting concrete blocks to stop the sea from encroaching further. But as they do that, businesses are closing down, people are losing their jobs. What do you do with it? So we need to connect social security and social protection, income protection, with the climate agenda. So therefore, the guidelines, they look at this range of policies and they frame that in the context of a social dialogue, which is also critical, that government should not sit alone in silo and decide on climate and environmental policies. They need to be engaging with business. They need to engage with workers, because at the end of the day, these are actors in the real economy. So the guidelines, they offer all that that framework, and we are now working with a number of countries to use them as they define their policies. And very fortunately, in the current round of updating NDCs, ITUC has estimated that some 49 countries have taken elements of those guidelines and reflected just transition in their NDCs. We're now working with them on implementation, and this is a first but quite important step. And I know Canada and a number of other countries going towards federal legislation on just transition are also looking at how to draw from those guidelines. So therefore, it's a central element. We need to ensure just transition, but it has to be done through a framework and comprehensive policies that are, that need to go together, not pick and choose, but it's a comprehensive framework of policies.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the things I sometimes wonder is like how do we persuade people that, because a lot of us don't like change and we don't necessarily want to retrain, and we don't, we'd like to keep the jobs that we have, I think even with something like a just transition, which we speak about a lot here in Scotland, I heard that there'd been some sort of survey of oil workers in which very few had even heard of a just transition, or knew at least didn't know what it was. So, I just think that maybe there's still a certain amount, how do we get people over that fear, that big hump of fear?
Yeah, no, I just give an example. My sister-in-law works for Total in Senegal. She manages infrastructure. But I've told her, she's an engineer by training, I told her you have to be getting an executive program or a degree on climate, education, environment, because at some point in your career, you'll find that if you don't have that, you won't be moving up. So I think, and I just felt the same. First, she was saying, why would I need that? Because she's happy with the way she's like in, and I just, yes, echo what you're saying, but it requires engagement, education, and because in the future, people would need that. And that is why I was talking about greening jobs and greening occupations.
Yes. I just actually wanted to return to, because there were three things in the new climate education plan for the UK, and one of them was this Climate Leader Award. And when I was speaking to Joy earlier, I thought one of the things that's interesting about you is that you are about focusing on people who are already being leaders in the community and fostering them. So maybe you could talk do you want, yeah.
Yeah, so actually I started the climate change communication education back in 2016, which is considerable long to me anyways. And then I realized that I only do the grassroots level education, and then they can be educated in a way. But in terms of came out the scalable solutions, which is very hard. So later afterwards, I realized that I need to engage these youth leaders in different sectors who already have their influential groups, as well as listeners, followers, had the access to tools, access to making changes, and then they are become my main targets. And then as soon as I engage to educate the tech developers in like the OpenAI, PaaS in China, as well as the big company like Alibaba, Ele.me, which is a huge delivery company in China. I called out all those developers in those big companies who are responsible for developing those products. I educate them. Do you actually have an idea about like the products you made has what kind of climate change or environment issue to the society? They have no idea, because they don't have a full picture about the products they are doing. They only do the parts that they do, and they combine all together, which is the products, right? But those products are adapted by all the Chinese, which is 1.3 billion people using that. So instead of to educate people to asking, I want change of these products, which is impossible for me. So why not educate them to have some kind of setting up the kind of environment-friendly, sustainable mindset in terms of those in those people who actually have power. So that's what we do. So now we are now have the huge developer community in China. They are the super like intelligence developers in China, as well as the content creator who are science fiction writers, as well as the policymaker as well. So they all need to educate it. When we talk about government or corporates, whatever, all the like players in it, we just talk about human. We all talk about humans. So just educate each of them. This is very important at different level to children, to youth, and to adults. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, we're thinking a lot about youth today, and the youth themselves have been pushing hard for climate education. We've heard their voices a lot and have strong ideas about what they should be learning. I wonder, do you think it's important that we include the ideas of the young in even how they're educated? Does anyone want to jump on that one?
Okay, so maybe I can start from based on my experiences. What I found out, at least in my based on my experiences in China, and when there's a huge gap between the current education curriculum we're learning in school and the industry needs, and what we're learning in school is totally out of date. And then what the market needs, what the challenge needs, the innovators, enablers are just like there's no way to get what exactly the market, the company, the society wants. And then also when I work with those entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, no matter where they graduate from all over the world, they come back to China and say, I get it, I'm gonna change China, I'm gonna change the society. And then they are sitting there and pat their head and say, okay, I have an idea. I want to set up a company. I want to be the innovator. But actually, the idea that came out already being tested by the industry itself. So they're kind of waste of like double with the energy and the time to do so. So what if we can bridge the industry leaders or people in the industry with the campus, with the young leaders? That will save so much energy and so much resources as well. So there is a special pattern right now happening in China. It's called cooperative and campus relationship. So usually the big campus, big corporates who has the money or big enough, they will set up different labs, different channel with different universities to provide industry information to those students, to those different level students. For university students, usually they eat more from practical level, and for the what do I mean? The practical level is like about the job. It's about offering a job. I need those talents who can can help the company to move forward to a green direction, right? Because the company don't know how to do it. They need talents. And for the young children, they bring them to the company to have a visit to understand how the corporate works in terms of the climate change protection, climate change as well as environment protection.
I'm just wondering if do you want to? Yeah, go on.
I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but you know, for me, I mean, if you look at how successful corporations are, when it comes to consumer products, the use of focus group and understanding their audience is very important. So for me, it's
the focus,
sounds like
the focus group. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer then that you need to if you're talking about how children learn best and education for them to include them in that input, it's a no-brainer. Should be.
I mean, we're also talking a lot about retraining people, but there is, I just wonder if there's any thoughts on the general level of public education and how do we communicate more?
I have two cases that I can share. One case is done by the Alibaba. They developed a game called Ants Forest. So basically, you buy stuff from Taobao or like you cycling, you take public transportation, you get energy from your phone, which is Alipay. And when you get certain amount of energy, you can adopt a tree at the digital store. And once you have to continue put energy to watering this trees, and at a certain level they will plant a real tree in the areas that needed the trees, and then later they use that to educate the public. See, you play the game, which is fun, at the same time you do something good for the environment. What if they put the environment education at the very beginning instead of making the game more fun, which won't work? And then there is another case, it's called Quista game. The game was about it's also the game is encouraging people to go into the nature and take picture of the trees, plants, and then the animals, and upload it on the app. And then once experts recognize those animals, and then you can get some payback from the game. So that's also create incentives to those audience to participate. As I said at the very beginning, in terms of educating the public, you never do to standardize the motivation of why should they care about environment, why should they care about climate change. You have to put the facts there, and then let them, because they have different roles, right? Different industry. Let them to figure out incentives behind, provide that incentives. Never judge them about the incentives why they are going to that field. Otherwise, you already put your audience in your opposite position, which is not good from my experiences.
Catherine, it looks like you might have something to say or ask. I don't know. You haven't done that one yet.
This is a question for Ramon. One of my favorite campaigns on the planet was Sierra Club's Beyond Coal campaign, for which they received a huge amount of money and did an incredibly great job. But in the context of environmental education and training jobs for the future, I know a lot about your techniques and tactics and how incredible you were in stopping power plants, coal-fired power plants, from moving forward. But I know very little about how you replaced the jobs for the workers that you put out of business, that we all hoped we would put out of business, and move them into something else. And I'm wondering how you combine that job strategy with the strategy of ending coal-fired power plants, because I know you did it.
Well, thanks so much for that, Kathleen. And for those of you that who may not know the campaign, the Beyond Coal campaign, probably one of the most successful campaigns in the history of the environmental movement, and we have been able to either close or schedule to close about 2/3 of the coal plants in the United States, and that was in big way thanks to former Mayor Bloomberg, right, that just announced in this conference that basically is taking a lot of, I guess, the lessons from there, but internationally, right, and to do the same internationally. We're not involved in that area, just in case I'm not promoting it here or self-promoting. But well, that was partly very successful because of the focus, and having the ability to deploy a lot of organizers doing very targeted, a very targeted effort, in very specific places in the United States. So there was the aspect of location, there was the aspect of the specialized focus on that. When it comes to a platform for replacing that, it has. We're very hopeful on what is happening in Congress now, because I cannot think of many other aspects of doing it in a massive way unless there's some government intervention and coordination with the private sector. Because in the case of the U.S., I'm not saying this would be the same in other places where there's either better coordination or a focus on the collective. Which is not the case in the U.S. It's like, private property and individualism is what reigns, over there. But so, in the Build Back Better agenda, there's a focus on transitioning that. And sometimes I'm amazed how a lot of the focus of the opposition comes from places where coal is still very important, and it's so short-sighted, because it's like, well, if you have the opportunity to actually lead in the technology of the future and of the 21st century, why are you stuck with a technology from, the 1800s? So it's not even from the 20th century. We have been burning coal since the 1800s, and so it has to come hand in hand. But unfortunately, a lot of the leaders and corporate leaders there have not seen that. So I don't see in any other way than when you have that coordination between government and private sector, that you can have that transition or just transition done in a fair way. And of course there's always a political game of where funding is allocated and where would we go. But again, it's just I'm amazed that those leaders in the states where these the dirty fuels are more relevant cannot use that to negotiate their transition, and be sure that there's a lot of focus on that. Because, so I'm sorry if I'm not answering completely, in terms of strategy, but we're very effective environmental advocates and campaigners. We hope to have a say, but we hope we're not the leaders of designing the economic transformation, because many other in the private sector and the government should be doing that, not the environmental advocates. Thank you.
I just wonder if Kamal might have something that he'd like to say in response to that. I was just thinking, you looked like you had some thoughts maybe on the...
Well, I just think that if Sharon Barrow was here today, she would say that the workers are not stuck to the economy and the technologies of the past. And I think that they're not thinking we should be using coal until the world totally runs out of coal to find something else. Because in our own history as humanity, we had the Stone Age, like people said. With the Stone Age did not end because we ran out of stone. We still have stones around the place, but we found better, and we know how to make knives with metal and other things. But I think what the trade union movements is asking for is to be part of the discussion, and and they like to say it's just like a dish. If you are not at the table, you are the menu. And the workers don't want to be the menu. They want to be at the table and discuss with industry, with government, so that you plan coal phase out, you plan plant closure. And there are many successful examples. Hazelwood in Australia. So ITUC has documented a lot of good examples of very well planned coal phase out, where you also look at opportunities for redeploying the workforce elsewhere. There are many challenges, and we have to recognize that. And in our own analysis, we point to two of them. One is what we call this temporal disconnection, which is that the moment a coal plant is closed somewhere in the US, in South Africa, and the moment new employment is created for the workforce, former workers to be absorbed, is not immediate. So you have that temporal disconnection, and there might be geographical disconnection. We may see a lot of more jobs coming in wind energy, in solar energy, but miles away from where the jobs are lost. So therefore, it's why policy is important and planning to make it possible. But what I know from the union movement is that they are not sticking to jobs that they know will need to change, industries that the world need to move out of, but they want that to be done in a just transition process, through planning, through social dialogue. And I must say, in the ILO, in today governing body discussion, it is the workers that were asking for a standard setting. The employers don't want it. But the workers, since I came to the ILO, I was surprised. I never understood why is it that workers are driving the green agenda, because in my mind, they should be worried about jobs. But it was the opposite. And I came to realize that they know the change is inevitable. You must now discuss it, anticipate, find solutions, and not just lay back and be on the defensive. So it's a complex agenda, but what motivates me personally is that the workers are at the forefront of this agenda.
Thanks, Kamal. That's great. I'm just wondering if anyone does have a question out there. Anyone want to ask anything? Or I can just fire ahead and ask a few more, but if there's anyone who wants to jump in. Nope. Okay, great. Shall I actually maybe...
Hello, thank you very much. Ismail Farja from the African Youth Climate Hub.
I don't know if we can hear you yet. You can. That's my volume's a bit...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's better.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ismail from the African Youth Climate Hub, and thank you, esteemed speakers, for these enlightening thoughts. But my question would be that we know that climate education is crucial and is important. And we now see that countries are engaging in trying in assuring this formal kind of education. But the question I'm asking now is, we get engagement right, but do we have the right approach for a sustainable climate education? In what sense are we going to adopt still a traditional approach of educating our young people for climate education? We know that climate change today is something that is impacting the whole world, and that information gets old really quickly. So the approach to educating for climate needs to be something flexible and something dynamic, where we also need to include the co-construction of knowledge. So we need to take in consideration young people not only as recipients of education, but also as providers of data and providers of knowledge. So to what extent potentially your organizations or your unions are working towards a strategic general approach for a more innovative way of educating our young people?
Would anyone like to take that one? Ramon? Yes. Okay, sorry.
I mean, well, I mean, I already pointed out to a couple of the things that we do. I mean, but ultimately, you know, an organization like mine, we have campaigns, national campaigns, and organizing. So a lot of the organizing, you know, is often done with young people that have the passion and the drive, the desire, and you know, so we I think, you know, either if even when we don't see it as a formal education, you know, the organizing part of it, it's a very it's a sorry it's a form of education that it's very important, and not only for the people, the organizers, but for the communities that are impacted, no, and that you know, I would say though that a lot of that our methodology of organizing has also changed and evolved in recent years, adopting what is called the HEMES principles for democratic organizing. Organizations like ours that were, you know, relatively speaking, very big, would often come and, you know, address an issue, you know, and parachute into a community. And right now, you know, under the HEMES principles, you know, it's much more based on mutuality and collaboration. You know, we go to places where we're invited, you know, and we often may use our, I mean, we're still learning, you know, how to do that, but, you know, become also collaborators in sharing the resources or accessing the sources of funding and things like that. So, you know, that I don't know if that goes exactly to what you're asking in terms of alternative, you know, curriculum, etc. But it's just unless we change, you know, the systems of how we operate in a traditional way, you know, it's we're going to remain with the same problems, right? So in terms of, you know, our organizing is changing in that way. But you could argue the same for, you know, regular education, etc. No?
Yes, just to add, maybe we are not specialized in education, but it's true that we see that it's a very good idea, and I think the education is changing in order to learn by projects and to make projects with the community around. So there are many work in terms of mitigation and adaptation sometimes, and reducing pollution on the community, on the neighborhood, that they could do, the students, and this will be really interesting. But it's true that also that has been, it's true that the teachers has to also to need a new training to upskill and reskill, no, in order to how to put the student in the center and to change the way to teach, no. And this is, yes, I think this is important. And also it's true that technologies, I think they have to also to teach new technologies, new ways. Iberdrola, from the energy perspective, I mean, there is these new renewable technologies for generation, but we have also to teach in terms of the uses of energy and to green the uses of energy. I mean, there is 50% that is generating electricity and we can do it renewable all, but there is a 50% that is the use of other energies. This is buildings, how we heat our home. This is the industry, the transport. So all these things, I think they have also to go to the education to change also the way how do we live every day, you know.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was just thinking that actually recently I spoke to a group of teachers who were talking about rewilding education. And, I know we sometimes overuse the word rewild, but I think that accorded with some of the stuff that you're talking about there. My next question sort of follows on from that a little bit, in that I'm just wondering what beyond the science, the facts, we think we need to teach young people today, or that young people need to learn at school. And because, I can think of one off the top of my head that I'm always bothered about, which is, how are our kids and ourselves going to navigate the world of information and misinformation and social media. And I think these things have an impact on how we deal with climate. So it's not just about teaching about what's happening with energy. I just wondered if anyone else has a thing that they think we really need to teach that one at schools. Anyone? No.
Well, I think the point that you've made, Vicky, about information and misinformation is quite important, because in the sphere of policy, that is the question about the science of climate change, which is still, every time the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change publishes these scientific reports, but that does not prevent from some people not believing that climate change is real and it's a human-induced. There are people who think that this is natural processes, and I just make an anecdote. I was reading the Quran yesterday. There's this surah, Arad, which talks about the thunder, and it says, "Can't you see that we come to Earth and we reduce it from all sides?" Now imagine somebody who believes in the Quran, in the Bible, and reads like that and would say, well, in fact, this is an act of God. I can't do anything about it, because if the Bible says that we're coming to the earth and we're reducing it from all parts, what can I do about it as a human? So therefore, the way we absorb information, even as adults and kids, and be able to interpret it is quite critical. And in this age where information flows from all over the place in social media, it's quite important. So therefore, how we educate, absorb information, and be able to interpret it in the right way is just fundamental.
Catherine's got something.
Sorry, I've been talking a lot. I think I would only add that we haven't approached for us, which is the biggest thing, that no country in the world teaches civics. The United States doesn't teach civics. China doesn't teach civics. Nobody teaches civics. A little bit. We learn about governments. We learn how to get behind them, but we don't really learn how to challenge them, work the system, request information, sue our governments, sue our corporations in an effective way. I can't even manage to get my local government to stop cutting down trees, mostly because I can't navigate the system, and I'm a lawyer. But I think for us, and I wonder if any of you feel the same way, that we really need to add civic education to our climate literacy campaign, because honestly, to speak in the vernacular, it's the poor people that are going to get screwed, and they really, really need civic skills in order to fight back. It can't be just environmental groups. There aren't enough of us. There are 7.8 billion people, and if we're lucky, 10 million environmentalists. So we really have to figure out how we can give those skills to ordinary people who are not in the movement, but are suffering from the ills of climate change. Or I just wonder how all of you feel.
Wow, this is like the toughest question for me. Come on. I mean, I think I think it's like I think different places, as we mentioned about when we're talking about tackling climate change, we always think like we have to be localized, right? As we mentioned about the climate change education, how can we to be more adaptive to current nowadays situation. I think it's we can still do it in a traditional way without breaking the system itself, without the traditional measures itself, but we can change the content, also the way we deliver it. And another way around is like, as I mentioned, like there are so many ways you can affect the individual, the individual who actually have power, and then you got find a way to have impact on them. There are gonna be slightly changes on that. So it's just exactly the same as the public education. Don't ever put yourself before you really step out. You already put your public in opposition of you. So I think, especially under Chinese circumstances, you have to be more careful about that. Definitely there is a way out, but you have to play it wisely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot agree more. No, that the notion of civics is very important. You know, unfortunately, what we see in a lot of public education systems is the heavily investing in the technical careers and engineers and math and science. It's important, and of course, we know that that is important, but unless you also invest in civics, then you're not creating, engage you know. Society or citizenry, in that. So yeah, I cannot agree more that that needs to be saved.
Yes, I agree totally. I mean, if we are educating to take care of the planet, I think we have to educate to take care of everybody. Humans, the planet, the nature, everybody, everyone. And the truth is we have to go together. We have to go all. So I mean, this is I think the transition, the recovery is an opportunity to recover also inequalities that there are now, no, in the current model. So it's also, we try in Iberdrola with all of our investments to have a dialogue with every agent, every stakeholder that will be affected by our investments, because this is our commitment is with the planet, with the clean energy, but of course with the society. So this is important, really important and key.
Does Kamal want to say anything, or shall I? Yeah.
Well, I just was saying, I remember when I went to primary school, we had civic education. So you start with that, but I'll ask my children if they have that now.
I think in the UK there's small amounts, but they really are small. You know, they feel gestural, and I'm totally with you, Catherine. I think it's essential. Just another question. I'm just wondering why, if anyone has any thoughts on why we've been so slow on climate education across the globe, in terms of it's really, the actual teaching of it in schools has been so poor up until now.
Anybody? Well, I mean, I know that we're on time, but yeah, I mean, but no, yeah, but I mean, in terms of, I would see it as, I mean, it has been slow, and at the same time, when looking back, it's how much we have advanced, because I remember, only like 15 years ago when Hurricane Katrina hitting the coast of Louisiana, you could have like one article on climate change a week in a publication. Now you open and half of it, I mean, these days, of course, everything is here is the center of the world. But yeah, no, there's so much. So hopefully it's that it's also translates in more actions. So.
Yes, I totally agree. I think we have advanced a lot. Don't know. Maybe we are in a kind of tipping point, and we're going to accelerate. We have to, and well, sometimes it's a question of resources. Maybe the COVID crisis also has put us in a way that everything can change in one day. So I think maybe climate change in this way will be much more important in the schools and in education. This is my.
No, just for me, I agree. As Raymond said, that there's progress, but it is the pace. I think just need to accelerate the pace of change, and I think we all align in that.
Yeah, well, so I think it is overtime now, so I think I just stretched it out an extra few minutes, but I just wanted to say thanks to the wonderful panel here. It's been so interesting to hear so many reflections from different backgrounds and different countries, and thanks to Earth Day for hosting us. Thanks, Catherine.
Good evening, everybody. This is Anas Ghanem. I'm from Qatar Foundation. Today, we will gathered here to discuss the role of youth and education in combating climate change. We believe that education is an important component in our fight towards combating climate change. We need to educate and inspire our students to transform our world. Today, I'm very delighted to be joined by an incredible group of 6 students from Qatar and Scotland. We have Julia Penna, a student at Doha Modern School and is the Secretary General of Thyman Qatar. And we have Abdullah Darwish, President of the MUN program in Qatar at his school at Qatar Academy. And we have Sama Ayoub, a student at Weill Cornell University in Qatar, studying medicine, and is the former president of MUN at her school as well, focusing on climate change last year. And then we have Minna Labib from the University of Edinburgh. She's a PhD student focusing on greenhouse gases. And she also has been working on a MOOC on climate action technologies. And next we have Max Browning from the University of Edinburgh as well. He's majoring in both Chinese and Russian, both very difficult yet very important languages. He happens to speak 6 languages as well. And has founded One Scotland, a nonprofit that helps international students get together in Edinburgh and Glasgow. And we also have Galina Tatuva. She's a PhD student also studying greenhouse gases, and she's been working on an online MOOC that talks about climate solutions. Thank you so much for joining us. What an inspiring and powerful group of students. Before we get started into our panel, we'd like to present to you a video that captures our youth manifesto that our students developed after going to pre-COP26 in Milan last month. They were an inspiring group of 10 students who joined us in negotiations and conversations in Milan when we were there with Qatar Foundation and Earth Day as well. Our students were at the forefront of discussions, and they got a chance to share their message and requests to leaders. Here's a quick video that captures their message that they've shared in Milan.
We are here to turn conversations into action.
نحن نسعى إلى حوار ذا معنى وليس حوار من أجل الحوار. نود اعتبار الفئات المهمشة مثل الشباب والنساء وذوي الإعاقة والذين يعيشون تحت خط الفقر شركاء أصليين في حل هذه المشكلة.
We already have solutions. We always have. And these are drawn from historical architecture that doesn't damage the ecosystem.
We don't want the focus to be covering on past failures.
نطالب بالمساءلة والتصرف بشكل ناضج.
We need more youth-led education for advocacy, like Thyman Qatar, which is an extracurricular program.
لماذا هذا البرنامج خارج المنهج؟ ولماذا ليس لديه مثله في المدرسة؟
Are we really building sustainable futures, or are we educating generations for more of the same?
It is through education that we will make changes.
And through media?
والحوار العالمي الشامل.
It's not about teaching us climate action advocacy.
We already know what we need to do.
ما نريده هو تذليل العقبات في طريقنا وإزالة العراقيل التي تحجب صوت الشباب.
And other marginalized communities.
Amplify those voices.
So we can truly turn conversations into action.
As you can see, very powerful voices here. We believe in the power of youth, and we think that they should be at the forefront of these discussions, and we believe in giving them the platform to share their thoughts. They're ready, they just need to be given that platform, and we're very excited to have them here joining us in Glasgow. We've been at Glasgow for about 5 days. It's been very cold, but very worth it. We've been having incredible discussions at different events and venues and speaking directly to politicians. I'll let our students tell you a little bit more about their experience and what they've been seeing. So, Abdullah, would you like to tell us how has been COP26 for you? It's been your fifth day so far.
Everything I expected, actually. I met a lot of new people from the Qatari delegation, especially. I was visiting pavilions, met real world leaders, Secretary of Environment of the United States, John Kerry, Secretary of Energy of the United States, um, Minister of Energy and Ministry of Environment Canada and Kenya right here actually. So we met and got involved with the real world leaders, and I think that was a great experience, which was one of actually which is my message towards COP in the Youth for Climate in Milan. So I'm really excited, and I feel really accomplished that I set out my goals and I've accomplished them here in COP.
Wow, that's amazing. Can you tell me a little bit more about that meeting with the Italian ministry? So was this a follow-up of your trip in Milan?
Yes, this is a follow-up of pre-COP in Milan, where we attended the Youth for Climate between an event campus and a museum there, where we saw different people, experiences, and we met with great and really interesting people like Mr. Garcia, who was a journalist living in Afghanistan for 21 years. We learned from his experiences and his impact on how climate impacted him. And it was a really great experience. And we got a glimpse of the world leaders and seeing how they were interacting with us. And here, especially at COP26, we got involved with them. We just came from a meeting with the Youth for Climate, where the Italian Minister of Environment and the President of COP26 were attended, listening to the voices of youth and implementing the manifesto, which was an incredible experience, especially for me as a young person.
That's amazing, and I'm happy to tell you that part of your input from this video was also shared in the official manifesto that was shared in the meeting. So congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Anas.
And Julia, I heard you stalked down Greta in Milan at FreeCov. How was that experience, seeing her in person? She's a very inspiring climate activist that you've been following for a long time.
Yeah, seeing her in person really brought to reality the entire movement. But I have to say that the main takeaway from that was the discussion we had, and just the power in her words and the motivation behind everything she does is something that I really took away from that. Just the sheer motivation and everything she does is something I think we can all learn from. And as Abdullah was saying, the meeting with the ministers just now and discussing what we've done in Youth for Climate, I have to disagree ever so slightly with Abdullah. Not enough has been done, and so I think we need to commend the actions and what has been done, but I think more needs to take. We need to take more action, and there needs to be more impact, and so yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being honest. That's beautiful. Sama, can you tell us a little bit more as well about your experience in COP and how has it been to be here? I'm sure it's been an overwhelming 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, so it's definitely been great. It's awesome to see that youth are actually present. We're like a unified force, that we're all really here. Discussing climate change and climate action, we usually see it online. We talk to our own peers, and it's very local based when you're in your own country. But coming here, seeing that there are people from around the world sharing the same concerns as you and hoping to create their own initiatives within their own communities in order to tackle climate change, it was really amazing to see that all of us are focused as youth towards one issue and are willing to do what it takes. I'd like to add on to what Julia said, and I was also present at the discussion. Considering that in Milan this manifesto was made in order to be discussed by leaders and see that really help youth implement what they want to see in climate action, it was very concerning to see that it was still taken as an opportunity for ministers and governments to brag about their own accomplishments, when usually this was supposed to be a place for these ministers to really implement what these youth put forward and what they've worked on. And like Julia and Abdul were both present in Milan and both worked on what was presented today. And so it was concerning that despite having the platform, despite having the opportunity to discuss this, we still robbed ourselves of that opportunity and continue to brag about what we're already doing rather than looking forward and making sure that youth voice is actually being acknowledged and not heard.
Wow, how do you think we can fix that? Like, what do you think is missing here?
Listen to us, honestly. The youth were present there. The manifesto is there, but nothing is being listened to. It was taken as an opportunity for governments to really give themselves a pat on the back for what they were already doing. But we already know that what we're already doing is not enough. We're just below 6 years. If what we were already doing is enough, we would have solved the climate change crisis. But clearly it's not. And so maybe if we actually listen to what's already been given to you by the youth themselves and prepared for you, very detailed. I'd like to quote that from being present there. A minister actually said that it's very detailed and encompasses everything that we need to do, but we're still not acknowledging it. So I think the fault is at the fact that our ministers and our governments aren't really acknowledging what we're doing. And maybe we should have the youth next time administer a conference like this rather than the governments themselves. I believe so.
No, you're absolutely right. I think youth do have a strong role here, and they need to be more involved in the decision process.
Of course.
And make sure that their voice is actually heard. Which brings me to my next question. If one of our students from the University of Edinburgh would answer it, how do you think we can incorporate more climate education into schools? How do you think we can teach our students on climate change and the issue and what we need to do? Minna, would you like to take that?
Yeah, sure. So education is a bit of a hot topic, especially today. I think that the education system needs a good hard look. We need to take a good hard look at the education system. Things like the climate crisis and the other challenges that we face, for example, the COVID pandemic, they cut across everything. They cut across all the subjects that are taught. They cut across all the specialties. So in higher education, whether you're studying economics or whether you're studying engineering or languages, these things are part of the climate crisis and they feed into it, and they also have solutions for it. So having a holistic approach to education, having an intersectional, interdisciplinary approach is key.
No, that's a great point. You're absolutely right. And do you think, how far are we into making that happen? What's missing right now?
I think we're still at the very beginning. The conversations have started, which is a good thing, but it's still baby steps, and a lot more needs to be done a lot quicker. The youth that are engaged in the climate crisis are here because they educated themselves on it, as opposed to having that education formally or through their organizations. So we're still at the very, very beginning. Not much progress has been made. And I'd also like to see that extended into informal education. So I think that's a very important topic that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, it absolutely is important, and I think seeing all of you as a great example is a wonderful example of what we can achieve by involving youth in these programs and teaching them about climate change, because they're empowered. You're empowered. You're ready. You just need to know what it is and what you can do with it. Max, do you want to add anything to that? And you're a bachelor student now,
Yeah.
so you just recently graduated from high school. Did you have any climate change education during your education? Was it missing? And how do you think we can incorporate it more?
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to say, at school, at high school, the amount of information that was taught on climate change and global heating was pretty poor. I think this is due to, as Minna's mentioned, there being a lack of an integrated approach to climate education. We can't just have a subject which is called environmentalism or climate change that's taught and for an hour a week, if that, it's not enough. There has to be an integration of climate change and the consequences of climate change into all the subjects that we teach at schools, because it does affect every part of our lives. And I would say that it is now Friday, the end of Friday at COP26. So my take on COP so far has been that it's fantastic that it's taking place in physical form. It has to take place in physical form. But at the same time, there has been a sense that not enough has been done, that we're running out of time. This is possibly the most important conference in world history. So has enough been done so far? I would say that the atmosphere here is positive, but it's a self-congratulatory atmosphere of we've done this, we're sort of working towards this, but there's not really an urgent sense of changing the game dramatically and restructuring things. What I also say is it's great to have different sectors here. Finance has quite a large presence here, but there needs to be a genuine effort across all sectors to play their part, and I think part of that is, very importantly, including the opinions of the young generation, of our generation, the generation that will suffer the hardest from the effects of climate change. So more can still be done, and I hope that we see that happen in the next week.
No, you mentioned something about the environment being too positive. Do you think we should be panicking?
Yeah, we should definitely be panicking. Everyone should be panicking. And the fact is, if you're 90 or if you're 85, I can see why you wouldn't panic, because you're sitting there thinking, this is the close of my life. I don't have that long left. But for us, we may hopefully have decades to come. So, of course, we're panicking, and it is very frustrating as young people to sit here and think, have we actually had any constructive or positive input into this process? Is what we're doing here today worth it? And the fact that, you know, you've managed to get 6 students here to this panel, I think is quite novel. That a lot of the panels here are quite old in terms of the average age. In general, it's also been difficult as observers to attend the actual negotiations as well, which have often been quite restricted and difficult to get into.
So did you get a chance to observe any of the negotiations?
I did 1 or 2. I ended up sitting next to Alok Sharma, which was quite lucky. But that, I think, is an exception, and most of the parties and the observers that are here have really struggled to get into events and to contribute effectively to events as well. So something to bear in mind as we come out of this COP. This is not the end. At the end of this COP, we won't have succeeded in any way. You know, we may have agreed upon a few things, but are we implementing it? Only time will tell.
Absolutely right. And like following through these promises, are we going to make them happen, or are we just going to talk about them?
Exactly.
Which brings me to my next point with you, Galina. We talked about panicking, and we need to panic and look at the urgency of the issue. How do you think we can turn this panic into impactful action and meaningful conversations? Because, you know, throwing out a word saying, like, we need to save the planet today is, you know, right, but at the same time is not realistic. You're a PhD student now, you're focusing on greenhouse gases that come from, you know, forests, which is quite impressive. What do you think, what do you think needs to be done to turn this panic into positive action?
Thank you, Anna. That's a really good question. So the problem with, first of all, I would like to say that yes, it is time to panic because it is a very urgent situation. We are in the time of a climate and a biodiversity crisis and even an emergency. So the panic is a bit inevitable, but the most important thing is to not let this panic turn into inaction, not turn into just being completely overwhelmed and not doing anything. So instead, I'm going to quote Greta here, in action there is hope. So we need to keep doing things. And I would say that how do we turn panic into impactful action? Education is a very important first step. I'm going back to what some of my colleagues on the panel said earlier, that we need to raise awareness, we need to educate people, and in a way today there have been a lot of positive discussions because today was under the theme of young people and education, and there have been some very encouraging commitments from ministers globally that were committing to incorporate climate education more into their school curriculums, and also they were talking about providing more resources to facilitate that. So yeah, my main messages for turning the panic into action is keep doing things and don't let anxiety and depression overwhelm you, and keep in mind that there are a lot of other like-minded people who are also there fighting the good fight. So thank you. That's me for now.
Thank you so much. That's great. And I'd like to move back to you, Sama. And you're now studying medicine at Cornell University in Qatar, and you're very passionate about the environment, but you're not studying something that's very specific, to climate change. How do you think do you think that this is just a specific issue for people that study it, or do you think that there is a cross-cutting across different majors?
Of course not. Climate change is affecting all of us, so it really involves all of us. Whether we like to get as involved as others or not, it really does affect us all equally. And perhaps not equally in terms of the sense that we're all exactly affected by the same way, but in the end, we're all going to be impacted in one way or another. Whether you study more about climate change or not, you're going to be impacted in the end if no action is taken. So you bring up the point about medicine and whether it's still relevant to climate change or not. Of course it's still relevant, but I really want to go back to the point of whether I chose to study medicine or not. I really should be educated on climate change in high school and in middle school and in primary school without having to go out of my way to find out more. And I think there's a fault in our education systems and our school curriculums and how we're not really ensuring that our students are getting the right education on climate change, on something that is going to be affecting them very, very soon. It's not something that is going to happen in decades. It's something that's going to happen in less than 6 years. So why aren't we being educated about it? And another thing is, for me to get involved with climate action and climate change, I had to do this through extracurricular activities like Model United Nations. And this doesn't make sense to me because I had to go out of my way to participate in Model United Nations and find out more and really involve myself in the issue. But not everyone has access, or not everyone has the same opportunity to really get involved in such activities and any initiatives or any, let's say, conferences. Like, I'm here, but not all the youth are here as well. So it's not the same opportunities. Then why is it that someone like me who's equally passionate doesn't have the same opportunity to learn about climate change? And so I think that we really should focus on educating our youth by embedding climate change and climate action issues within our school curriculums. It should be something that's equal for everyone. I don't have to go out of my way in order to learn it. So whether I decide to be an engineer, decide to be a doctor, or decide to be a teacher, I still know about climate change, and I'm still actively using my passion to become a doctor to also educate others around me about climate change. So I think it really affects us all. So despite what path you choose in life, we all should have the same equal opportunity to show initiative towards climate action.
I really love the thing you said about if this is something that I want to do, why do I have to go out of my way to study it? Why isn't it part of my curriculum? And you're part of this program, and it's an extracurricular program. How do you think we can bring in more programs like Thymen into the actual curriculum and the education that students are studying?
So of course, Model United Nations is one of the programs that is very strong in the way that it educates youth and makes them empowered enough to understand issues, and not only climate change, issues in general, our world issues, and really act on them. But the problem is Model United Nations, of course, like I mentioned earlier, it's an extracurricular activity. So what we should be doing is seeing what these skills are, what skills are these students benefiting from, what are they gaining from programs like this, from these initiatives, and making sure that they're implemented within the school curriculum. So our learnings of outcome shouldn't be content-based only. It shouldn't be, oh, my student knows this much information about climate change. Instead, it should be my student is equipped with the right skills and the right information and the right resources to take action about an issue that concerns them. So I think the approach itself with education should be in a way that enables students to take initiative and create their own initiatives where they're leading them. And it's not just adults leading them and the students just tagging along, really. I think we need to empower our youth because we are very capable.
That sounds like the ideal education system. I noticed a lot of the things that you said resonate with like service learning. Have you done any of that? Have you experienced that in your school?
So within service learning, I've been involved in a lot of aspects with service learning in terms of creating initiatives that are not necessarily climate change related, but as a Thymen Qatar previous executive, we ensured that the theme of the conference when I was the Secretary General was climate action. And so we ensured that climate action was very present in everything the students do. So whether you're writing a resolution, writing a research report, whether you're a delegate, a student officer, an admin, whatever you were, you're really still involved with the issue. So our research reports came with an extra section that really focused on climate action and organizations students can get involved in. There is also SDG booklets, which basically gave students the resources, the methodology, and everything that they needed to create their own initiatives without the help of, let's say, adults or relying on others but themselves. And so in the end, we really empowered the youth to create their own initiatives.
That's really amazing. Abdullah, were you involved in that? When Sama was the president and she organized the...
It was a really fun experience, actually. Thymen was a really good conference. Sama was in charge. It was the online one. Sema was in charge of 2 conferences, but the one I remember vividly was the one where she went into action and brought service projects back home to Qatar, which I think was an amazing opportunity. At that year in Thymen, each committee room, which held almost 30 students, would go out into the real world and do some tasks that would actually benefit the environment. We took our conversations we had in the committee rooms, debates, negotiations, etc., people wearing my attire. Then we went to plant some trees, so we could see people in suits and ties talking about what they would do, actually take the action. So we would have people take off their shoes, take off the ties, put on some trainers, and plant some trees. So the people in the rooms making the decisions, talking about the solutions, actually took some action, which I think was good training for the future generation of world leaders and change makers to actually get involved in climate action.
That's really powerful. So you made them walk the talk, literally, right after their conversations. I'd like to move to you, Julia, and ask you, how do you think we can empower more student-led programs? We heard great examples from Abdullah and Sama and everybody else. How can we encourage more student-led community engagement programs that do contribute to the climate issue and other issues as well?
Well, I think what links all of our answers here today is that we are centered around providing local solutions to the issues, empowering the local youth through what is happening in our own communities. And so that's everything that you've heard Sama and Abdullah and the students from the University of Edinburgh talk about is exactly this. We need to ensure that we are showing the exact specific impacts of this global issue on local communities to motivate people and show them how relevant the issue is to their own lives, their own homes. That is how I think you push people. You show them the urgency without creating panic necessarily, but showing them that it is something that they need to contribute to actively. And that is how you get people out of committee rooms, planting trees and contributing to their environment.
No, that's amazing. And have you done any of that during your time, as the deputy president last year and president this year? Have you been able to empower such programs?
Yeah, absolutely. By inviting local stakeholders and having them explain their situation, explain their work, and then service projects which are locally based. So the tree planting events, the beach cleaning, the mental health festival. So really spanning everywhere from climate action to other sustainable development goals and other issues, and showing them how these issues are interlinked and how key it is to act on them together. Again, as Minna was saying, the intersectionality of the issue, that's something that we highlight, but through the local change makers and through local projects.
Oh, thank you so much. That's brilliant. And what has been the most challenging thing to make this happen?
Well, I think that we stress how involved the youth is, and we absolutely are, but it is a percentage of the youth. And so our challenge really is to involve as many people as possible. The people that do not regularly attend Mall United Nations, we need to capture their attention through other projects. So this was the challenge with us. We want to make sure that the normal attendees are participating, they're getting out of their conference attire and doing something different. And the people that were never in the conference attire to begin with are doing whatever they can in the fields that they take part in, everything from music to drama to history and politics.
Thank you so much. Abdullah, do you want to share any other challenges as well that you think you've been through while you were organizing student-led programs?
I think one of the biggest challenges, not just for me, like how the ones I experienced, but the ones many of the young people will experience, is getting the right resources and the right education and the right background and the right people to do the initiatives you want to do. Personally, I came across these problems, but I had teachers and I had resources and I had organizations like Qatar Foundation, which actually helped provide all the things I need and all things necessary. Qatar Foundation provided me with the education I needed, the resources, the teachers, the programs, the departments, in order to move on and do my project, which is an amazing experience and something I'll always be grateful for. But we need more Qatar Foundations around the world, and we need more resources and more educators to go into these community Julia was talking about that aren't MUN based, and help them take their programs, their dreams, and put them into reality, and to do what I'm doing right now, which is accomplish their goals.
No, you're absolutely right, and I think you being here is a great example for other organizations and other communities to adopt the same. And we're very happy to be here at Earth Day as well, who have been, a leading organization in climate literacy and have been doing very similar work to us. So I think we're getting there. I'd like to move to our students from the University of Edinburgh, see what you think on this topic of how do we create more student-led programs? How do we empower students to create student-led programs?
So I think students are doing quite a good job, actually. I think that the youth are engaged, they're trying their best, and I don't think that we need to encourage them to do more projects. I think that we need to give them a space to do what they want to do. We shouldn't be dictating to them what they want to do. We should be giving them a space. We should be making sure that that space is safe, because youth is not a uniform, group of people. It's quite diverse, and that space has to accommodate for all these people and all their needs. And I also want that space to provide them with the skills that they may need, the funding that they may need, the support in whatever form that they may need. And you could be quite amazed what people are capable of doing, just given the opportunity to let what's in them out into the world. So I think that's the most important thing. And I think instead of expecting the youth to reach out to power, I'd like to see power reach out to the youth.
I love that phrase. I love that phrase so much. And what do you think is hindering youth from getting there if they are empowered and excited, like you're saying? Is this something that they need to be educated more on, or is it more of an institutional issue of schools and universities and communities not giving the youth the right opportunities?
I think it's more institutional. I don't think that the youth. I wouldn't put the responsibility on the youth. I think it's more of an institutional problem, not just within schools and universities. I think it's a wider community, structural, hierarchical problem, and quite frankly, the old hierarchy isn't working, so it needs an overhaul.
Thank you. You're absolutely right, and I'd like to hear from you, Max, on this. So you've started One Scotland, and you work with students from across Glasgow and different parts of Scotland who are coming from different countries to study in Scotland, and you were able to bring them all together through your platform. What do you think? Was the hardest thing for you to make this happen, and how do you think we can? What's your advice for other youth who want to do the same?
Well, I think perhaps the hardest thing about that was that our societies in many ways are not designed to be easy to integrate other nationalities into. So, for example, we've seen in Edinburgh and Glasgow, it's a very welcoming city. Both are very, very welcoming cities, and that makes the jobs easier. But there isn't the level of multicultural, multinational collaboration, dialogue that we want to see. And we need that in order to tackle these global challenges more effectively. We have to have a network of people who are brought together by mutual respect and understanding, and who can work together effectively to tackle and find solutions to these problems. The other thing that I would say is that there is no point in disassociating oneself from the climate crisis. So, for example, if you think you're safe because you're in Europe and you're surrounded by green fields, it rains regularly, you have access to good education, you have access to food regularly, you might think, why should I care about the disasters that are happening around you in other countries? The reason you should care, if nothing else, is that because when it gets to 60 degrees in the Middle East or in North Africa and people can no longer live in those regions, those people aren't just going to disappear. They are going to have to go somewhere. And so what we'll see increasing in the next decade, in fact it's happening already, is the number of climate refugees will increase. But also when people leave a region and can't come back because of critical damage that's been done to the eco-structure in there. A whole culture is lost with that as well, and a whole history goes down with the people. So I think in many ways, this is not a crisis that can be compartmentalized into separate countries, and country X is affected worse than country Y. It is a global effort that we need to make to tackle these issues.
Absolutely. So it's about not just thinking about ourselves, it's about thinking about the whole world. And it's really crazy, the term of climate refugees wasn't here a few years ago, It's quite a recent thing. We're used to see people migrating for political reasons, for safety, because of wars, because of, major different things that are mostly, human actions, and then now we see climate refugees, which is also a result of human action.
Well, exactly. And I mean, just look at what happened to Europe when there was a war in Syria. We had millions of refugees come into Europe, obviously, you know, who had to get away from the danger zone. And it caused chaos in some countries. It caused the rise of nationalism and right-wing political parties. It caused increased racism in those countries, because not only was the society in those countries not geared up to have an influx of people from a different culture, from different countries come in, but also because it was a real shock. It was a sudden thing, and this is what we will see with climate change. People say, oh, it's a gradual issue, that, you know, maybe in 2050 you'll start to see, you know, parts of the world that aren't livable in. No. Next year, you'll see regions that aren't, you know, that can't be lived in. Islands are going underwater. You know, deserts are becoming hotter. Rainforest is drying up and dying. So this is happening now, and we have to act now.
Absolutely, you're right. Thank you so much. Galina, do you have anything to add on that? Max touched on a great point with climate refugees, and how is that going to complicate things so much?
Yes, indeed. Climate refugees is a serious issue which is likely to get exacerbated in the future. I would like to add the point that in addition to all the brilliant points which Max already made, we might see the loss of culture, the loss of languages, and most importantly, the loss of knowledge altogether. Because what is happening is that there are refugee camps across Europe already, and very often in those camps, we see people who are brilliant professionals, like highly educated. We have doctors, artists, engineers, teachers, and a lot of them are staying in the camp without the opportunity to further develop themselves and to pass on this knowledge to others as well. So when it comes to addressing the climate crisis, we would need the knowledge of everyone, because to address the climate crisis, we need everyone to be on board. We have the knowledge of engineers to address like technological, to further develop our technology. We know teachers to spread this knowledge. We need doctors because there will be like public health implications of the climate emergency. And we need everyone. So having all those brilliant talents stuck in camps rather than helping society is a big issue in its own right.
It absolutely is. And talked about knowledge, which brings me to my next question. How do you think you can, how can we teach climate change in schools? Climate literacy is a term that we've been hearing a lot the past few days, and this is one of the biggest asks of the youth manifesto, the meeting we were just attending. How can we educate youth on climate change? Is this through curriculum, and does it have to be its own subject, or can it be involved in, be integrated into other subjects, or what's your view on that?
First of all, I think that climate literacy should be embedded in schools and in universities as well, all throughout. I personally think it's very important to adopt an interconnected approach and holistic, as we previously mentioned as well. And for example, currently people are studying a little bit about climate change in a biology class, a little bit more in a geography class, potentially a bit if you do some economics, but it is very important to study it all together and see the interconnectedness and the linkages between, because climate change affects all aspects of society, and I think it is very important and empowering for students to see all those linkages rather than, okay, we are cutting forests in country A and CO2 levels are rising across the world. There is a link between those, and it is very useful for people to see it from an early stage in their education. Also, I would suggest that climate education is very practical and hands-on, and it allows students the opportunity to actively engage, maybe in an approach such as the reverse classroom, where you have students bringing their own ideas and doing activities rather than just sitting on a chair and being lectured at. So I think it's very important to involve and engage young people in a way that it's actually interesting for them, and also helps them to develop a problem-solving mentality, because in the end of the day, climate change is arguably the biggest problem we are facing nowadays. And as such, having problem solvers, empowered problem solvers, is really, really powerful.
Of course, I think, looking at things like problem solving, design thinking, is very important when you want to teach climate change, because it's not just a topic, it's an issue that's very complicated and needs to be looked at as an issue. Thank you so much for that. Minna, I see you raise your hand. Did you have anything to add there on climate literacy?
I want to make 2 points, one about climate refugees and the other one about climate literacy. So the first one about refugees, because I'm aware that a lot of people aren't aware of how big a problem it is, and it's not a problem that we're going to face in the future. Today, there are 4 times more climate refugees than there are refugees from crises. So it is a huge problem. And it's not because, people are moving and integrating. Humans have moved around and integrated, and cultures have evolved over time. But this is a sudden, people are losing the land that they are from. People are losing their livelihoods, their lives, because refugees, how many make it? The 4 times and the 5 parts that we're talking about, these are the people that make it. But there are a small portion of the people that don't. And that is simply unacceptable. So that's the point I wanted to make about refugees, because it is something that's very rarely discussed, and it is a huge problem, and a lot of people aren't aware of how huge it is. The part about climate literacy, we talk a lot about content, so how it will be integrated, but I'm also a bit keen on skills. So in this time and age, I think critical thinking, being able to discern information that is correct and misinformation and information that is propaganda, essentially, that's a critical skill. And I think that critical thinking, being able to discern, having that thought process is a lot more important than just being fed information and subjects. And science is important, but scientific thinking is even more important.
And Minna, you're from Egypt, right?
I'm originally Egyptian, yeah.
And then you're based here in Scotland now for your education. And, you speak both languages and you're able to get an education in an English-speaking country. We talked about access and making sure that these resources are accessible by different communities and in different languages. Can you tell me more about that?
So I'm Egyptian, but I didn't go to school in Egypt, so I don't actually... It was quite funny. I don't know the name of the technology that I do my PhD in Arabic. I still don't know. I should probably look that up. I think that there are a lot of resources in 1 or 2 languages, and they're the prominent languages, but I think that they should be more accessible. And I think that translation is something that isn't straightforward, because there are nuances in language, and different phrases have different strengths and different powers in different languages, and there's a cultural shift in paradigm. Also, if I was to say, if I wanted to portray the same message, for instance, in Scotland and elsewhere, I'd prioritize the numbers that I use, the statistics that I use, to make it relevant to the people, to be able to reach out to them, to be able to create that rapport and that underlying emotional connection that will open their minds to what I'm saying. So being accessible isn't simply about translating from language to language, but it's also the meaning behind the science and the information, and also the effect on the person that I'm trying to reach. So, the first thing you learn about speaking or public speaking is you think about the audience. The audience is more important than the content and than the speaker.
Absolutely, audience matters more than the content. I love that. I think that's very important. I'd like to move to you, Abdullah. You mentioned something in a conversation we were having earlier about making the issue personal. And how can that be done through education?
Yeah, a recent report spread out through social media highlighted certain areas where I'm from, Qatar, Doha specifically, where the rising sea level would overtake. And I think when some people saw this report, it mind-boggled them, because in 25 years, certain homes, certain areas, certain commercial buildings are going to sink. So I think it's important, when you're talking about the climate issue specifically, to take a step back and think about how it'll affect you personally. For me, My house is in the red zone. And in 25 to 30 years, according to the statistics, we're going to be underwater. So this actually started allowing me to panic in my neighborhood and everyone around me. We're like, oh, we're going to sink, we're going to go down. And the Minister of Environment of the Marshall Islands was actually telling me it's a pressing issue. Slowly, every month, more people are losing their homes, which is something insane. Everybody is impacted by climate change in their own way. You might not think of it now, but 1.5 degrees is nothing. 1.5 degrees in Qatar, when you say it's 1.5 degrees cooler, it's like, okay, and it's 45 degrees here, 45 Celsius. So what? In Scotland, 1.5 degree hotter isn't going to make a difference either. It's 1.5 degrees, it's -3. So you have to think about how this 1.5 degrees will not only impact where you live, but will impact how the ice caps, how 1.5 degree can make or break the ice caps. And that will cause sea level to rise and cause several other issues. The Thames could overflow. Places in London could overflow. My house also sits on the Thames, so we could be, so different people have different situations which allow them to think about how climate change should impact them.
That's really powerful, and it connects to what Max was just saying about it being everybody's issue. But it's also important that we relate it to every different community. If I just tell you that, the sea levels are getting higher in Antarctica, it's not going to mean so much to you as
it's gonna be
your
like
neighbor's home is about to sink in 10 years from today. So it's very important to look at it from a local yet global perspective. Which brings me to you, Julia. So you're Italian and you live in Qatar, and I'd call you a global citizen. How do you think we can mix the local and the global, and integrating localized curriculum into education that's about climate change?
Well, I think, non-surprisingly, I think the answer to everything we've been saying here is involve the youth. Involve us in the conversation, because we are the global citizens. We are the ones that are taking action. We are the ones that are starting the initiatives, and yet we have no say in our curriculum. Our curriculum doesn't even exist yet. There is no climate curriculum that is out right now. So the way that we include everything we have said is include us in what you're doing, include us in the action, make sure that everything that we've said so far is part of the action, is part of the curriculum. And so me being a global citizen should be part of that, and I should have some voice in that. But not just me, but the people that I represent here today, the people back in Doha who don't have the opportunities that I have. They're not here right now and that I'm representing.
Talk a lot about opportunity. Why do you think we don't have enough opportunities? You were saying that, earlier you and Sama as well were talking about opportunity, and that there are not enough opportunities for youth to be involved. Why do you think that?
Well, I think that it's very much restricted to a very small number of youth and in highly privileged situations. And so we're all here today because of the opportunities that have been provided to us, as Abdullah was saying, by Qatar Foundation, by the environment that we live in. But there is a massive divide between what we are able to do and what people in other countries are able to do. So as you were saying, I'm Italian. The people back home, I come from a very small village in southern Italy. The people back home have no idea that this is something that they could do with their own voice. And so there is a divide even in what you would say are more economically developed countries. There is this same division that we need to bridge. And so this is one of the main reasons I think that there is a lack of inclusion of people, because it's centered around privileged communities.
No, that's very important, and I see that Max has his hand up. Did you have anything to add? Oh, Sama as well?
I just wanted to add on to Julia's point about opportunity in youth. I think there's an important distinction between having a youth sample or delegation at COP26 and having a representative youth sample or delegation, because like we've mentioned earlier several times actually, we're very privileged to be here, and we are initially privileged, and that's why we had the opportunity to be here. So we are affected to some extent by climate change, but why aren't the most affected? Why aren't their voices present here? There's another thing, is we represent youth as much as we can. We represent the ideas that we all share as much as we can at COP26, but at the same time, there are people protesting outside today, and are their voices taken into consideration is a question that we must ask ourselves, because if their voices were taken into consideration, I don't believe there would be a need for a protest. And so perhaps we need to be reassessing, yes, we have youth at COP26, but do we have youth so world leaders can feel like good about themselves that they've involved youth voice? Or is it because we're actually being heard and acknowledged? And I think it's something very important that privilege has led us to be here, but perhaps we're not going to be actually acknowledged and listened to, and we need a representative youth delegation, not just a youth delegation at COP26 or any other conference.
Thank you for that, Max.
I completely agree with all the points that have been made, and obviously we're privileged to be here, and it is probably because we're already in a position of privilege. So we're lucky to be here, but that it comes from privilege. So a very good point made. Also, of course, hundreds of members that weren't able to travel because of restrictions, visa restrictions, for example. So some are calling it the most accessible COP ever. I would challenge that and say perhaps not. But I wanted to also touch on a point which we raised earlier, which was language, and not just foreign language. I'd say look at the English language as well, because the urgency of the situation is being subverted in some ways. Because what is the difference between saying global warming and global heating? Global heating feels more urgent, and yet we use the word global warming. Now, there was a debate at the time which word to use, and unfortunately I think corporates pushed for global warming. It sounded like there was more time to act. Same goes for things like hydrogen. We now have 3 types of hydrogen. We have grey hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and green hydrogen. But we have grey hydrogen to make blue and green hydrogen seem better, whereas blue hydrogen is still not great. Yet by saying that we're not using grey hydrogen, you make it seem like you're doing something better than you actually are. So phraseology and language is really, really important.
Words are very powerful and they can change so much.
Exactly. They change the perception of everything.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think looking at not just foreign languages, but also your own language is very important. Galina, did you want to add something? Because I want to open the space to our audience as well for questions.
Yeah, this was a really good point about languages. And I just quickly want to add that by distracting the attention and Max, did you say subverting? Yeah, so in the words of Michael Mann, the slowing down of the process is the new form of climate denial. And I found this really powerful because while we're wasting time on discussing whether it should be global warming or global heating, gray, blue, purple, yellow, hydrogen, we all know that we need to act. And this is the bottom line. Languages is important, it is powerful, but at the same time, we need to just get our act together and act because we have the knowledge, we have the science. Now we need coordinated effort and just act on climate change.
Thank you so much. That's powerful. It's a multi-sided effort. I think it's about everyone doing everything. I want to open the space for questions from our audience. Please.
Thank you all for being here. Obviously, the voice of youth is so important, and I think it is moving us closer to collective action. But I'm curious from any of your perspectives, where you think the voice of youth has been making the most impact and where it can make the most impact go forward.
Thank you. That's a great question. Who would like to pick that up?
I think the voice of youth is making the most impact and being picked up especially by the media. Media is playing a huge and critical point in our lives. I think everyone in this conference has some affiliation to social media in general, etc. So more young people are accessing this social media in general, and they're able to spread things more easily, and they're able to post and take and capture moments in their lives and spread messages. There's one of my teachers once told me, social media is a scary thing or a powerful thing. It could be a blessing or a curse. But the good thing about social media is everyone has an opinion. The bad thing about social media is everyone has an opinion. So it could be a thing where media about the climate is being spread, but also could be misinformation about the climate is being spread. However, the youth is very keen on spreading the right information, factualizing it, and spreading it. I think one of the MABL members here talked about the misinformation and spread the fake news, and I think that was a very important point. We had a workshop lecture in Milan with journalist Mr. Garcia, as I mentioned before, who made a panel just about fake news, and we learned much about him. And the role of youth was spreading it around. I think, to answer your question, the youth is most powerful to their peers. So I'm here on behalf of the Qataris in my school, and I'd like to thank the Qataris in Doha. And I'll be spreading and I'll be representing them here and coming back and telling them my experiences, what I learned, my role with climate change, and that will hopefully spark some motivation in them, some resilience to what's happening in the climate, and hopefully motivation to push climate action.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. That's a great answer.
Thank you,
I want to take just one more question from our audience before we wrap up the discussion.
Thank you very much. I think for me, I want to know only two things from all the work you're doing. One, I think we also shared it in the first sessions. We're trying to know the motivation, that what motivates you to continue doing your work, because I'm one who works with young people mostly, and I've seen most of them still fearing to come out. And today, after hearing from Aisha, the first session, I was really inspired. If we could get like 10 of them, or even could get more of them, I think we would solve these things very quickly. So I want to know one thing about what motivates all of you, and actually where you think we need to strengthen mostly as young people in terms of doing this work. Then the other question is, would you support or push your governments to sign on to a declaration if it was there? Because initially there are negotiations that are happening in the rooms are mostly about, SEE updating. So they keep updating every year. We come back, we negotiate. It ends, we update. So like the same story happens each and every year. So we are not getting anything practical out from countries. So what can we do? Or where do you think we can strengthen all our collaboration as young people and maybe push our governments to a declaration, maybe also commit some funding? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think just given our time, if we can give each one of you like 15 seconds to quickly tell us what inspired you to be here and get to this point. So we just go around quickly. We have 15 seconds to tell us what inspired you to take climate change and commit to this issue.
You mentioned Aisha in your question, and I'd like to build on her answer. She mentioned love, and that's, I think, what motivates me. And that's exactly what she said. And the love for our communities, for our families, for everyone who is impacted, and that drives us to fight. And then ending the cycle of empty promises, pushing governments. I would absolutely push my government, the Qatari government, to sign on to any declaration that helps end this useless, absolutely useless cycle. So yes, I think that's my 15 seconds.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, go. So what pushes me and what motivates me is my country. We're a rapidly growing economy, and we've built our economy on hydrocarbons. However, we're rapidly changing, and more members of the youth have to get involved and represent us in these events. So what motivates me is portraying my country's struggle and now triumph and turning green and sustainable. And I think my government's pushing me and not the other way around and becoming more green and presenting this message across the world.
Thanks, Abdullah. Sama?
I think to keep it short and sweet, I'd say I believe in youth, and I also believe, like you mentioned, the ongoing cycles of negotiations. Then we say, yes, we're going to do it, and then blah, 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 next year, same thing over and over again. I believe that to a great extent that youth are more capable and competent in making decisions than those in the rooms making these decisions for us. So what really motivates me is knowing that once we're there, we're going to make more of a difference than they have ever in these past, let's say, 26 COPs.
I'll try to answer both your questions really quickly. So my motivation is lived experiences. I grew up in Southern Africa, And I was born in a year of severe drought, and my brother was born in a year of severe drought. And the year he was born in was, the entire continent was a net food supporter. And for anyone who knows Africa, that is insane. And his first word was water. And his second word was please. And we were privileged. I don't even want to know what happened to the other children. So that, to me, is heartbreaking, and that's what drives me. I know what climate change does, and I feel it. And these are my people. The other question about what the negotiations institutionalize diversity. So at local, national, government levels and at international levels, so like the UN, I want to see youth and other minority groups in the room making decisions, and that's what we should be lobbying governments for.
Thank you, Manal. Wrapping up, 30 seconds.
Okay, very quickly, in response to both your questions, first answer I would say is what motivates me is the chance to make sure humans don't destroy the world, that our legacy isn't that we ruined everything, that there is still a chance to try and rectify some of the wrongs and to mitigate the damage. And in response to your second question, I would say to my government, don't sign on to something if you don't intend to uphold what you're signing on to, because it's better to see that you haven't signed something and know that they're not going to take part in that activity than to be fake and sign on to something and pretend like you're actually doing it. So.
Thank you. What motivates me is the love for knowledge and the love for science and also the love for nature. I think it is very important to protect the existing knowledge we have and to build upon it, and also to protect ecosystems, because the live world in is absolutely fantastic, and yeah, let's protect it as much as we can. And as to your second question, I think that all the protests which are already happening is sending a very clear message to governments, and we need to, us as a society, we need to show that we care about climate change, and that if a government decides to implement, for example, a carbon tax or any other regulations, we are going to support it because we realize the importance of and the urgency of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you. I'm really inspired today. I don't know about our audience, but you inspired me so much, and I'm so proud of everything that you achieved. Thank you so much to our online audience as well for joining us through the power of the internet. I hope this was inspiring and as powerful as it was for me and for our audience in person. Thank you so much for joining us again, and please keep in touch with us at the Earth Day Network and Qatar Foundation as we continue to unlock human potential and work together towards combating climate change. Thank you so much for joining us.